Live look right now from Newark International Airport in New Jersey. You can see right there his plane is actually behind the three white planes, and it's backing up. You see those flashing lights right now? That is actually part of his motorcade. Former President Trump just arrived not moments ago to get on the plane, and we saw that the stairs came up there.
And the weather has been a bit of an issue in New Jersey. I took a look at the radar a couple of minutes ago, and they have had a preponderance of storms this afternoon. The humidity is sitting around 87%. We were unable to see pictures or video.
It was very, very unclear. It almost looked like a fuzzy, like
rain.
Smoke, rain.
Yeah.
Rain, not smoke.
So we are set and ready for all of this to begin. And what we are going to see here in Atlanta coming up in the hours ahead, we will just have to play it out. You will get to be a witness to it, as well as we show you the live pictures, the live video from downtown Atlanta as well at the Rice Street Jail. But Mr. Trump had tweeted out about an hour and a half ago what his plans were, that he expects to be arrested around 7:30. So we have 3 hours where this is going to play out, certainly on the streets of Atlanta, as we will see some protesters, we will see some activity certainly with law enforcement, and it will impede traffic at various times depending on what the whole timetable is.
And we've already seen a lot of protesters since early this morning, really late last night. Some of our reporters looking for parking spaces going down there. They said, you know what, there's a lot of media, but there's a lot more, and I shouldn't say protesters, there's a lot of supporters, there's a lot of people coming out and rallying, because there's a mix from both sides of people that we've seen from the community, and a lot of people traveling from afar to be here, whether that's driving or flying.
It is a topic, it is a subject everybody is talking about around the country, and it certainly has garnered a lot of attention from reporters, and that will continue. Mr. Trump is one of 19 people now facing charges relating to the Georgia 2020 election case. And here's what the evening again will look like. He is expected to land in Atlanta a little bit over 2 hours from now, and then he will head to the Fulton County Jail on Rice Street, where he is likely to spend less than an hour. He will fill out some forms, including a medical questionnaire, and it is expected that he will be fingerprinted and he will get a mug shot, just like the other defendants in this case. He will also pay his $200,000 bond, likely in cash. But what's going to be different about Georgia and different about Atlanta than the other places where he has been indicted is we have not seen a mugshot. That will not be the case, as Fulton County Sheriff Patrick Labatt has said from the beginning that he will be treated just as the other defendants in this case.
And we have seen several mugshots from his from his allies come out earlier, and you can actually head to 11alive.com to see some of that. Co-defendants was the word I was looking for there. And that has been quite the topic of discussion on social media. Will former President Trump get a mugshot? So that is something that we are going to see tonight.
And it is expected among many of his allies, and certainly we have seen it bantered about in political circles on social media over the last a couple of weeks, is that photo will be used as a sort of campaign rallying point.
Well, they already have a fake photo out after, I believe it was the DOJ indictment, or even maybe it was the New York indictment. There was a campaign of a fake mugshot. So maybe you all have actually seen this circulating. And another interesting point that I saw some people talking about was the time he decided to actually turn himself in. If you all aren't familiar, Fulton County, the Rice Street Jail, it's 24/7. So defendants can bring themselves in at any time. We've seen people turn themselves in at the middle of the day, as early as 2 a.m. But former President Trump has decided on this prime time hour. So it seems like it is a prime time moment for basically everybody who's up around 7:30 to see this all go down.
There has been some political activity related to this case today in Washington, D.C., most notably. House Republicans have instituted and begun an investigation into the Fulton County District Attorney, Fani Willis, as Jim Jordan today, the Ohio representative, said that he is going to begin an investigation, that she was taking orders from Washington, D.C. about when to indict Mr. Trump. So certainly that will be another one of the issues that we're talking about today.
And back here in Georgia, we saw a lot of movement talking about the timing of this trial. Originally, so we have 19 co-defendants. This is a RICO case. These RICO cases, according to some attorneys that we've spoken with, typically take years. During her press conference, the district attorney said that she wanted to have this case within 6 months. So originally, she had proposed a March 4th trial date, and we saw some movement on that. Kenneth Chesbro, one of the attorneys, one of the co-defendants here, he actually motioned for a speedy trial. And so the district attorney's office came back and said, all right, how about October 23rd of this year? So nearly 5 months moving forward to that. And we just saw Judge Scott McAfee, who is over this, sign off on that. But one thing to note, according to that motion, this would only apply to Chesbro's case, not the other 18 co-defendants in it. So it's going to be interesting to see how that actually plays out. And
one of the other developments today is former President Trump now has new legal representation. He is taking on the celebrated defense attorney from Atlanta, Steve Sato, who is a graduate of Emory Law and certainly a familiar face if you have lived in Atlanta at any time over the last 30 years. You know Mr. Sato, whether it's representing Ray Lewis during the murder trial here in Atlanta, or the Gold Club, or the Madam case at Sugarloaf.
More recently, the the YSL RICO case. If you guys are familiar with the rapper Gunna, he's actually the attorney that negotiated his plea deal.
And Sato also involved with T.I. on the case as far as having the automatic weapons. So Mr. Sato is well known, very talented attorney, and I have some friends certainly that were sharing opinions after watching him in a courtroom that he is a dazzling presence in these courtrooms. It's
going to be interesting to see how it turns out. So if you all are just tuning in, what we're looking at right now are live pictures of Newark Airport, and that is where former President Trump, his plane is expected to take off and head down here to Atlanta.
So we are waiting for all of that to occur, and certainly it is going to be a very busy afternoon into evening about what we can expect once Mr. Trump lands here in Atlanta, and we'll motorcade over to Rice Street and the jail and the mugshot and supporters and detractors and the impact on traffic and certainly the other individuals who have been indicted. There are a lot of moving parts in this, and certainly we are just getting started here, and we look forward to what will certainly be an interesting evening. It's going to be an interesting one, maybe not as long as last Monday night, but who's to say? We're going to be here for it. All right, so we will have the latest coverage of Trump's visit coming up on the news at 5. In the meantime, you can download the 11 Alive Plus app on your Roku, Amazon, or Apple TV device for all of our latest coverage.
totally forgot about that today.
Hello, test, test. It's Andrew. Checking my mic battery just to make sure that I can give you. Yeah, I hear you.
what we're looking to happen in the coming hours. Stay with us. That's up next at 5.
The Fulton County Jail, and you are looking live in Newark on the screen next to us as we await the former president's plane to leave and to head for Georgia.
Yeah, his motorcade pulled up about 30 minutes ago or so, and his plane is still there. We think it might be weather related because when we first brought the shot up, there was just a ton of rain there. But this prosecution is actually the 4th criminal case against Trump since March and is expected to yield a historic first, a mugshot of the former president. He is facing 13 counts, all from Fulton County Court. The most serious is violating Georgia's Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations, or RICO Act.
We have team coverage for you planned all evening long. We kick things off tonight by sending it to 11 Alive Jennifer Bellamy, who is live at Hartsfield-Jackson awaiting the former president's arrival. Jennifer?
Jeff, as you just mentioned, we are expecting the former president to get into the air sometime soon to come and travel here to Atlanta, Georgia, to the Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, just over my shoulder to the signature airfield where we are expecting him to land. Now, we aren't sure exactly what time he will arrive here, but what we can tell you is within the last 30 minutes or so, we saw several emergency and law enforcement vehicles arrive to this airfield, including including Georgia State Patrol and also Atlanta Police. We've seen several motorcycles and a lot of black vehicles as well. And so we are anticipating that he will arrive at some point soon to turn himself in. We don't know exactly which route he will take from the Atlanta airport to the Fulton County Jail, but we do know is that they don't expect there to be any interruptions out here at the airport. We have seen many flights taking off and landing out here, so no interruptions are expected there. Where we do anticipate there to be some interruptions, some headaches are on the highways and on the roads as the former president travels to the jail. We also know that there's a Falcons football game right now that is set to kick off at 7:30 tonight, so a lot going on in the city as the former president travels here. Andrew Wilson has been tracking those routes and what we can expect out there on the roads, Andrew.
Well, Jennifer, you know, the airport is not very close to the Fulton County Jail, so this motorcade is going to have to make its way up through the city and then eventually up towards that Fulton County Jail. It's about 14.1 miles away from the airport itself. Taking a look down towards the airport again, the former president is expected to arrive at Hartsfield-Jackson. He's going to be taking off from Newark here pretty soon. The ramp closures are likely going to be an issue along the way of the route as the motorcade makes its way through, and we're thinking that it's going to be maybe one of two routes that could be possible here. It's going to make its way up the downtown connector, either west on I-20 over to Joseph E. Lowry Boulevard and then making its way up to the north, or still staying on the downtown connector closer on up towards North Avenue, where it could then cut over to the Fulton County Jail. Again, that's about 14.1 miles. I'm thinking it'll likely go towards Joseph E. Lowry Boulevard. The reason why I say that is because you see how backed up the downtown connector already is, and it's likely just going to get even worse here as we get closer on to the evening commute. Also, those surface streets likely going to be really backed up there, and down near those surface streets, we'll toss things over to Molly Oak. And Molly, I understand you're over near Donald E. Hollowell Boulevard or Park.
Yeah, and only about a block or two from Joseph E. Lowry as well. Now, of course, we don't know which route the former president, will take. But in addition to that rush hour that everyone's going to be dealing with, we also have the Falcons' final preseason game. So just for a certain perspective of where we are, we're about 1.5 miles from the Benz and 1 mile from the jail. We've seen this road kind of consistently getting backed up as traffic continues on through and gets stopped at this light, likely to get worse as we get closer to 6 o'clock. Now, what we do know is Donald Lee Howell intersects the two fastest routes to get there. A law enforcement officer who's worked presidential visits before says Mr. Trump would likely take one of the quickest routes. Now, I also caught up with the former DeKalb County Public Safety Director. He says even though this is a former president's visit, there are security protocols that will go into place the minute his plane touches down.
It will be an event that will, in many ways, certainly halt traffic and impede traffic in and throughout the community. And it's probably best for people to make sure that they stay alerted through the media and through any other sources that they can to not go into other certain areas, particularly during certain times of the day.
Now, as for just exactly what roads he will take, that's likely not something we'll know until right before it happens. My law enforcement source says it'll be like something we've seen before with other sitting presidents who have come to visit. You see those rolling closures where they go about 1 mile in advance, close those roads off until the motorcade comes through. Jennifer, over to you.
All right, Molly, thank you so much. And as you can see on your screen right now, this is just some of the law enforcement presence that we are seeing out here at this airfield as we prepare for the former president to make his way here to Atlanta. We are not quite sure if he will be making remarks once he departs from Fulton County Jail after that booking process, but we will be here throughout the evening to keep you updated with the very latest. Jeff and Faith, back to you.
All right, Jennifer, thank you. The focal point of this case is soon going to be the Fulton County Jail on Rice Street.
Yes, so that is where former president will be formally processed. His mugshot is expected to be taken. And that's also where we find 11 Alive's Ron Jones. He is outside of the jail with more on what that scene looks like out there. And I can see it looks like some demonstrators behind you there, Ron.
Yeah, there's a lot of folks out here, but let me tell you something. This is what I love about our country, being a veteran and also a former first responder with the police department, is the freedom of speech, the freedom to protest. This is something you're not going to see in Russia for sure. You're not going to see it in China, and you're not going to see it in Iran. There are passionate protesters here in front of the Fulton County Jail from both sides of the aisle, and we have some video of that to give you a better perspective because you can't really see what's happening here. There have been some flashes of confrontations where it becomes pretty intense, pretty dicey, foul language, insults from both sides. But the good news here is no violence at all, and that's what we love about that. Hundreds of protesters are now meshed in with the media, so there's a lot of folks here compressed in this area. And when you bring out more protesters, which more than likely we're going to see more as we get closer to the former president showing up here at the Fulton County Jail, when you have protesters and politics, it can cause problems, especially when it comes to security. If you look over my shoulder here, you can see that there are some barriers. We have been told anybody who steps on the other side of that barrier, whether it's a protester or the media, they're going to be arrested because the deputies are standing by. Now, that is a big issue, is security. 11 Alive's Joe Ripley is standing by to talk a little bit more about what's going to take place as more people show up here in front of the jail. Joe?
For the most part here on the Jefferson Street side of the Fulton County Jail, it's quiet for the most part at the moment. We do expect that could change, especially as former President Trump is just a couple of hours or so away from making his way from the Atlanta airport here to the Fulton County Jail to surrender himself on those charges tied to Georgia's 2020 election. We also understand the jail is set to go under a hard lockdown at that time. No one in, no one out. Here on the Jefferson Street side, we've noticed an uptick, certainly a heightened sense of security and law enforcement compared to earlier in the week. Atlanta Police, Fulton County Sheriff's Office, Georgia State Patrol, and many others all helping to direct traffic and maintain the secure perimeter around the jail. Police have shut down Jefferson Street to car traffic between Marietta Boulevard and Joseph E. Lowry Boulevard. Retired Secret Service agent Ray Moore expects interstates and roads to also shut down as that presidential motorcade makes its way here. And air traffic as well will also be at a standstill around the jail once Trump does arrive.
When former President Trump comes into Atlanta to go be processed, the motorcade route that he's going to come into is going to be secured. When he arrives at the jail, there will be no one, no prisoners, anybody like that in close proximity to him.
And two defendants, including former Trump Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, surrendered here at the Fulton County Jail earlier today. Bonding out did Meadows do, and there are still 8 more defendants, including the former president himself, still have the opportunity to turn themselves in by the deadline of tomorrow at noon. We do expect the president, though, in a couple of hours from now.
All right, Joe, thanks a lot. So let's talk about that. The booking process, what happens when the former president shows up here at the Fulton County Jail. Rebecca Lindstrom has that side of the story for us. Rebecca?
The sheriff has long said that he plans to treat all of these defendants the same as any other. But one thing I have definitely noticed that is different is access. Normally, we can go right up to the door where a person goes in for booking. Instead, we are being held back down the street, all of that likely for security. The district attorney as well has stepped into this process to try to expedite what will happen for these defendants. She has pre-negotiated the terms of their surrender. That still means, though, when they get here, they're going to have to show ID. They will have their picture taken. That's kind of what we refer to as the mugshot. They will be fingerprinted, and traditionally there is a medical questionnaire. Now that serves 2 purposes. One, if the person doesn't get bail and they're going to be booked into the jail, that helps them understand if there's going to be any medical needs while they're there. That obviously is not the case with any of these defendants thus far. So the other purpose then is just to get more identifying information in case they don't show up for a hearing or for trial. That way they've got weight, height, some other things that they can issue in the search for that person. But again, we are unsure if that medical questionnaire will happen in these cases. There will be some paperwork, though, that they will have to fill out while they are waiting for bail to clear. And former prosecutor Damon Porter says that's another area where you can expect things to be different.
It's going to be unique in that he's not going to stand in line. He's not going to be processed with every other drunk that comes in that night. I suspect there's going to be things like clearing out the intake room or the book-in room. Secret Service will have to be there.
And so Mr. Trump does have bail set at $200,000. He can pay that tonight by cash or a cashier's check, or he can use a bail bondsman, as has been used. Ron?
All right, Rebecca, thanks a lot. Hey, before I toss it back to you, Faith, I just want to let you know that an army of deputies just end up running up the street up Wright Street. We're trying to figure out what's going on. As soon as we find out, we'll make sure we get it to you.
Ron, thank you so much for breaking it down, and it's great to get his perspective because he was a former officer himself. So, well, before former President Trump took to the skies, there was actually a major development in that case filed by Fulton County District Attorney.
And this proposal would dramatically shift the start of the trial by 5 months. 11 Alive Savannah Levins and Nick Wooten have been digging into this proposed change in the judicial process.
Yeah, Jeff, this has honestly been kind of a fascinating game of political chicken. You've got Kenneth Chesebro, who is one of the co-defendants in this case, demanding a speedy trial, kind of challenging DA Willis's readiness to try such a big case. Willis called his bluff and said, yeah, you know that March date we were looking towards? How's October 23rd, 5 months earlier instead? And now a judge has signed that, confirming that October 23rd trial date for Chesebro at least. Want to bring in investigative reporter Nick Wooten. Nick, you've been on the phone with our legal analysts. I mean, what does this do now to Willis's goal or her dream of having all these 19 defendants in the same room? Is this going to happen in October where they're all there?
It puts that wish in serious jeopardy. When Willis filed her response to Chesebro earlier this week, she wanted all 19 in the courtroom. The order that the judge signed earlier this afternoon was only for Chesebro. It's sort of like predicting the outcome of a football game in the first quarter. There's so much stuff that still has to happen. There's jury selection, there's motions, there's appeals. There's a possibility that even Chesebro wouldn't be in the courtroom in October.
And we're looking at Trump looking to sever from this as well, so a lot still to be known, you guys. We'll stay on top of it.
All right, thank you so much for keeping us updated. Now, if you're at home, you want to catch up on all of the stories we've done since these indictments came out last week, we will send you everything you know. We'll send it directly to you. All you have to do is text the word coverage to 404-885-7600.
We are watching radar right now where it is dry here in the Atlanta area, but if you look up toward the north, we have some showers and storms that are rolling through. These have prompted severe thunderstorm warnings now in effect. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Banks, Hall, Jackson, and also White County. Another warning in effect here right along the South Carolina line for Hart County and also Elbert County. A new warning just issued in Dade and Walker County in northwest Georgia. Stay with us. We'll talk about whether or not any of these storms could make it into the metro area later tonight.
And we're learning it could take weeks to identify a child's body found in East Point yesterday, what we know about the investigation, and the possible connection to a missing 2-year-old boy. That's coming up next.
That wasn't supposed to have tease music over me. It was changed to a hit, not a tease.
Will continue shortly, but right now today, we learned from police it may take 2 weeks to positively identify a child's body found at the East Point transfer station.
Yeah, the grim discovery comes 1 week after 2-year-old Josiah Mitchell was reported missing. Police believe there's a high probability the body found is Josiah's.
11 Alive's Don White spoke one-on-one with East Point's police chief on the investigation and the looming possible charges.
I spoke to Josiah Mitchell's grandmother on the phone today. She told me that the family wants their privacy, but they do believe the child's body found is that of the missing toddler. Josiah! A week-long desperate search weighed not only on the community, but on East Point police.
It's emotional for the entire department because we were all hoping and praying that we would have found this child alive.
That hope diminishing yesterday when investigators found a child's body here at the East Point transfer station.
That's devastating for us.
East Point Police Chief Sean Buchanan says data from Josiah's father, Artavius North's cell phone, led them to the body.
By using technology, we can find out a person's location, where they've been, things of that nature. So it just basically going through the process of going everywhere he's been, trying to look for what he could have possibly done with the child. And that's how we discovered the child.
North initially reported his son was kidnapped during an armed robbery last Wednesday at the Aspenwood Apartments in DeKalb County. But police say cell phone data shows North was never in DeKalb County that night. A massive search for the boy followed.
We're still trying to positively identify the child. That is our #1 goal, and then find out the actual cause of death, and that's what's next.
Detectives who work this case are getting grief counseling as they wait to learn if the body found yesterday is in fact Josiah.
Most of us are parents, so to see a child that age have an unfortunate incident like this occur, it's emotional because it reminds us of our own families. So a lot of people had a lot of difficulties working this case. But one thing we have to do is bring this person to justice, and that's what kept us focused.
Chief Buchanan tells me he is going to meet with the district attorney tomorrow to make sure everything is in order for possible charges once the body is identified. Police say Josiah's father is their only person of interest. In East Point, Dawn White's 11 Alive News.
Dry and hot here in the metro area right now, but we are tracking some showers and storms just to the north and east of us that are prompting severe thunderstorm warnings. We have this one right here where you see the polygon is shrinking up a little bit. This is mainly now for areas of Jackson County, northern Hall County, the southern parts of White County were in this just a little while ago. This warning is going to be in effect until 5:30. The main impacts from this, we've got pockets of heavy rain, a lot of lightning, and some winds to around 60 miles an hour. We're not detecting any hail out of this right now, just a good strong thunderstorms now with a core of that coming into Commerce, and then right now around Mossy Creek. That's about to move into Gainesville. This is the north end of Lake Lanier right here. So if you're on the lake right now, especially on the north end of that, you'll want to get off the lake because these strong storms are moving your way with a lot of lightning. Another warning that we have just on the Georgia-South Carolina line for Hart County and also Elbert County and a couple of counties over into South Carolina. And then this one, Dade and Walker County has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning too. But here you see we are in Atlanta. We're waiting to see if this kind of fills in a little bit and a line develops out of this. One of our models is indicating that would happen, and a couple of those could hold together coming into metro Atlanta. The Storm Prediction Center has included this part of North Georgia from Atlanta northward into a level 1 risk. So we'll be watching those storms through the night, through the evening hours tonight as they push into our direction. Right now we're at 95. We've got plenty of heat around. It's 93 in Duluth, 94 in Gainesville. So much for that, those temperatures that were a little bit cooler yesterday, and we've got the humidity as well. So that makes it feel like it's in the triple digits here in Atlanta at 102, 100 in Duluth, and 102 over in the Athens area. Tomorrow, we do have a heat advisory in effect for northwest Georgia, metro Atlanta over to the east. Just northeast Georgia is not included in that. We're expecting those heat index values to be near 105 degrees. That's how your body's going to have to be working harder and harder to cool itself down. Here's that rain that we have up in North Georgia right now. And now again, this model is showing this quickly moving through the metro area, but maybe a couple of these holding together as it sweeps through late afternoon from now until the early evening hours, and then drying out again tomorrow. The bigger news tomorrow is going to be the heat. We're talking about getting up to around 98 degrees tomorrow, and then 99 degrees potentially here for Saturday. So there's the hottest part of the 7-day right there for tomorrow and Saturday. Then we're back down to 94 Sunday. We do see the rain chances at 20% Sunday, Monday and Tuesday, about a 30 to 40% chance for some of those showers. That will help bring the temperatures down into the 80s, hopefully drying out Wednesday and Thursday, depending on a potential tropical system in the Gulf. We'll talk more about that in our next half hour. Stay with us. More to come after the break.
What's happening now?
Live is live on the scene.
Where you
toward Atlanta. He should arrive here in about 2 hours from right now. We want to check in with Ron Jones, who is live right now from the Fulton County Jail on Rice Street. Ron?
Yeah, that's right, Jeff. So, right before the break, we talked about a dozen deputies ran up Rice Street. Some protesters ran that way as well. There was some type of confrontation or commotion going on. The deputies just left there. No one was in handcuffs. That's good news. There's a lot of action taking place right here where I am standing, but the impact is going to be felt, I believe, within the GOP party. 11 Alive's Doug Richards has that part of the story for us tonight. Doug?
So Donald Trump is certainly the most popular living figure still in the Republican Party nationwide. But there are some Republicans in Georgia who view his scheduled surrender today at the Fulton County Jail as a bit problematic for the party's near-term future.
First off is my voice might not mean much, but he needs to drop out of this race.
T.J. Dearman is the former chair of Jackson County's Republican Party. He says he voted for Donald Trump in each presidential race, but regrets his vote now for Trump in 2020.
And what we saw was a sin president at the time, now former president, lose an election in like a spoiled little child. He lashed out. He undermined our institutions, and now he's being held accountable.
Dearman says Republicans who embrace the rule of law should embrace the surrender of Trump to Fulton County authorities and his prosecution in court.
It's now almost become routine. It's like, oh, Donald Trump has another indictment.
Jason Shepard is a former chair of Cobb County's Republican Party who also supported Trump during his 2 presidential runs. Now he says Trump and his supporters have fractured the party.
Donald Trump and sort of the MAGA crowd within the party have also segregated themselves off. And so I don't know how much it really hurts the Republican brand. Obviously it does damage, but it's so siloed in this with Trump and sort of his entourage that I don't know how much it affects the Republican Party in a broader sense.
Shepard says that the Republican Party is actually pretty well poised to win the presidency, perhaps not in 2024, but in 2028, after a second term for Biden expires or potentially a second term for Trump expires as well. Live in Midtown, Doug Richards, 11 Alive News.
All right, thanks a lot, Doug. So we've been hearing a lot about the protesters right here. Coming up later in the broadcast, we're going to hear directly from them. 11 Alive's Bo Beth Yates has been walking around, navigating through the crowds, getting their opinion about what's taking place. Guys?
All right, Ron, thank you so much. We'll come back to you. All right, coming up, the indictment process against President Trump has taken a historic step. We are looking at what happens next. That's when we come back.
waiting for the former president to surrender. Many protesters were upset with Fulton County Sheriff's deputies when they were pushed back a bit. They tried to move them and set up some barricades. Now, the deputies said that they are just trying to keep the street clear and safe for everyone. Also, another development today, just hours ago, District Attorney Fani Willis filed a motion to the Fulton County Superior Court seeking to move the trial for Trump and his 18 co-defendants up to October. So that's just in a couple of months. She initially, you might remember, planned to try the case in March. According to the motion, the change is related to defendant Kenneth Chesebro's request for a speedy trial, which again was filed on yesterday. Of course, a lot of things happening, a lot of developments. We're keeping track of everything right here. And again, we will be live when the former president, arrives here in Atlanta, which is expected in just about a couple of hours. But for now, Faith, Jeff, I'll toss it back to you.
All right, Jonathan, thank you. There has been so much involved with this case that we're working to ensure that you understand what the process is to be moving forward.
It can be a little confusing.
Yes.
So 11 Alive's Zach Merchant is joining us right now with two legal experts to help break it down as we weave our way through the next steps of this case.
Guys, you are absolutely right. There is a lot to keep track of in this case. I want to introduce you to BJ Bernstein and John Meixner, two legal experts. John, I want to start with you. You spent years as a federal prosecutor before joining the law school faculty at UGA. Jonathan touched on this. There's a motion, I'm holding it up right here, and actually an order, a scheduling order signed by a judge saying that this case is scheduled to happen on October 23rd, 2023. A lot of people are saying this seems really fast. When you read this order, what do you make of it?
Yeah, well, the order as of right now is at least only to one defendant in the case, and we haven't even had all the defendants appear yet, even at the Fulton County Jail. So I think right now it's a little premature to think about a certainty of any October timeline. That's a very aggressive timeline in a complicated case like this one involving 19 defendants.
Now, BJ, you've spent years and years trying cases right here in Fulton County and elsewhere in the Atlanta Metro. How do you respond to John's comments there? You've been kind of in the woodwork for a long time. What do you make of this?
Well, it's because of what the law says. This person has demanded that he be given a speedy trial. It's a special motion that is filed, and that gives 2 terms of court to be able to get the case done, which is about 4 months. Now, at some point, the court can decide to sever this person and go ahead and take that case, or could say everybody's just going to go fast, or this particular defendant may change his mind and realize that that may not be to his advantage.
Something we're going to have to keep a close eye on. John, one question for you. We've got about 30 seconds left. There are other cases across the United States where Mr. Trump is also named as a defendant. What kind of challenges, in just a sentence or two, does this case pose to other attorneys trying to bring their own cases?
Big challenges. This is the most complicated of any of the cases brought. The January 6th federal case is only one defendant, Donald Trump, and so we'll have to wait and see, I think, as to which one proceeds first. The others may wind up getting some delay because of that.
A lot of developments even just today. We're going to be tracking it all throughout the rest of the night with John and BJ. For now, Faith, Jeff, back to you.
Good time to be an attorney, whether it's on television or in the courtroom these days. We want to go back outside to Fulton County Jail, and 11 Alive's Ron Jones with more on former President Trump's arrival.
Yeah, that's right, Jeff. So as I pointed out earlier, there's like hundreds of protesters out here meshed in with the media, hundreds of media as well, because you have folks from all across the country, some from different parts of the world as well, waiting for the former president to show up. So that's here, right? But there's a huge impact in the neighborhoods that we cannot see from neighbors who are used to a quieter environment. 11 Alive's Bobeth Yates has more on the impact there. Bobeth.
Ron, exactly right. I'm at the historic Howell Mill Station neighborhood, which is really close to the Fulton County Jail. And there has been a steady flow of people here and police presence. In fact, if you look behind me, the police presence actually just increased just a few moments ago as they have stopped some individuals, starting to question them about some things that are going on. Now, officials aren't telling us exactly what the details are surrounding this, but again, multiple law enforcement agencies from different areas areas that are coming around here to help out, to support with safety and just controlling the crowd, just gathered here questioning individuals about exactly a situation that has occurred, and we're trying to get those details. But take a listen to how neighbors are reacting to all of this.
I expect this because I think that's what the mainstream media wants you to think, is that people don't support him, and they do.
Jenny Mangin is among the about 100 Trump supporters who have flocked to the area around the Fulton County Jail on Rice Street to show their support for the former president, calling the gathering a MAGA fest. But people who live nearby aren't loving the increased attention around their community.
My neighbor is quiet and nice and comfortable, but right now there's so much traffic. I just come back from my children's school, and I don't know what's going on here.
In addition to traffic, there's also multiple road closures and a heavy police presence. Dozens of media organizations have also staked out positions along the roadway.
My sister couldn't go to work because of all the hoopla, but she works down the road, so she works on the computer anyway. So, but other than that, no, God's got it. I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about what's going on here because God's going to bring it all out.
Now, we also spoke to some residents in the area who tell us that they're not in support of anything. They are Trump. They're part of history. Setting up to you guys.
All right, Bill Beth, thanks a lot. We really appreciate that. So we talked about the protesters. Some of them we can't put them live on air because they have, we'll say, colorful language and colorful signs. However, our very own Caitlin Ross spoke with some of them so that they were able to express themselves in a PG-13 manner.
The sound of the summer.
I love chocolate.
Sends everyone running.
Oh, absolutely. Who doesn't like ice cream?
There are no losers.
Banana fudge, strawberry shortcake.
With this sweet selection.
I mean, even if you are lactose intolerant, they still have like fruit pops, right?
Different flavors, making space for different political tastes.
She was really nice. She let me, she was like, you guys got here first, like you're in front of me in line.
The sweet reprieve.
It seems like everybody's getting along.
A pause on politics.
It ain't my business. I just came to handle business.
The cool treat, a break from the heat of the day.
Trump is a sociopath who tried to steal our democracy.
Hundreds of people rallying against each other.
I've been to all 5 of the indictments now, so just to say hello and, we love him and support him, and we would do anything for him, Trump or death.
Dripping with insults.
I came here to see the idiot parade.
Wiped away by one song.
Then we heard the ice cream truck, and I was like, well, there we go. Have to have it.
That unites us all.
That was Caitlin Ross reporting for us tonight. Of course, folks, we're going to be here all night long as we're waiting for the former president to show up, and more protesters are expecting to see them as well. Guys?
Yeah, maybe that is the answer. In Washington, D.C., we should take a fleet of popsicle trucks. That would bring peace.
It definitely put a smile on my face, and now I want a little bit of ice cream.
It does sound good. The heat and humidity has been building in the metro area. Some severe weather around as well.
Yeah, Jeff, we were tracking some of those severe thunderstorms. The good news is that one of those severe thunderstorm warnings that was up at the north end of Lake Lanier here in parts of Hall County, that expired as scheduled at 5:30. So that's some good news that as this was stronger in northeast Georgia, as it moves down toward the south and east, it's showing signs of weakening. Still, we have some pockets of heavy rain there on the north end of Lake Lanier here from Gainesville, stretching down through Commerce, now along Interstate 85 there, parts of Jackson County. We have some thunder and lightning, but again, it's not classified as a severe storm anymore. It is still severe, though, on the Georgia-South Carolina line there for Elbert County and Hart County. That warning's in effect until 6. And in northwest Georgia, parts of Dade and Walker County, the southern parts of that, have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. But as you see here in Atlanta, we are dry right now. We're waiting to see if this system is going to actually grow a little bit more as it moves into the really hot air here in Atlanta, or if this weakening trend will continue. I'm thinking the weakening trend will continue, but we might have a couple of quick moving showers move through Atlanta in just a little bit. This is a live view from our tower cam in Athens, and we're looking up toward the north, and you can see how those clouds are darkening. The rain is just to the north of Athens right now. It is probably going to make it into Athens in just a little bit, so we'll keep a look at this camera for a while. I want to show you the latest we have out of the tropics as well. This is a system that we need to watch. Remember yesterday, I was telling you that the models were beginning to hint at something developing here, moving into the Gulf. Now, the National Hurricane Center is also outlooking this system and giving it about a 60% chance of developing over the next 7 days as it moves into the Gulf of Mexico. The models are not in agreement on this. It's really too early to tell exactly where this is going to go, but I just want you to know that we're watching this because, as you know, when something gets in the Gulf, potentially moving into the Panhandle or the Florida Peninsula or into South Georgia, we would see if we would have any impacts. It's too early to know that, though, right now. Air quality alert in effect again for tomorrow. Another code orange, meaning it's unhealthy for sensitive groups, as well as a heat advisory in effect for tomorrow. High temperatures up to about 98 degrees, but when you factor in the humidity, it's going to feel like it's around 105. The only areas not included in that heat advisory, mainly North Metro and Northeast Georgia, where they're not included in that advisory, but it's still going to be hot there, too. We're talking about 98 for a high Friday, 99 on Saturday, both of those close to record-breaking days or record-tying days. Sunday, we're back to a 20% chance for a shower, then a 40% chance for showers here Monday and Tuesday, bringing temperatures down to the lower 90s and upper 80s, holding in the 80s Wednesday and Thursday, mainly dry, unless that system in the Gulf changes its direction, and we'll keep you posted on that throughout the next 7 days.
Wow, hot days are ahead. Is it true former President Trump will have his mugshot taken at the Fulton County Jail? We have just the facts right after the break.
And we're
We have seen several mugshots trickling in as defendants turn themselves into the Fulton County Jail.
And we know former President Trump will be there soon, but will we get to see his mugshot? 11 Alive's Palacero joins us now to verify the information for us.
Yeah, guys, you may have seen this. The hashtag Trump mugshot has been trending all day on X, formerly known as Twitter, so many people are wondering the same thing.
Our source is Fulton County Sheriff Patrick Labatt. Trump has faced several indictments in multiple states, but so far has not had to get a mugshot. That won't be the case in Georgia.
Unless someone tells me differently, we are following our normal practices. And so it doesn't matter your status. We have mugshots ready for you.
So what are their normal practices? Defendants have to be processed at the Rice Street Jail and get their mugshot. 11 Alive has access to those mugshots by filing an open records request and will be able to do the same with Trump's booking photo. So we can verify that, yes, if the Fulton County Sheriff's Office follows its normal practices, 11 Alive will have access to his mugshot by filing an open records request.
Something worth noting, there's also a chance Trump shares the mugshot himself. Former Georgia GOP chair David Schaefer did just after his release on Wednesday. You can see he made it his Twitter profile picture. Plus, back in April, the Trump campaign started selling merchandise, from shirts to mugs, following his arrest in New York. It shows a fake mugshot of him with the words "not guilty" underneath. So something to keep in mind there as well. Back to you guys.
Always an opportunity to make a dollar in the United States. Thank you, Paula. A tiny solution for a big problem: how one city is giving more people an opportunity at home ownership.
Dry and hot here in Atlanta, but we're tracking some showers in northwest Georgia and to the north and east of us. Some of those still prompting severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll let you know if any of that will make it into the metro area later tonight.
Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen
Live's Teresa Bowles has an update on how the neighborhood is coming along and is giving us an inside look.
The developer says people have already moved into 20 of the 29 homes in South Park Cottages, and the ball is already rolling on the next location, Union City. Crews are putting the finishing touches on the final 9 tiny homes. 16 months after construction began, all 29 have been sold.
The money they spend is directly impacting this community. College Park will now get, and Fulton County will now get, tax revenue from this community that didn't exist before.
Plus, developer Booker Washington says micro-communities are also keeping more money in the residents' pockets.
I'm saving about maybe $2,000. I'll be passing this down to my son.
Equity. With rent continuously on the rise across metro Atlanta, Janice Williams chose to buy for the same size space.
I was considering getting an apartment because I'm downsizing from a 5-bedroom house on the south side, and it was just too much. My son moved out. He has a new baby, a new family he's building, and my mother is elderly. She couldn't go up and down the 16 flights of steps to her bedroom. It just makes more sense.
Williams has been in the neighborhood for 3 weeks. Washington says there are several other residents like her, singles, single parents, couples, and retirees.
The residents of South Park are diverse. They range from 40,000 upwards to millionaires that live here.
The average rent in metro Atlanta is about $2,000 a month. Washington says the average mortgage here is $1,500, and he has his eyes set on the next project, Union Park.
Expanding in all urban metro area markets is important because every metro area market is affected by high real estate prices and squeezing out those in the lower incomes. So we are eyeing and targeting the center of Atlanta. We have a long waiting list and interest list of well over 3,000 of people that desire a micro home project.
In College Park, Teresa Bowles, 11 Alive News.
We are tracking some showers and storms north and also to the east of Atlanta. Dry in Atlanta right now. This is the system we're watching, and this did prompt severe thunderstorm warnings earlier for parts of North Hall County, White County, and also Jackson County. As this moves down toward the south, it is weakening a little bit, and that warning did expire at 5:30, and the Weather Service has not issued any additional warnings with that downstream. But we've got some pretty heavy rain there just to the west of Athens with some thunder and lightning, but again, not classified as severe. Another severe thunderstorm warning for Hart and Elbert County along the Georgia-South Carolina line. This one in Dade-Walker County also expires at 6 o'clock tonight. No rain here, though, in the Atlanta area. Here's a live look. This is our tower cam in Athens as some of those storms are bearing down on Athens and moving into that area right now with that heavy rain that is pushing through the area. And the Storm Prediction Center has added us into a level 1 risk for a couple of severe storms tonight, mainly from Atlanta northward. I really think the trend is going to be for those storms to weaken as they move into the Atlanta area, but just be prepared for the potential for a couple of isolated showers here this evening as that system falls apart. Take a look at your weather wow moment for tonight. This is from Denser Oscar in Midtown, a view of the downtown area and Midtown area here as we were dealing with that smog alert in effect today, another one in effect for tomorrow. Thanks, Denser, for sending that to us. Denser is one of our 11 Alive community storm trackers. You can also be a part of this group by just searching 11 Alive Storm Trackers on Facebook. Find the group, ask to become a member, answer the membership questions, and you too can become a part of this exclusive local weather community.
Coming up, Georgia's cannabis industry is taking off, and now more businesses are looking to expand. Find out where the new dispensaries will be next. licenses with 2 locations here in Atlanta Metro. Here is the breakdown. 2 licenses were approved to the company Botanical Sciences. They plan to open 2 dispensaries, one in Chamblee and one in Stockbridge. State commissioners also approved a 3rd license to Trulieve, Georgia, which plans to open an outlet outside of Augusta. For most cases, the history of the law can usually guide us, but the indictment on trying to overturn Georgia's results in the 2020 election will take us into uncharted territory. An Emory law professor spoke to our Cheryl Preheim about that.
There's quite a bit that's uncharted here. A former president, a frontrunner, being tried in a state court on a RICO case is just unheard of in American history. So pretty much everything we're going to see starting next week is going to be new territory and precedent setting.
So the window is quickly closing for the deadline for all the defendants to turn themselves in. It must be by noon on Friday. What happens if someone doesn't make that deadline?
Shortly after the deadline, a warrant would be sworn out for their arrest, and wherever they are, they'd be arrested, and it doesn't really matter who they are.
And to see our coverage explaining the charges the 19 defendants are facing and what happens next after they surrender at the Fulton County Jail, text coverage to 404-885-7600. Still ahead at 6, wheels are up and former President Trump is on his way to Atlanta to turn himself in at the Fulton County Jail. We have live team coverage of what to expect when he steps foot on the ground at Hartsfield-Jackson.
Just hours from now, he's expected to turn himself into the Fulton County Jail to face charges in connection to his alleged efforts to overturn Georgia's 2020 election results. A short time ago, the former president's plane took off from New Jersey en route to Atlanta, and anticipation has been building all day. Media, protesters, supporters are all gathered outside of that jail right now. And we have live team coverage tonight leading up to his arrival, starting with 11 Alive's Jennifer Bellamy, who is live from Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, where the former president is expected to touch down.
Jennifer, you're already seeing a lot more security out there as we're about an hour and a half away from Mr. Trump landing.
That's right. We know the former president is up in the air right now, but take a look over my shoulder at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. This is one of the signature airfields, and this is where we anticipate the former president will touch down. Now, in just the last hour or so, we saw 2 helicopters take place out here. You see them right there in the middle of your screen, and you see that oil tanker moving out ahead of them. We've also seen a lot of law enforcement arrive to this location. We have seen representatives from Atlanta Police and the Georgia State Patrol, a large number of black vehicles. We have also seen medical emergency vehicles from the airport, as well as a lot of motorcycles and personnel that are also gathered out here. These cars have been lined up now for the last 30 minutes or so. They had been parked earlier, and we also know that we saw canine units that are going from car to car checking things out in that parking lot. Now, you may be able to hear an airplane right now getting ready to take off from the airport. We understand that there has been no impact, and there will be no impact to everyday travelers here at the airport, but we do know that there will be impacts as folks travel along the roads. We'll continue to stay out here because we don't know exactly what time the former president will touch down here as he makes his way to the Fulton County Jail. And we also don't know if he may or may not speak once he returns to the airport to make his way home. But again, we'll be out here all evening long, and we'll bring you those updates and his remarks if he makes them. Jeff and Faith, back to you.
All right, Jennifer, thank you. And anticipation has been building at the Fulton County Jail in downtown Atlanta. Protesters and reporters lining the streets waiting to spot the former president turning himself in. 11 Alive's Ron Jones leading our coverage there on the ground.
And we're going to get out to Ron Jones. There he is. So, Ron, people have been there all waiting for this big moment.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. So it seems like this is the calm before the potential protest storm as we're waiting for the former president to land here. However, 11 Alive, we have the boots on the ground, speaking not only to protesters, but neighbors as well. And but we're going to hear from Cody Alcorn a little later on in the broadcast. But security is a major issue, and Jennifer talked about that. Security is tight at the airport as we're waiting for his arrival. Security is tight here as well. 11 Alive's Joe Ripley has more on that. Joe?
Hey, good evening, Ron. Yeah, security going to be tight all the way from wheels down when former President Trump finally lands here at the airport and makes his way here to the Fulton County Jail. You'll note the crowd control ahead of what's expected to be a hard lockdown here at the jail. No one goes in, no one goes out while former President Trump is in this vicinity. We've already noticed some of the road closures, as well as law enforcement continues to have a heavy presence here in and around the Fulton County Jail. Jefferson Street blocked off from Marietta Boulevard to Joseph E. Lowry Boulevard. You might have heard the term thrown out by Fulton County Sheriff Pat Labatt, force multiplier. We've certainly felt that here. Local, state, and federal law enforcement all working together to secure the jail. We have noticed a significant increase in police presence out here. In a few minutes before the presidential motorcade finally reaches the jail here, no one will be allowed in or out. Trump will have to be processed, fingerprinted, and have his mugshot taken. We spoke to a retired Secret Service agent who says interstates and roads are likely to be shut down as that motorcade passes through as well, and air traffic in and around the jail expected to be at a standstill. The Secret Service's job is simple: protect the president at all costs, no matter where he goes, even if it is here, the Fulton County Jail. We expect the former president to arrive here soon. Shortly, we will bring you those pictures once he does arrive here in Atlanta. I want to send things over back to Ron Jones.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. So you pointed that out clearly. The Secret Service, their job is to get the former president in and out very quickly. But there's someone else that we need to talk about. The former president is not the only one who's being processed today. He's going to be passing through the jail. This afternoon, his former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, went through the booking process. And this is his official mugshot. You can see it right there on your screen. Our very own Rebecca Lindstrom, she has a little bit more on the booking process. What's going to happen next once the former president shows up here at the Fulton County Jail? Rebecca?
Well, what is interesting is all but one of the alleged co-conspirators who has surrendered so far has had a pre-negotiated deal, that outlier being Harrison Floyd. So he's going to be going through this booking process more so the traditional route, and we'll be interested to see just how long that process takes compared to the others who really have been in and out, it appears so far, in about an hour. We, of course, will be tracking the time to see how long Mr. Trump is inside, because as you heard Joe mention earlier, he is going to have to be fingerprinted, he is going to have his mugshot taken, and he's going to have his bail processed. Now, those last two, that's a little bit different than what we've seen in the previous cases or the prior times that he has surrendered in cases earlier this year. In April, you might remember, he surrendered in New York. In that case, the city had already eliminated bail for nonviolent offenses, so he wasn't expected to pay any there. Then in June, he appeared in Florida on the accusations that he failed to turn in classified documents. In that case, as well as earlier this month in D.C. on the conspiracy and obstruction charges, he was allowed to leave with a signature bond. That's essentially the ability to sign a piece of paper promising that you're going to return when it is time for trial. But again, here in this case, the district attorney has set that bail at $200,000. So when he arrives, he will be expected to either pay it in full or to go through a bail bondsman, as several other of the co-defendants have chosen to do so. And as Joe mentioned earlier as well, he's going to be expected to take that mugshot. Ron?
All right, thanks a lot, Rebecca. We have Cody Alcorn standing by with more reaction from folks around here in this area. Cody.
Yeah, Ron, it's actually getting a little bit more chaotic because this neighborhood is being inundated with people trying to get home. You can see here behind me now, they've put up even more sheriff's line tape. Journalists trying to get through, they're not letting them through. There was an altercation under one of the journalist tents where people were detained. And then neighbors here getting a little frustrated because they cannot get around. So things are picking up and getting more chaotic at this hour here at Rice Street and Foster. Now on the other side of that sheriff's line, take a look at some of this video we shot a little bit earlier. There are journalists from around the world here on Rice Street and of course over on Foster Street, where we expect the president to be around 7:30 tonight, the former president. And again, these journalists have been here all day. 93 degrees out here. It has been sweltering hot, but right now many of them on the air like we are, just trying to stay cool at the same time. But again, journalists from all over the world here in Atlanta expecting the president around 7:30 tonight, of course, to turn himself in here at Rice Street Jail.
All right, Cody, thanks a lot for the update. By the way, folks, we're going to be here all night long to bring you the latest updates when the former president shows up, when he leaves as well, and how it's impacting Metro Atlanta. Guys?
All right, Ron, thank you so much for that update and that look over where you guys are at. Stay safe out there, and we'll be back with you later. Well, former President Trump hasn't been booked yet, but the DA's office and some of the defendants are already looking ahead to a trial. We will have more on that timeline and the new developments that happen today in the next 4 minutes.
We're taking a look at the showers and storms that are out there right now. Some of these prompting severe thunderstorm warnings earlier. This line moving toward Atlanta, but weakening somewhat. We'll let you know if it'll hold together to make it here.
And bring you on-the-ground conditions. The
President Trump's plane is en route. It's expected to arrive soon, within about an hour and 20 minutes.
And protesters are gathered outside the Rice Street jail waiting for his arrival right now. And if you're driving through downtown, we're warning you right now, just be prepared. His arrival could impact traffic tonight.
A lot to talk about. We want to bring in Andrew Wilson now to talk through the route and what drivers should expect.
Yeah, Jeff, Faith, right now, former President Donald Trump is now less than 300 miles away from landing at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, and we'll expect some of the roads here across town to get impacted once he arrives. The arrival, again, at Hartsfield-Jackson, getting closer and closer to it, and they're going to be closing down some ramps as he's making his way through the city. It's about 14.1 miles to get from Hartsfield-Jackson up to the Fulton County Jail, and there's likely one of two routes that he'll take. He'll get off on the downtown connector, either on I-20 and take Joseph E. Lowry Boulevard off to the north, or they'll head up the downtown connector, get off around North Avenue, and then head closer on up towards the Fulton County Jail. A lot of roads being impacted right around the jail. Take a look at some of these surface streets being impacted. Try to avoid these areas as they are likely going to have a lot of heavy traffic. Jeff and Faith.
Play tonight, so it is going to be a very busy downtown area for a couple of hours.
It certainly is.
All right, as we await for the former president, other defendants in this RICO case now are barreling toward a trial.
That's exactly right. At least one is now expected to begin his trial in October of this year. So joining us from the Fulton County Courthouse to talk more about that are 11 Alive's Savannah Levins and Nick Wooten. Hey, guys.
Yeah, Faith, potentially, I'll say that. A lot of political games going on here right now. You've got Kenneth Cheeseborough, one of those co-defendants who essentially demanded a speedy trial, right? Kind of challenging DA Willis's readiness to try a case this big. Willis said, okay, you want to challenge me? How's October 23rd? And so now a judge has signed that, essentially saying, at least for Cheeseborough, that October 23rd trial date can happen. And Nick, you've been speaking with legal analysts about this. DA Willis has said it's her goal to try all 19 defendants together. What's the likelihood that you're hearing that will happen in October?
Yeah, that order from the judge today puts her wishes in serious jeopardy. We saw a motion from former President Trump earlier today. We know that he wants nothing to do with the speedy trial motion. We expect others to sever or try to split from this case. So it is possible that not even Cheeseborough will be in the courtroom in October. There's opportunities for him to sort of waive this speedy trial motion. There are going to be appeals, court motions, jury selection. There's a ton of stuff that has to happen before anybody gets in the courtroom.
But DA Willis seems to be sending a very clear message that she's ready to move forward with this.
It was a really big sort of okay bet moment. You know, this Willis really wants this. We'll see what happens.
And so again, Trump and his new attorney motioning to sever, basically, to be separate from this. So we might not see all defendants in that courtroom in October, but certainly a lot of political games still happening. We're staying on top of it, guys, and we will keep you updated.
It is the line, a lot of moving parts, and that certainly is the case as we try to figure out how tonight is going to play out.
Yeah, so to help out, we're going to bring in 11 Alive Zach Merchant and our panel of guests to put all of this legal stuff into perspective. Hey, Zach.
Hey, Faith, we're going to do our best to do exactly that, but the real work is going to be done by B.J. Bernstein and John Meixner, two very experienced attorneys. John, I want to start with you. You spent years as a federal prosecutor. You're now a professor at UGA Law School. Just like you heard from Savannah and Nick, one of the latest developments in this case is this order from Judge Scott McAfee setting a trial date for Kenneth Cheeseborough in October of this year. You were looking over the document and something in particular stood out to you. What was that?
Well, the order says explicitly that the current trial date set out doesn't apply to other defendants in the case. Obviously, other folks are just getting into this. People are starting to appear, and so we don't really know what the timeline is going to be for all the defendants. This shows the complexity of bringing a 19-defendant case when you've got multiple parties who are all going to have different interests on when they want to go to trial.
BJ, you've spent years in the Fulton County court system. You know the ins and outs of this system. This order from Judge McAfee was a result of a speedy trial motion from Kenneth Cheeseborough. For folks who aren't experienced attorneys, what does that mean?
So it means that the case must be tried within 2 terms of court, and in Fulton County that's a total of 4 months. So basically he thinks that he is demanding that within 4 months he begin his trial.
Okay. And John, I want to ask you a question now and draw on your federal experience. There are other cases all across the country. How do other attorneys also waiting to bring the former president to trial, how do they balance all of these other logistical factors, being the other cases around the state and around the country?
Well, I think they, for the most part, have to continue on with their own case, be ready to go at all times. Jack Smith has said he wants an early January trial date on the major federal indictment. I'm sure that those prosecutors are proceeding forward, presuming that's when they're going to go to trial.
Okay, John Meixner, BJ Bernstein. Guys, we're going to be tracking all of the developments throughout the evening. For now, Faith, Jeff, we'll send it back to you.
All right, guys, thank you very much. On to the weather. The heat continues to climb. So it is not getting better.
Yeah, so Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb joining us right now. So Chris, we are headed towards some potential record-breaking heat this week.
You're right, and we're also tracking some storms out there right now. The heat helping to build up some of these storms. This is the system we were telling you about yesterday that might move into North Georgia, and it is doing that right now. This did actually prompt some severe thunderstorm warnings earlier up in Northeast Georgia, including parts of Hall County and Jackson County. As those storms move to the south, they're not classified as severe anymore, but we've got this one over Lake Lanier right now with a good bit of heavy rain, thunder, and lightning. That's about to move into Sugar Hill. Now, these just went through Winder and parts of Barrow County. They're firing up here into Oconee County, near Athens and just south of Athens, continuing to move down into parts of Walton County. A good line of showers and thunderstorm activity there with some thunder and lightning, but they're not classified as severe. These were severe earlier in northwest Georgia. They're weakening as they move down to the east, down to the south as well. So we're here in Atlanta. We don't expect severe storms here, but a couple of these showers could hold together as it moves in just within the next hour or so, but it's not going to be anything widespread, nothing particularly strong. Again, that weakening trend will continue. Look at this live shot right now from Athens as we're looking down toward the south and also toward the west here, and you can see that band of showers and storms, that heavy band and the rain shaft that you see there. That's what's moving down into parts of Oconee County right now. Storm Prediction Center does have us in a level 1 risk for the potential for an isolated storm tonight, but again, we're thinking they're going to weaken moving into Atlanta. It's moving into some hot air. 95 in Atlanta right now. We did hit 96 for a high today, but if you've been out, you know it feels hotter than that because of the humidity. It feels like it's 103 here in Atlanta. Many areas with that triple-digit heat index value, and because of that, we have the air quality alert in effect not only for today, but again tomorrow, a code orange smog alert in effect. That means it's unhealthy for those in sensitive groups. Another alert for tomorrow, a heat advisory issued for northwest Georgia, Metro Atlanta, and areas to the east of us. Northeast Georgia not included in that. They'll be just below that heat advisory criteria, but we're going to see heat index values tomorrow right around 105. That's how it's going to feel to you. So here's what we're watching. These storms tonight pretty much falling apart as they move on through, and then clearing skies later on tonight and into tomorrow. We'll see partly cloudy skies during the day tomorrow, but it is going to be hotter, up to 98 tomorrow afternoon, 99 Saturday, and then a better chance for rain. Low risk on Sunday, bringing temperatures down to 94, 91 Monday, but rain chances up to 40%. And then Wednesday and Thursday, right now looking dry, but that all depends on a potential tropical system that's moving into the Gulf of Mexico. We'll keep you posted on that, too.
Okay, Chris, thank you. I'm Paola Sura with your Verified team. Coming up, you might have already seen mugshots of former President Trump popping up on social media, even though he has not been booked yet. We're taking a look at how to spot the fakes.
Aiming to be mugshots of former President Trump as he gets ready to surrender here in Atlanta at the Fulton County Jail.
So how can you tell if they are real or not? Here's 11 Alive's Palacero with the facts.
Yeah, guys, I want you to take a look at this. So these are just some of the mugshots taken at the Fulton County Sheriff's Office this week of people charged alongside former President Trump. So let's take a look at some of their similarities. All of these mugshots came straight from the Sheriff's Office. That's the official source taking and releasing the photographs by 4 p.m. daily. They all have the same solid gray background with the seal of the Sheriff's Office on the upper left corner. Now, this head-on photo is also the only angle we've seen from the Sheriff's Office this week. Now, if the former president surrenders tonight, the current Sheriff's Office policy says it will release his mugshot by 4 p.m. tomorrow. There's also a possibility Trump shares the mugshot himself before then, as I mentioned in the last hour. That's what we saw with former Georgia GOP Chair David Schaefer on Wednesday, just moments after his release. Well, it'll be interesting to see that, guys.
And he shared it with the caption, "New profile pic." Well, if you see something you want us to verify dealing with the Georgia election interference case, send us an email or text the word verify to the number on your screen. That's 404-885-7600. We have reporters standing by right now to verify your claims.
President Trump on his airplane, making his way toward Atlanta to turn himself in to the Fulton County Jail.
11 Alive's Jennifer Bellamy is live at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, where Trump is expected to land this evening.
Yes, we are still waiting for the former president to touch down here at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. But we do want to show you, we have seen some movement within the last 20-25 minutes or so. And that series of black vehicles that we had seen in the parking lot have now moved out onto the tarmac. You can see there is an Atlanta police vehicle. We know one of them is an emergency vehicle from the airport, but the other series of black SUVs has also made its way out there onto the tarmac, which we anticipate will be part of the former president's motorcade. There's also a series of motorcycles that are standing by, which we believe may lead the former president to the Fulton County Jail, where he will be booked and processed. So we will be continuing to stand by out here from the airport to give you the very latest as we wait to see when the former president will arrive and if he makes any remarks later on this evening. Back to you.
All right, Jennifer, thank you so much. And for those of you at home watching, I actually am looking at the flight tracker right now. It looks like his plane is over Asheville.
All right, we have continuing coverage over on Channel 36, WATL at 7 o'clock. NBC Nightly News is next, and we will have total coverage for you coming up on 11 Alive tonight. Have a good evening, everybody. National Airport in New Jersey. Our team is on the ground from the airport to the Fulton County Jail on Rice Street. We have live team coverage for you straight ahead.
Primetime starts now.
Right now at 7, breaking news. Any moment now, we expect former President Trump to land in Atlanta and to head to the Fulton County Jail to surrender on charges tied to the 2020 election interference.
So take a look at this. This is actually video of his plane taking off earlier this evening, just before 5 o'clock from Newark Liberty International Airport. That's in New Jersey. And we've been tracking that flight. And now he is set to touch down at any moment.
We have live team coverage for you tonight, starting with 11 Alive's Jennifer Bellamy, live from Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Jennifer, what are you seeing right now? Increased security, more movement?
We are waiting for the former president to arrive, which could happen, as you guys mentioned, at any moment. Take a look at this tarmac from Signature Air. This is where we see a series of black vehicles, Atlanta police, emergency vehicles from the airport, all standing by, awaiting the arrival of former President Donald Trump as he prepares to turn himself in at the Fulton County Jail on these indictments out of Fulton County. As you guys mentioned, he took off from New Jersey just after 5 o'clock. We are anticipating that he will arrive here very shortly, maybe about 2 hours of that flight. We understand that he was a little behind schedule. We understand also that he is making up for time. So we will be watching and continue to monitor this as we look for him to touch down. We then know that he will make his way to the Rice Street Jail facility before returning back here to the airport. With previous indictments, we have seen the former president give remarks, so we will be standing by to see if he makes any similar remarks following the booking process here in Metro Atlanta, and we'll bring you those as we get them as well.
And we're about 13 miles from the airport and only about a mile from the jail. I want to step aside so you can see what kind of traffic we're seeing here at the intersection of Joseph E. Lowry and Donald Lee Hollowell. Now, this is typical backup for this area, but what was happening about an hour ago, if you can take a look at this video, if we have it, police officers and law enforcement from all different agencies came through and started blocking off streets all along Joseph E. Lowry, giving it a clear shot down Joseph E. Lowry to the jail. Now, we can only assume that this was some kind of practice run or Secret Service sweep, as the former president, has not arrived yet. Now, as we don't know the exact route that the former president will take, a law enforcement officer who's worked presidential visits before says Mr. Trump would likely take one of the quickest routes. We know this is one of the two quickest routes. We will keep you guys updated as we keep on watch out over here. Back to you guys.
We want to welcome all of our viewers to our special coverage of former President Trump expecting to... And we want to welcome welcome all of our viewers into our special coverage of a historic night. We are waiting for former President Donald Trump to surrender at the Fulton County Jail.
And we have team coverage for you tonight in all quadrants of the city, all aspects of the story we are covering for you tonight. We are glad to have you here on 11 Alive as you take a look at President Trump's plane, former President Trump, his plane landing at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport minutes ago. And we will now see what transpires in terms of the security that Jennifer Bellamy has been showing us over the course of the last few minutes, with a lot of black SUVs as well as about a dozen motorcycles as well. So this will now get ready to stop, and then former President Trump will be taken to Rice Street and the Fulton County Jail. Let's go right now to Jennifer Bellamy, who is at Hartsfield-Jackson.
So we're going to take you right to the president's plane that has just touched down in the last few moments here. You can see it is obviously the former president's plane. It says Trump on the very front, close to the nose, with the American flag back there on the tail. This plane just coming in, and we are watching it taxi down this runway as it will head into the Signature Air tarmac area right here that we have been showing you all evening long as we anticipate the former president to deplane and then make his way to the Fulton County Jail. As we have been watching this area for you this evening, we have seen various law enforcement agencies. We've seen Georgia State Patrol and Atlanta Police, along with emergency vehicles from the Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta Airport here on the scene. We know that these vehicles have been lined up right now waiting for the former president to arrive and then escort him to the Fulton County Jail. Another thing, I know you're watching the airplane right now, but another thing that we're seeing is the road being blocked by Atlanta police vehicles. Vehicles will not be able to come closer to Signature Air any longer now that we have this plane having touched down. We've also seen K-9 units that have been out here before. They were going through and looking around different vehicles that were in the parking lot. And I know Jeff mentioned just a short time ago the fact that there were several motorcycles, we believe with Atlanta police, that have been waiting, standing by to be part of that process that will escort the president through. And you can hear the airport sounds and sights right now. You hear another airline landing here because we have been told that there should be no impacts to anyone else who is flying out of or returning into Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Again, the former president is landing here at Signature, which is a separate area from the terminals that most people take when they come to the airport. So again, we are seeing this plane come in to the Signature Air area right now, and we will continue to watch as it comes in. We see there's also a staircase that is standing by, likely to bring the president down to the tarmac, or the former president down to the tarmac as he prepares to enter this motorcade. Now, the president touched down maybe about 3 minutes ago from after leaving Newark, New Jersey. So maybe about a 2-hour flight that we saw to get him down here for this process for booking. Mr. Trump and his 18 other co-defendants have been given a deadline of noon on Friday to surrender voluntarily. And so that is part of why we are seeing the former president coming down here to Atlanta right now on these 13 charges he has been indicted for here in Fulton County by District Attorney Fonnie Willis after a very extensive and long investigation. Now, once the president or the former president does deplane and that motorcade begins to take off to head to the Fulton County Jail, it's not exactly clear which route will be taken to take him to the jail. We know he could take I-75, 85 to 20 to Joseph E. Lowry. He could also take I-85, I-75 to North Avenue. That route would have more impact on the downtown connector. We also know there is an Atlanta Falcons game going on that will be kicking off in less than 30 minutes. So a lot of folks will be out in that area as well. So if you know somebody who is about to be out and about anytime soon, if you have any plans, you'll want to make sure that you keep in mind that this is taking place. And we see right now that staircase trucking up to the airline. And Faith and Jeff, I know y'all are watching this along with me. We're going to see how long it actually takes from this the staircase butting up to the plane to actually get him on the road, and then we'll see how quickly he can make it out to the Fulton County Jail and how much time he will spend there during that booking process.
Jennifer, thank you so much for breaking all of that down for us. And if you all are just joining us right now, we're taking a live look at Trump Force One that just touched down in Atlanta moments ago. It took off from Newark, New Jersey, just before 5 o'clock, dealing with a lot of storms there. But now we can see that the plane is here right now. Our Jennifer Bellamy is live at the airport. Jennifer, I do have a question for you. I know many times before, this is now the 4th indictment. I know that the latest one was in D.C. We saw a press pull, we saw a motorcade. Are you seeing any type of movement of that right now? Any sirens or anything like that?
We do see flashing lights, Faith, but that is related to the Atlanta police presence that we are seeing that is blocking the way from vehicles getting any closer to this signature air location. We do see a small number of media outlets that are out here, and what we've been saying all evening is that we don't know right now if the former president will make any remarks either at the point of touchdown or as he makes his way home after the booking process in Fulton County. We will remain out here and we'll bring you any remarks he makes if he chooses to make any. But right now, what we are seeing is limited to some media outlets and law enforcement as they are working to kind of keep this area contained and not allow any outsiders into this vicinity.
So here we are, Jennifer. It is a little after 7 o'clock, about 10 minutes after. Atlanta traffic is still very, very strong, and traditionally Thursday is the biggest day of the week in terms of afternoon traffic. So we're a long way away from this dissipating. I think it's interesting that you would bring up a couple of routes, and I was trying to figure that out as well, if he would go North Avenue or Joseph Lowry. And I think they will not do the North Avenue. I think it would be too disruptive having a Falcons game in downtown Atlanta. My guess would be that we're going to see that route. And if that's true with this traffic, 20 to 30 minutes. Wouldn't you guess that would probably be the amount of time between where he is getting off of this staircase right now and finding himself in that jail?
Yeah, I would agree with that, Joseph, especially if there are rolling roadblocks. And we have seen the standby motorcade make its way to the plane. From our vantage point, that's happening on the opposite side of where we are, so we cannot see exactly when the president will come down the stairs. Again, that is on the opposite side of where we are right now, but we have seen that motorcade shift position to move closer to the airplane, and so we do anticipate, again, that the former president will be stepping off of that plane very shortly to begin making his way to the Fulton County Jail. Now, what will be interesting is to see how long this process takes. We understand it could take anywhere as short as 15 to 20 minutes. We do understand that process took significantly longer amounts of times for some of the co-defendants who have already turned themselves in at the Fulton County Jail. So that will be something that we will watch, because we understand that there will be security measures taken place, or put in place rather, for when he does arrive at the Rice Street facility, because we know that they won't be allowing other things to take place as the former president is in there. We do see some action. We see more folks walking around out there on the tarmac out there, so we are waiting to see when those cars will begin moving to get the former president to the Fulton County Jail to begin that booking process.
That is going to be interesting to follow tonight is what his tact will be in Atlanta. And I'm saying above and beyond getting fingerprinted and your mug shot and posting bail, all of that. You know, we saw earlier this afternoon on Twitter, now X, where he came out, you know, full blazing at District Attorney Fani Willis about Atlanta is a murder capital. You can't go out and buy a loaf of bread without fearing for your life. It seemingly set the stage for what he will be in the midst of tonight, that he is going to be on the offensive in terms of these charges, which he has said from the very beginning he believes to be bogus.
Yes, Jeff, I do agree with that. If he does make any comments tonight, they will likely be along that same vein. We do know that the former president also went on his own platform, True Social, earlier today to say that he would be arrested at 7:30. We know he's likely probably a little behind on that anticipated time. Again, we have been following this, and y'all have been mentioning the weather conditions that were occurring in New Jersey as we were waiting for the former president to depart on his way down here. So it does seem as if he's made up for some time after a late departure. But again, we will be anticipating that he will likely be booked between the 7:30, maybe 8 o'clock hour when we finally see him leave the airport here and begin to make his way down to the Rice Street facility in Fulton County.
And we did have some big developments in his counsel. Actually, this morning we found out that he dropped one of his attorneys, Drew Findling, and is now having Stephen Sadow represent him. And Sadow confirmed that he will be traveling with the former president to the Fulton County Jail. And we see Donald Trump getting off of the plane right now. Jennifer, you could take it from here. He's walking down the steps.
Yeah, Faith, as we mentioned earlier, we are on the opposite side of this plane, so we actually don't have a vantage that I can see personally of the former president deplaning, but we do see a lot of folks with their cell phones up and people who are waiting on the tarmac to greet him. Once again, we do know that Atlanta police have shut down this roadway leading up to Signature Air. People are having to turn around and go in the direction from which they came. We also see lots of media outlets that are across the street from Signature Air anticipating and waiting for that motorcade to depart. We see a large group of folks now walking away from that plane. We presume that that does include the former president. We're seeing him possibly between in this group. And it looks as if they are heading to these vehicles right now, and this will likely begin that motorcade process. Yes, Faith?
Okay, if you can hear me, I just wanted to give you from our vantage point. So President Trump walked down the steps. He did get into one of those black SUVs, so they should be departing momentarily. Just to give you an update, just because I know that you all are seeing it from the other side of the plane. So the former president is in one of those SUVs.
Yeah, and we did see a large group of folks heading towards them. And again, we will anticipate that very soon those vehicles will take off. And again, as I mentioned, that does include a Atlanta Airport emergency crew vehicle. It's bright neon colors. And then there are also some Atlanta police vehicles that are included as well that we believe will be part of this motorcade. We also mentioned that there's a series of motorcycles. We see law enforcement members standing by on them closer to the entrance of Signature Air. And so we anticipate that once that motorcade does begin to start making its way to the entrance, that those motorcycles will either lead and end this motorcade once it begins its route out to Fulton County Jail.
All right.
And we're seeing that again. That's what you see right there on your screen.
All right, Jennifer, thank you. If you are joining us right now, former President Trump's plane landed at Hartsfield-Jackson about 5 minutes after 7 o'clock. And about 10 minutes later, he was able to deplane. And from the time that he exited the aircraft to the time that he got into the SUV, took about a minute. He paused briefly, gave a thumbs up to those who were cheering him on, and now we are seeing the result of all of this. Tracy E. McPeer is live right now at Hartsfield-Jackson. She has an excellent vantage point as she has seen this motorcade make its way toward Rice Street in downtown Atlanta. Tracy?
That's right. I'm actually going to step out of the way right now so you can see the motorcade as it leaves here from Atlanta Hartsfield. You can see plenty of police presence in front, and former President Donald Trump is presumably in one of these vehicles right here behind. We're watching him landed about 14 minutes ago, deplaned, and now is in this motorcade headed to the Fulton County Jail. Of course, the jail is about 14 miles away from here, so typically that takes about 30 minutes. Of course, with the roads being closed off, that time could be different. Take a look. We know that President Donald Trump is in one of these vehicles leaving. Of course, they have plenty of security in front and behind all afternoon. There's been Atlanta police here, Secret Service, Georgia State Police, all waiting in anticipation of the plane landing. Of course, it did land. It is now headed right now to the Fulton County Jail. Of course, we have crews here. We also have crews there at the jail and crews along the way. We'll bring you the very latest as it comes. We're actually going to jump in and try to follow the motorcade right now, so we're sending it back to you in the studio.
All right, Tracy, thank you so much. So as you all just saw right there, former President Donald Trump, his plane landed just after 7 o'clock. He walked down the stairs. He did not say anything, got into one of the black SUVs. The motorcade took off, and now he is on his way to the Fulton County Jail, as our Tracy Angman-Pierre was reporting. It'll probably take them about 30 minutes, and I imagine with the police escort, they might be able to get out of, you guys know how bad the Atlanta traffic is.
That area particularly around there, it's 7:15 on a Thursday night.
Yeah.
It is very, very
Falcons
congested.
football game.
And you've got a Falcons football game also that's a component in all of this. But you've got a rolling roadblocks, which is a very efficient way to get VIPs through the streets of a major metropolis, where you have law enforcement working up about a mile and a half in advance. They will stop all levels of traffic in all directions so that the individual and the motorcade may pass, and then they let it resume. So that way you don't have that sort of log jam that you did in previous years, when you would certainly close off all of these routes indefinitely for a very extended period of time.
And if you're taking a look here wondering what the heck are we looking at right here, this is actually a camera in one of the vehicles following the motorcade. So you're actually going on the route that former President Trump is going on right now through the streets of Atlanta, headed to the Fulton County Jail. And it's going to be interesting to see. So this is the former president's 4th criminal indictment. He's headed to the Rice Street facility. He has 18 co-defendants here, and we've seen several of these mugshots of his co-defendants coming out. And that's a big question that a lot of people have. Will we finally get a Fulton County mugshot of the former president? Sheriff Pat Labatt says he's going to be treated just like any other person that comes into the jail.
Well, the expectation, and Twitter is abuzz, now known as X, with so many people trending right now talking about that very fact, about seeing a mugshot of former President Trump, is sort of what everybody is waiting for to see tonight. And this will become the stuff of campaign badge of honor for the Republicans, those who support Donald Trump in his quest for the White House once again. But that is, one of the major headlines tonight, is seeing that mugshot, something, despite the other indictments in other states, this will be a first for him.
Absolutely. And the former president, he did negotiate a bond, so that means that he will not be staying the night in jail. He's going to go in, get processed, and then go home. That bond, $200,000. He could either pay that in cash, or he could pay a 10% of that. So that would be $20K to do his processing, get his fingerprints, potential mugshot, and head back to New Jersey.
Steve Sadow now is his defense attorney. That is one of the developments today. And if you've lived in Atlanta for any period of time over the last 30 years, you recognize that name, whether it is the Ray Lewis trial, it is the Gold Club trial that was so celebrated around the country, about the strip club and gangster activity within.
More recently, the YSL trial.
The YSL trial also is involved with T.I., and he has been a very prominent defense attorney for a very long time, a product of the Emory Law School, and one of the great superstars of courtroom drama, certainly in these parts.
Absolutely. And now we are taking an aerial view from the 11 Alive Sky Tracker. You can see that motorcade moving on through. And Jeff, as I expected, police escort, it looks like they are bruising on through, not bad traffic, no traffic for the former president. So it looks like he's going to be getting to the Fulton County Jail in no time. But when he does get there, I'll tell you what, we have seen images since early this morning of just tons, hundreds and hundreds of people, supporters, opponents, gathering at the jail, media, as well as some residents that live around there that have had a little bit of issues coming in and out. But people are from here in Atlanta. They've driven from Florida. Some people have probably flown in to be there and either show their support or protest the former president showing up there.
So right here on the interstate, as you make your way northbound toward downtown Atlanta, traffic will begin to pick up, or generally it does, if we can generalize Atlanta traffic, which is probably not a very good thing to do, certainly on a Thursday night. But so far it has been clear sailing, but this will begin to probably log jam a little bit here as it gets closer to the downtown area and the former Turner Field.
Absolutely. And I mean, like I said, we're taking an aerial look right here. This is a historic moment for the city of Atlanta. And people keep using this word, unprecedented. This is now the 4th criminal indictment, but it is unprecedented. And this is probably, you know, the biggest booking the Fulton County Jail is ever going to see, a former president going through the same doors as, you know, an average citizen from Atlanta that would go if they got into a little bit of trouble and had to get booked. But so it's going to be very interesting to see what comes down when we see the president get to the jail there.
Well, the context of this is very dramatic. You're talking about 2024 election season right around the corner, and you're wondering what sort of implications this will have toward the eventual Republican nominee. Last night from Milwaukee, we saw those who want to be the Republican nominee, and they are, if you believe polling right now, they are a long way behind Mr. Trump, as he is the front runner to become the Republican nominee in 2024. But, you know, we talked about this a couple of minutes before we went on the air. We're not that far away from Iowa, and you've got these indictments looming. You have this arrest. What does this look like? Governor Kemp yesterday on a podcast from Miami was asked about that specifically, about Donald Trump way out in front right now, and the governor made an interesting correlation that I think a lot of us here in Atlanta will understand. He said the numbers 28-3.
He did.
Invoking the Falcons' storied collapse in the Super Bowl, where they were up late in the 3rd quarter, 28-3, and of course lost that Super Bowl to the New England Patriots, who were able to come back. So the sports correlation there, politically, that there is a long way to go before a GOP nominee is picked next summer. But this is just one of the steps on the ladder, and trying to understand how this all plays, not only in the court system, which we have covered in great detail and will continue to do so, and the political ramifications. Certainly we saw the House of Representatives today, Republicans led by Congressman in Ohio, that they are going to investigate District Attorney Fani Willis over all of this that has transpired. So
it's going to be interesting to see how
it
that
is.
turns
And,
out.
and the other issue, though, that's very hard to gauge right now is what it's going to mean for voters and how they will perceive this, and how they will look at this as it continues to play out in the months ahead. But again, the polling right now is showing that every time Mr. Trump gets indicted or finds himself in these circumstances, his numbers seem to rise.
And speaking of that GOP debate last night, I mean, there was a point in time you had 8 folks on the stage. Donald Trump was not there. If you look on the internet, some people are saying that he even won the debate by not being there. There was a point, though, where they asked the panelists, okay, raise your hand if you would still vote for Mr. Trump if he was convicted, but he's the Republican nominee. And all but Chris Christie, who kind of raised his hand and went like that, and Asa Hutchinson did not raise their hand. The rest of them did and said, you know what, we're going to vote for him. And when you look at the polling, you talk to the voters on the ground. I mean, we've spoken to several people, our reporters out there at the jail right now, that echo Mr. Trump's sentiments that he posts on social media, that this is an attack, this is a hunt, this is political, that they're just trying to do this to keep me out of the White House. And a lot of his supporters feel that way. And I actually spoke to a conservative radio show host here, Shelley Winter, and I asked him, I said, hey, why do people continue to support Mr. Trump, even though, you know, it seems like he's in a lot of legal trouble? And he said, well, they look at Mr. Trump as a man who's fighting for them. And so when he's under attack, they feel like they are under attack. And he says that those numbers show in the polls, and he is by far the front runner here. And when we're talking about this investigation, you're talking about a more than 2-year investigation into this case. We had a special purpose grand jury that lasted for about 8 months. 75 people were interviewed there. It was a special purpose grand jury, so they did not have the power to indict. That's why we had another grand jury that met. They did have the power to indict, and we sure enough saw an indictment come down last Monday. Many of you were right here with us at 11 Alive as we broke that late last Monday evening. And so now we are over a week away. We are less than 24 hours away. It's Thursday, right? Yeah, less than 24 hours away from the Friday at noon deadline, tomorrow at noon deadline, that DA Fani Willis set for all of the 19 co-defendants to turn themselves in at the Fulton County Jail. And throughout the week, we've seen several people post bond, we've seen several people surrender, and there are still some folks who have not surrendered. But they must do it by tomorrow at noon.
We're coming up on 7:30. It is almost 7:28 right now. If you're just joining us, former President Trump landed at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport a little over 20 minutes ago. He then deplaned. We were able to see him as he walked down the staircase from the plane to the SUVs. That took about a minute. He paused briefly, gave a double thumbs up. In his familiar blue suit, white shirt, and red tie, he then got into the SUV, and the motorcade began its trip, its journey into Atlanta traffic, which is always slammed at this time of night, but for that matter, it's slammed all the time. But nonetheless, it has gone swimmingly right now. I mean, they have not had any stops whatsoever, and now have made their way from the interstate, making their way toward Rice Street and the Fulton County Jail on Joseph E. Lowry Boulevard is the route they were going to go. We speculated a little bit earlier that there was maybe two routes they could go. They could take North Avenue, but again, the Falcons are at Mercedes-Benz Stadium tonight, and certainly you don't want to make that traffic scene any more problematic than it already is. But so far, so good, and Mr. Trump expected to be arrested around 7:30. It looks like his schedule is
a little off.
Just
There's a little bit of rain.
Off by a couple of minutes, but not too far.
A little bit of rain before that takeoff. So right now we want to head to our Molly Oak, who's on the ground, and she might have a view of this motorcade coming through any second. Now, Molly, can you paint a picture for us? What are you seeing right now?
Just for some perspective, we're only about a mile from the jail. I want to step outside just because consistently over the last couple of minutes, we have seen police, Georgia State Patrol, cruising by for the past about 15-20 minutes. This intersection has been blocked off. We are at Donald Lee Hallowell and Joseph E. Lowry. Now, we are guessing with what block off we are seeing right now. Hold on, we have some more of the motorcade coming through. We are assuming that with this block off that we are seeing that they will head down Joseph E. Lowry and then turn on Jefferson toward the jail. Now, when I say agencies are out here, I mean Fulton County, Atlanta, DeKalb County, Clayton County, even MARTA Police we have seen playing a role with also Atlanta Police.
Metro Atlanta.
These severe now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app.
Former president will arrive. We now have a better idea of that because we are seeing that motorcade from the sky. I'm trying to back up away from the camera so I can get a better look. And if you can check it out here, we have a couple motorcycles that are about to come through, pass through Donald Lee Hallowell intersection and through Joseph E. Lowry toward the jail. That was 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, at least 24 motorcycles that just passed on through, and more are on the way. We can see more lights coming this way. Again, Joseph E. Lowry coming toward the jail. We have people for and against the former president here, all cell phones out, trying to snap a shot of the motorcade as it cruises on through. And as I'm watching what you can't see from the camera, but you may be able to see from the sky, which also for perspective, I see 3 helicopters now, is they are heading a couple blocks down Lowry and turning left on what I believe is Jefferson. You guys probably have a better look at that from the sky. I did just see someone in a black SUV waving from the back seat of the car. And we have the rest of the motorcade. We just saw one of the press vans and another press van, and now Atlanta Fire Rescue and a handful more of Atlanta police bringing up the tail end as the motorcade continues on through down Lowry and makes that left toward the jail. For
now, guys, we're going to send it back to you as that motorcade has come on through our way and is heading toward the jail.
All right, so this is taking about 20 minutes or so to get to the jail. They've not had too much trouble whatsoever getting there. I mean, the traffic has been relatively light. The roadblocks have been effective as well.
Yeah, so you were just hearing our Molly Oak reporting there. Excellent reporting for her. Great pictures. And I actually heard some people yelling. I couldn't hear what they were actually saying, but there are several people gathered just to watch this historic journey from the jail, or excuse me, from the airport to the jail. And just a quick recap for those of you who might be joining us right now. Here's what we know. We know that just before 5 o'clock, the former president's plane took off from Newark Airport, and he was en route to Atlanta, where he landed just before 7 o'clock. They pulled up a staircase to the plane. He exited off. He did not say anything, but he did get into one of those black SUVs that you just saw come by the screen there, and they made their way to the interstate. Now they were on Joseph E. Lowry, headed to the Fulton County Jail. And we know that since early this morning, there have been several hundred people, protesters, opponents, as well as other people waiting for him to come here. And we are just getting information right now that he has arrived at the Fulton County Jail. Former President Trump is arriving at the Fulton County Jail right now.
So this will be really a quick procedure for the most part.
Yeah.
There'll be the issue of posting bail. There will be the mugshot, fingerprinting, and basically that's it. And then he'll be back on his way to Hartsfield-Jackson and probably out of here within the hour, I would assume, within maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
And one thing, we are not going to be able to actually see him go into the jail because our cameras are not, to my understanding, allowed in there. But you're taking a live look right now from the skies, and we're going to go to our Ron Jones, who is at the jail right now. Ron, what are you seeing on your end?
Well, let me tell you, there is a buzz here in front of the Fulton County Jail. Just maybe about 20 minutes ago, Marjorie Taylor Greene made her way in here through cheers and jeers at the same time, but she was here talking to some of her supporters as she moved her way through the crowd, and she is possibly still here right now. And I'm anticipating, as I'm looking at the video along here with you, that she's going to be there to greet the former president as well. They sang "God Bless America" with some of her supporters too, and so she has a lot of support. She also on her.
And it looks like that motorcade is now pulling up to the front of the jail. We wanted to cut in here because there was a little bit of lag with audio, but we want to show you and just bring you all here right now. 11 Alive Sky Tracker bringing you that aerial video of the motorcade pulling up. It's now come to a complete stop, so we can expect the former president to get out and make his way in the jail. Jeff, as you were saying, this could potentially be a quick process.
Sheriff Pat Labatt has said that he would treat Mr. Trump like any other person who comes through the jail for this process, and that there would be no difference there. But there is obviously a huge difference in that he is going to be sequestered from everybody else in that facility, and he will be moving at a very, very fast pace. Joe Ripley is outside the jail right now. Joe, it's all yours. What are you seeing? All right, we're having a few technical problems with Joe. We will check in with him shortly. We'll get that audio squared away. But again, we are looking high above the jail right now. This is off Rice Street in downtown Atlanta, where former President Trump arrived just a few minutes ago with his motorcade, and he is now inside the jail and going through the booking procedure.
And back to what Sheriff Labatt said, you know, he's going to be treated like any other person. It's kind of hard to do that when you're a former president, because you do have Secret Service for life, and you can just see here how much protection, the row of motorcycles. You see the police department in the front. You see the motorcade here. So it's going to be interesting to see. What I want to wonder, I know our cameras are probably not going to be inside the jail, is does that Secret Service detail go with him even through the fingerprinting process, the potential mugshot that we might get here? That'll be interesting to see. But we do know that he is going to be processed, and what we've been seeing, for those of you who are wondering, will we get a former President Trump mugshot? They've been coming out anywhere between an hour to 24 hours after, depending on if somebody posts it or if we have to wait for the jail to post it. And I do believe that we have Joe Ripley back with us right now. Joe, what are you seeing on your end over there?
Yeah, so just a moment ago, that presidential motorcade passed by us heading into the Rice Street Jail here. You can see this whole road, Jefferson Street here, lined with law enforcement. We're talking about Fulton County Sheriff's Office deputies, Secret Service Police, Georgia State Patrol. We've heard Fulton County Sheriff Patrick Labatt talk about a force multiplier, meaning he's working with local, state, and federal law enforcement to secure the perimeter of this Fulton County jail, which we understand is under a hard lockdown right now. No one has gone in, no one is able to come out until former President Trump has been processed, has had his fingerprints taken, and has had that mugshot taken as well, which is an historic first. We're talking about no president, current or former, has ever had a mugshot taken, been processed criminally like this. And so you can see that heightened law enforcement presence trying to keep this area secure. You heard Molly Oak earlier talking about just the sheer force behind this motorcade. Dozens of motorcycles. We saw armored vehicles as well, a bomb squad vehicle, squad car, and right now, even as we speak, these deputies are not moving. Law enforcement staying still, securing this perimeter. We have been behind these barricades all day long as they tried to protect the president. Earlier this week, you've probably seen our coverage here on 11 Alive. I got a chance to speak with a retired Secret Service agent talking about his years in serving 8 current and former presidents, including former President Trump when he was a candidate at the time for the Oval Office. But he was saying that the priority, no matter where the president goes, whether it's to a concert, whether it's out to the store, even here to the Fulton County Jail, it is to keep the president safe. Even if he has left office, we expect that security will be stuck to President Trump, former President Trump, all night long as he makes his way into the jail, gets processed. That process should take about an hour or so, and then he will promptly leave. We hope to hear from him tonight. We'll see what happens in that area, but he is expected to make it back home to his New Jersey estate at some point tonight. We'll send things back to you in the studio.
Clay reporting outside of the jail. We want to go right now to Ron Jones. Ron, I don't know where you are as far as your proximity goes to Joe Ripley. Are you at a different vantage point than where he is? Are you on the other side of the building?
Yeah, I'm on the other side of the building, so I'm on Rice Street. So he's not going to come through here. There's a lot of protesters here. This is where the media crush is. He's on the other side, probably being taken into the Sally Port. I'm trying to look at the video at the same time that you guys are looking at it as well. But the one thing I wanted to point out here, and that is this. Marjorie Taylor Greene has been here for the past hour, and she was out here speaking with those who support her and those who support the former president as well. And she put out on the X platform, formerly known as Twitter, a mugshot of herself. This is something that she produced, showing that she is in, right standing with the former president, and she is standing by him as well. Now, I have Rebecca Lindstrom. We have my colleague here to talk a little bit more about the process. So he's in there right now. He's being processed. What can we expect to see?
Well, one of the things that I'm doing right now is actually timing how long this process takes for him. We know that we have been told from other people, that have had to go through the traditional process that this can take hours, days. But for those who have had a pre-negotiated surrender, they've been in and out in about an hour. So we're curious to see really if that process is even further expedited for the former president. So we're going to time it. We're going to see exactly what he is able to accomplish and in what period of time. What's interesting, though, is, we've been talking a lot about the differences of this case and other cases that have occurred earlier in the year when he has surrendered. And we know that in April, when he surrendered in New York, that community got rid of bail for non-violent offenses, so there was no bail in that case. And then when he surrendered in June in Miami as well as in D.C., in those cases, he was allowed to leave with a signature bond. So essentially, signing a piece of paper saying, I promise I will return when I am needed to appear at court hearings. This is the only case of those 4 this year where he is being expected to pay that $200,000 bail. I mean, that's what what's been set, and it is the only case that we've been told where they're expecting to take his photograph, the infamous mugshot. And so in that way, this case has already set itself as being very different than the other 3 indictments that we've seen earlier this year.
Absolutely. So let's look at your timer right now. He's been in there for what, 8 minutes, 15 seconds? And I would suppose that the Secret Service, they didn't want to waste any time. And Joe Ripley talked about this. It's all about keeping the president safe, or the former president safe. I don't care if it's former President Barack Obama, former President Jimmy Carter, or even
same rules, right?
Yeah. The Secret Service, their mission is to get him in there and get him out safely and get him on to his next agenda. So when you look at this, 8 minutes so far, a little bit more than 8 minutes. I would think that he will be out here shortly. What do you think will happen after that? I mean, is it over for him as far as the process as he's waiting for the next step?
So we do know that in some cases they do a medical questionnaire. It's probably unlikely that he is having to do that in this case. I mean, for viewers who are not as familiar with the process, that normally takes place because, if someone does have to stay, they don't get bail. They want to know if there's any medical conditions that they're going to need to attend to. Or if someone doesn't show up, then they take, identifying information as part of that medical questionnaire so that you can kind of give that information to other people to help find them should you have to go out looking for them. Again, we all know what the former president as well as most of these co-defendants look like, so I'm not so sure that that process has taken place, which would be another one of those things that is unlike what other people going through the booking process would have to experience. But from the analysts that we've been able to talk with, the people who've gone through other high-profile cases, of course, nothing quite like this one. They, as we even saw in the video, I think it was pretty clear that they have cleared that area, that Mr. Trump is waiting in an area for that bail bond process to be cleared to take place. And once that's done, he's able to drive away and leave. So you've got show your ID, get your fingerprints, get that picture taken, sign some paperwork, that sort of, promise that you're going to return, and basic paperwork saying that you heard the charges, and then you're able to leave.
He's free to go. Okay, Rebecca, thanks a lot. We really appreciate that. We should point this out too, and Joe talked about this, Joe Ripley, and that is security, guys. So when it comes to security, the Secret Service, they are in charge. They're the ones who set the table. They are the ones who are going to determine what roads are going to be closed, what crowd control is going to look like, what traffic control is going to look like as well. And they want to make sure that they get that president, the former president in there, get him in and out very quickly. The other thing that they have to be concerned about as well is making sure that local law enforcement, that they logistically support the Secret Service. And you can see right there on your screen, I'm looking off camera here, that they have the Sheriff's Department here. They also have mutual aid as well to make sure that they can support the president and the Secret Service as well. I have a couple of people talking
I just want to interrupt you for a moment because I know this is going to be of interest to people, and it also factors into the timing that we were talking about. We are being told that Mr. Trump is getting ready to actually leave the jail. So 11 and a half minutes if he walks out the door any moment. But we are being told that he is getting ready to exit the jail and leave to get back into his vehicle and head back towards the airport.
Back to the airport, possibly. So there you go, in 12 minutes. I mean, as a former law enforcement official myself, as a sergeant of police, anytime that you book someone in the jail, and I know this is in California, you don't get it done within 12 minutes. But of course, obviously, this is special circumstances, unprecedented, as Faith has talked about in the past, in making sure that you keep the former president safe. And we're still waiting for him to come out. The one thing that we want to point out here, and this is really critical for all of us to understand, is not only are these local law enforcement agencies, which they call mutual aid. So it's not just the Atlanta Police Department, it's not just the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, but you got the Henry County Sheriff's Office. This is what my colleague Cody Alcorn was explaining to me, and other agencies. They're all working in concert to make sure that he gets into the jail, he gets booked, as Rebecca pointed out, and gets back to the airport. And the way they support him is even amongst the protesters. Like, a lot of people think that these are just only protesters out here. Well, when it comes to local law enforcement, they want to make sure they have intel or intelligence to try to figure out what's going on outside of the jail to make sure that they can keep the president safe. So it would not be unusual to have undercover officers who are protesting along with the other protesters, just so they can collect intelligence to make sure they can keep number 45 safe.
Ron, I have a question for you. In your years of law enforcement, your experience, how long does it generally take in procedures like this for a mugshot to be made public? Are we talking about hours or a lot of hours?
Man, you're talking about, I would say at least 4 to 5 hours. So if I arrest someone, and I've arrested a lot of people, and you take them into the jail and you fingerprint them, they take the mugshot if they don't already have a mugshot, if they're not a career criminal, right? Normally it's going to take at least 4 hours, maybe a little bit longer. So it all depends upon the jail staff, how many people they have there to be able to do all this administrative work to make sure that the public or the media gets that mugshot. This is a little bit different, right? Unprecedented. You got a former president and getting that mugshot. Hopefully, we can get that a lot sooner than later. Now, we have been told in the past when it comes to the Fulton County Sheriff's Office that their policy right now is not to give out mugshots immediately, that they usually try to get it out by 4 o'clock the following day. So we may not even see the former, if they take his mugshot, which the sheriff says that he promised that he will, we may not see that mugshot until tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon or even after 4 p.m.
Yeah, and you know, one of the headlines of this event is that mugshot. It is going to be used by both sides, those pro-Trump and those who are diametrically opposed to Trump as well, that mugshot is going to be that sort of point of ignition.
Yeah, it really is. And think about this, Jeff and Faith. I'm sure I would think that President Trump would be able to try to figure out a way to capitalize on that mugshot, because every time that he is indicted, every time that he is in the media under these circumstances, his poll numbers continue to grow. And he begins to distance himself from DeSantis and all the other candidates that we saw last night who were debating last night. That's why he didn't probably show up, because he probably felt maybe that it was a waste of his energy. But yes, that mugshot could be a critical marketing tool for the Trump camp.
I've noticed here in the last couple of minutes it's gotten noisier behind you. What are you looking at right now, and who's causing all that ruckus?
Well, you know, I wish we could swing the camera around, but so this is what's happening, because like I'm talking to you, but I have another eyeball looking this way too, just to make sure everyone is safe. But it appears that there's a confrontation between those who are supporting Trump and those who are opposed to him. And this confrontation is between, it's called Blacks for Trump. They are, okay, all right, let's back up a little bit. We're just learning now that he has been released. So I'm going to toss it back to you guys as we try to figure out what's happening here with these protesters.
All right, Ron, thank you.
Just to let you know, 16 minutes he was in it. In 16 minutes, according to Rebecca.
Ron, thank you so much. We're taking a live look again at the front of the Fulton County Jail. What we do know is that former President Trump is the only defendant in this case to use that Jefferson Street entrance. That's what you're looking at right now. It is more secure. As you can see, there's less people. Everyone else, we're told, had to use the Rice Street entrance. So you are looking at that Jefferson Street entrance right there. And we do want to apologize. This is live TV, and there are a lot of people on the ground. You might have heard some colorful words, as Ron explained a little earlier. So we do want to apologize for that, and came back to us for that. But I do want to let you know that while we were looking at him, at Ron, and what was going on, we did learn that the former president has now been booked. He is about to exit the jail, and a court docket actually shows that he was booked on 13 charges. For some stats that people might be wondering, it came down as that he was 6 foot 3 inches and coming in at 215 pounds. We are going to head over to Joe Ripley right now, who is on the ground for us. Yeah. Joe, we are hearing that the former president is leaving the jail. Any movement behind you right now?
In a matter of minutes, in fact, we expect former President Trump to make his way out of the Fulton County Jail and head back towards Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport. From where we are, little motion at the moment, but that could change at the drop of a hat. You can see behind me, though, where we've been seeing for several minutes now, a number of Fulton County Sheriff's deputies, Secret Service police, law enforcement agencies represented from all across the state of Georgia, Metro Atlanta, standing along Jefferson Street, which has been blocked all day from Marietta Boulevard down to Lowry Boulevard, as they try to secure the perimeter here around the Fulton County Jail. Former President Trump took a couple-hour flight from the New York, New Jersey area to make his way down here. A 20-minute or so drive here to the jail, and now in less than that time, he's processed, he's booked, and he's been released, we understand. So we expect that motorcade, the same amount of sheer force and law enforcement that arrived here at the jail with President Trump, to leave with former president in tow. It was hard to tell from the vehicles, those black SUVs with the tinted windows, which specific car he was riding in. But maybe we'll see a wave. I think Molly was saying that she saw a wave from the back of one of those vehicles. So we'll see what happens. We saw a number of those motorcycles. We saw an EMS vehicle. We saw law enforcement vehicles of all sorts flanking the president. And of course, we know that is the job of the Secret Service, especially with protests on the other side. You heard Ron mention some of the commotion, ruckus going on the Rice Street side. It has been noticeably calmer here, and maybe some of that has to do with the men you see here in view, the Secret Service agents working alongside the Fulton County Sheriff's Office deputies, which this has been in the works for months, right? We knew once this indictment came down that it was going to be a little more real, the timing would speed up, and the plan was going to be set in motion. But even months ago, you know, with the other criminal indictments that former President Trump was facing in the Miami area, in New York and Washington, D.C., that Fulton County Sheriff Patrick Labatt sent deputies of his own to see how those cases were handled, see how media and protesters could be contained, and have a clear path for former President Trump to make his way from the airport to or his estate to the jail or courthouse where he would be booked. So in a matter of moments, we do expect former President Trump to come out of the jail. We have been staked out here on the Jefferson Street side all day long, and really things picking up in the last hour. No really protesters. We've seen a couple of people, folks from Atlanta who live here, work here, go to school here, have walked by occasionally, but we haven't noticed anyone really in the last hour or two since the former president was in the air or when he landed, showing you just how significant this hard lockdown has been, which we were told about for weeks now.
This is a rather simplistic question, but why are protesters and those who are passionate about this subject not gathered on Jefferson Street, given the fact that there are really two ways in and out? Common sense would decree that, you know, if he's not over on that side, that they should be over on this side. I think it's curious that nobody has decided to go over there.
Right, so I can tell you the reason probably for that, there's a lot more green space over on the Rice Street side, a lot of residences over there, so it lends itself to have more of those protesters there. But we understand the motorcade at this moment is moving our way, and so we should expect this to come. We see some law enforcement vehicles in motion. You see that Dodge Charger just passed our way, and now here come the motorcycles as the presidential motorcade is expected to make its way back to Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. You see the Fulton County Sheriff's Office deputies, Georgia State Patrol, Atlanta Police, and now the black SUVs, which we believe former President Trump is in one of. And we see a couple of more vehicles, a little more slowly. I guess those motorcycles going ahead to clear the way, making sure traffic is clear, so the former president, has a smooth ride back to the airport. You can see that probably about half a dozen vehicles here, these black SUVs, are passing by the Fulton County Jail. It seems like they just arrived, and just that quick, they're already headed out. Support vehicle there, press vehicle, and another Sprinter van passing us now. Atlanta Fire Rescue truck and Atlanta.
All right, Joe Ripley reporting for us live outside Jefferson Street on that side of the jail and the exit. as former President Trump and his motorcade now making their way toward Hartsfield-Jackson. And that Trump airliner will then fly back toward the Northeast in all probability.
And some interesting notes from our reporters on the ground and just some observation from here in the studio. It looked like the booking process took under 17 minutes. So pretty quick compared to what you would normally see there, 1 to 2 hours from what I've been reading. And we did see him use the Jefferson Street entrance. He's the only defendant in this case to use that entrance. We're told it's because it's more secure. There are less people there. If you just saw Joe Ripley's shot right there, that's where he was. And you could see the difference between Joe and Ron, who was on the Rice Street side of the jail. A lot more people over there. And we do know, according to the court docket that came out once he was booked, that he was booked on 13 charges, and his height and weight came in at 6'3", 215 pounds.
And that has been a point of conjecture for a lot of sports books from Las Vegas to the United Kingdom have been trying and taking bets about how many pounds Mr. Trump would weigh. And I thought of those stories that I have read this week about betting. People will bet on anything, but that has certainly been a subject that has received a lot of money on it in the last few days.
And another element that makes Georgia so special and so different. Once again, this is the 4th criminal indictment of the former president, and this is the first time we are getting these figures. So in a way, the sheriff was right. He would be treated the same as anyone else coming into the jail, but you know, he is a former president, so he has a Secret Service, he has a motorcade, and so we did see a little bit of different treatment, but in and out, less than 17 minutes, and now you are taking a live look from our 11 Alive Sky Tracker as that motorcade heads back to Hartsfield-Jackson. And if you all are just joining us, we want to just give you an update on what we've seen over the last couple of hours. Just before 5 o'clock, we saw former President Trump's plane take off from Newark, New Jersey. He landed in Atlanta around just after 7 o'clock. He walked off the plane, went straight to a black SUV. He did not give any remarks. And then that motorcade came down to the Fulton County Jail. He was brought into the jail, booked and released in under 17 minutes. So you are caught up right now. This is what we're seeing. It looks like a little bit, we're trying to get a better view for you there from our 11 Alive Sky Tracker, a little bit of movement on his counsel. We saw that this morning he actually replaced one of his lawyers, Drew Findling, no longer representing him, and he has been replaced by Steve Sadow.
All right, so we have been watching this for just about an hour now. His plane landed a little after 7 o'clock this evening, and you know, I think we have been speculating about how long he would be on the ground in Atlanta before he was back inside that 757 on his way back to the Northeast. And it looks as though he may be certainly in that plane within about 65 or 70 minutes from the time that they touch down.
And we know that the former president is unpredictable in what he may or may not do in terms of potentially talking to press or giving a statement. So we just might get a statement once he gets back to the airport. For that, we will have to wait and see. If he does give a statement, we will bring it to you live. But once again, taking an aerial look over there, you were actually, if you were wondering what was going on in that car that you were just in, that is one of the cameras that is following that motorcade along. But right now we are taking an aerial view from that. And this has just been really a historic day. No matter which side of the aisle that you're on, Fulton County has never seen a former president get booked in that jail. And now time will tell to see if we will see a potential mugshot of the former president like we've seen from several of his co-defendants throughout the week.
District Attorney Fannie Willis has given until 12 noon tomorrow for the rest of those who were indicted almost 2 weeks ago now to report. So we will see if all of them report by noon tomorrow. So that is her deadline.
And there's been a lot of movement this week when it comes to that. So we were here late Monday night when those indictments came up, and she gave her press conference probably around 11, around there, late in the night, and she did give that deadline. And so this week was when we first started seeing, I believe Monday is when we first started seeing a little bit of movement on people going in and negotiating their consent bonds. And the reason that they wanted to negotiate a consent bond is so that they could do what you just saw there, go into the jail, be processed, and then they could go home. We do know that there are still some people who need to surrender, and they're going to have to do that before noon at Friday, or the district attorney says that they'll be arrested. They'll be coming after them.
As far as traffic goes tonight, something we seldom are able to say in Atlanta, it has been unencumbered. It has been a very easy night as far as the Trump motorcade, and that given the fact that there was a Falcons game at Mercedes-Benz Stadium tonight. So you have increased numbers of people in downtown Atlanta. That simply has not been a case, and we can see it right now that it is smooth sailing back to the airport.
Barely any cars on the road there. Very interesting to see. Speaking of just the case and just seeing some other things that we have seen today, like I said, some movement in his counsel. He's replaced Drew Findling with Steve Sadow. We did also see some movement on the timing of the trial, at least for one of his co-defendants, Kenneth Cheesebro. He put in a motion for a speedy trial. We saw the district attorney fulfill that motion, saying, okay, we'll have your trial on October 23rd. And the judge in the case, Scott McAfee, came back confirming that. So right now he does have that trial date. And speaking of trials, we have our legal analyst standing by right now. We're going to head over to Zach Merchant to give a little bit of color on what we're seeing here.
Guys, you're right. Good evening. This is John Meixner with us now. You're currently a UGA law professor, but you spent years as a federal prosecutor before that. I want you to put your prosecutor hat back on. From a prosecutor's perspective, what are the strongest elements of this case that District Attorney Fani Willis has brought?
Yeah, thanks, Zach. I think the RICO charge is very expansive in this case. It's a very complicated case. One strong aspect is the sort of factual background in this case is pretty well known. There's not a lot of serious unknowns in the indictments, and I think Fani Willis, for the most part, knows what those witnesses are going to say when they get to trial, and that makes the path for preparation a lot easier.
Now, lawyers are always taught to think of a case from all angles. I know you spent the majority of your career prosecuting cases, but if you shifted gears and we're looking at this from a defense perspective, what do you think a defense attorney, what threads would they likely be pulling as we move forward into this case, presumably, at least for some defendants, eventually towards a trial?
Yeah, I think a few different things. One is the sort of procedural complexity that's involved in dealing with this kind of case. So if there are severances, so if there are different trials for different defendants, that can become more complicated for the prosecutor. And then I think the real issue is many of the charges requires the prosecutors to demonstrate that Trump or other defendants knew that they were making false statements when they were acting for some of those charges. And it's always difficult to prove the state of mind of individual people.
Now, we are watching right now on the monitors here former President Trump's motorcade, presumably making its way back to Hartsfield-Jackson Airport. This is the biggest flashpoint of the legal challenges the former president faces, and that flashpoint happening right here in Atlanta. But it's not the only case that the former president faces. He's got two federal cases, one out of Florida, one out of D.C., the D.C. case being an election interference case in its own right, and another state case in New York. You were a federal prosecutor. You're familiar with challenging cases. What kind of wrinkles are just logistically these multiple cases going to pose for all of the attorneys and all of the witnesses involved here, and for that matter, the defendants?
Enormous challenges. I'll start with the prosecutors. Anytime you have overlapping cases like these, there's a lot of overlap between the Georgia case and the federal January 6th case. Anytime you have witnesses who are going to testify multiple times, that becomes difficult. Obviously, prosecutors aren't going to know exactly when things are going to happen. They've got to be well prepared. I think in these cases, you have a bunch of folks who are very well versed, who have been investigating these cases for a very long time, and they're ready to go.
How do prosecutors, and for that matter, probably judges, too, decide which case actually goes first? On social media, which is always a thing we're wary of bringing too far into the conversation, but folks have talked about it, almost feels like there's a line forming between these multiple cases, and different district attorneys, different prosecutors are trying to find their position in this queue of who actually takes the former president to trial first, and if there will be a trial before the 2024 presidential election?
Yeah, all good questions that are hard to predict. I think the judges are probably pretty mindful of cases that are going on in other jurisdictions. Some things are outside of their control. So Kenneth Chesebro filed a motion asserting his speedy trial right here in Georgia, and I think when that sort of thing happens, that pushes a case usually to the front of the line because defendants have specific rights to go to trial, and those are usually respected as best as possible.
Now, in this case, former President Trump's bond was set, what's known as a consent bond. It was agreed upon between the district attorney's office and his defense attorneys before he turned himself in today. That's, in one way, what helps him get in and out so quickly among all the other security concerns and the unique status of the former president. But one of the conditions of his bond was that he is ordered not to talk to other defendants, not to talk to other witnesses, including in his bond on social media. How do you anticipate, how big of a challenge do you think that will be for the former president, and how do judges manage this sort of unique condition?
Yeah, usually law enforcement is investigating, making sure that folks are following the conditions of their bond. There's sometimes court officers who do that as well. It's very important to protect the integrity of the evidence, to protect victims and folks who might be at threat. And obviously, any case involving Donald Trump and social media, you don't know exactly what's going to happen. So I think there will be unique challenges here.
So if you're watching us right now, you're watching us likely on television, either online or over the air or over cable. We're seeing the pictures live right now of the former president's motorcade moving back towards the airport, Hartsfield-Jackson. One of the unique components about criminal cases in the state of Georgia is that they frequently, almost always, are also on camera. Cameras are welcome in the court. What kind of dynamic, what kind of impact do you anticipate that will have as we move forward?
I think it's extremely important. Some of us are old enough to remember the O.J. Simpson trial and how that took the public sort of by storm. I think we're going to have that magnified even greater in the event of a trial. In this case, I think it's gone into Fani Willis's decision-making. Part of the strength of a RICO charge is it allows her a lot of latitude to tell a broad story, bring in a lot of evidence about the enterprise that was going on. And I think she's thinking about how the public is going to be watching these trials and taking in all the things that happened during that period of months.
You mentioned District Attorney Fani Willis's seeming decision to charge a large group of defendants, 19 in all, and you referred to it as telling a broad story to the jury. Others have commented that perhaps this is a misfire, a strategic mistake, and that the district attorney would have been better off taking this in pieces and charging smaller groups at a time. Talk to me about the pros and cons of each approach.
Yeah, so the con is, I think what we're already seeing is that it's procedurally very complex. Some defendants may assert a right to go to trial early on. Others, I wouldn't be surprised if the president files motions and is trying to delay things. So that presents problems if Ms. Willis had to try the case for some defendants at one time and then do another trial for other defendants. That makes everything more complex. It's the opposite of the approach taken by Jack Smith in the federal cases, just charging President Trump, trying to make things in a neat and tidy box. The pros are it allows her to bring in all of the evidence about everything that happened developing the fake electors scheme and all of the things that are contained in the indictment. And so it allows her in some ways to bring in a sort of broader, more comprehensive perspective of all of the things that are charged as crimes here.
Is part of the theory behind that that if you're presenting a complex case to jurors, you want to give them, in some ways it's human nature to want to see the full story as alleged. Is that part of the strategic choice here? That presenting almost the, again, we should say the prosecutor's version, because defense attorneys certainly are going to do everything they can to rebut the accusations, but prosecutors, in this case with this broad indictment, are able to bring a full narrative.
I think that's exactly right. I think any prosecutor or defense attorney will tell you that trying a case is about telling a story. Lawyers are storytellers. Lawyers are folks who try to simplify complex things and break them down into easy to understand concepts for jurors. I think part of the benefit of the RICO statute is it allows Fani Willis to try to tell that entire story to the jury.
You spent time again as a federal prosecutor. We're seeing right now the liaison between local law enforcement and federal law enforcement, the Federal Secret Service at the very least today, vitally involved in the journey of former President Trump to the jail and back today. Talk to us briefly about how that relationship typically works between federal law enforcement and state and local law enforcement.
Yeah, there's normally substantial cooperation. I worked on many cases involving task forces that were combined, made up of FBI agents and local police officers. So they're pretty well versed in working together, both on investigations and on more sort of security or safety oriented things like what we're seeing today.
One of the components about the Georgia case, this Fulton County case, and we are actually going to take it back to the desk right now.
All right, thank you so much, Jack, for giving us that information. Right now, we want to head to Jennifer Bellamy as we see that motorcade pulling back into the airport. Hi, Jennifer.
Yeah, Faith, we can see that happening right now. Just a short time ago, the former president was at the Fulton County Rice Street jail facility. But again, he has returned that motorcade, making its way into Signature Air and heading out to the Trump airplane. We noticed it didn't take quite that much time for the former president to get from the airport to the Fulton County jail or for him to get back here tonight. And so we are seeing that motorcade take that trip around the plane, and we will shortly be seeing the former president as he boards the plane to head back to New Jersey. Now, what we are anticipating is that the former president will make some sort of remarks, give some sort of comments or statements. We will be watching as this continues to unfold to see if he says anything and what he does say following that booking process that took just about 20 minutes or so over at the Fulton County jail. And guys, you want to remember the former president touched down here in the metro Atlanta area around 7:03, and right now it is 8:13. So that shows you how quickly this entire process has gone. Touching down here at the airport here in Atlanta around 7:03, and it's now 8:13, and he has returned to the airport to begin his journey back to New Jersey. So we are seeing people start to exit these vehicles, and we will shortly be seeing the former president. We will be monitoring for the next few moments to see if he does make statements. We see some aerial microphones, and we also see some cameras right there, so we are anticipating that he will make some remarks. We will bring those to you as soon as they come, but we do know that the former president has now been booked here in Fulton County following that indictment, 13 charges, his fourth indictment here in the United States. 19 people total involved, indicted in this situation in Fulton County. And they did have until noon on Friday to surrender. That was the deadline issued by Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis. She has, we see that the former president has made that deadline. We are still waiting on some others, and we have seen a number of other people go through this similar process to turn themselves in here in Fulton County. So right now, again, we are waiting for comments from former President Donald Trump. You see there's a big group gathered right there on your screens in both of these images, and we are waiting to see what he might say following this booking process, this arrest process here in Fulton County in Georgia, in a state that has become very consequential in elections as he does seek the nomination for the Republican Party in a bid to return to the White House. So we will anticipate what he has to say. But again, we know that the former president, again, got here at 7:03 after a bit of a delay. We know there was some rainy conditions up in New Jersey that delayed him, but that still put him pretty on track. He had said on his social media platform, Truth Social, that he would be arrested around 7:30, and that is exactly very close to what we saw take place over at that Rice Street facility. Normally, an intake process takes a long time, and we believe it took about 20 minutes or so for the former president to go through that process at Rice Street Jail. We know that there was a lockdown there at the jail. Nobody else coming in or out while this process was underway, and we know that the former president did get out very quickly, going in on the side that avoided contact with any of the media, with any of the press that had been out there, and the protesters that had been out there both in support and against him, and again avoiding contact with them and pretty much not causing too much traffic by not going through that downtown connector area on his way to and from the Fulton County facility. So again, we are watching right now. What you see on your screen is waiting to see if and what the former president has to say. It looks like he is now getting out of his vehicle. Let's hear what he has to say.
Thank you very much for being here. I really believe this is a very sad day for America. This should never happen. If you challenge an election, you should be able to challenge an election. I thought the election was a rigged election, a stolen election, and I should have every right to do that. As you know, you have many people that you've been watching over the years do the same thing, whether it's Hillary Clinton or Stacey Abrams or many others. When you have that great freedom to challenge, you have to be able to, otherwise you could have very dishonest elections. What has taken place here is a travesty of justice. We did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. And everybody knows it. I've never had such support. And that goes with the other ones, too. What they're doing is election interference. They're trying to interfere with an election. There's never been anything like it in our country before. This is their way of campaigning. And this is one instance, but you have 3 other instances. It's election interference. So I want to thank you for being here. We did nothing wrong at all. And we have every right, every single right, to challenge an election that we think is dishonest, that we think is very dishonest. So thank you all very much, and I'll see you very soon. Thank you very much.
Did you pardon yourself?
And there are those comments from the former President Donald Trump as he begins the trek back to New Jersey after turning himself in here in Fulton County at the Fulton County Jail after the indictment by Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. The former president saying it's a sad day for America, saying that this should never have happened. He also called the election rigged and stolen, sticking with that narrative and saying that Hillary Clinton and Stacey Abrams, 4 other Democrats, had done the same thing. He said that he did nothing wrong. He calls this entire process for this indictment and others that he is facing election interference. He said that this is a form of campaigning. He said that he and others involved had every right to challenge the election, and again, saying that he did nothing wrong here. So we are now seeing the former president make his way. He has stepped back onto that plane, and he will now be making his way back to New Jersey for about a 2-hour flight, if what holds true for him on his way down here returns true for his return back there. So again, the former president making a very quick trip, comparatively speaking, to Fulton County, Georgia here today to turn himself in on those indictments, and also making those remarks, saying that he is innocent and calling this a sad day for America, saying that this should not happen, claiming that this is a form of campaigning and election interference. So again, the former president about to make his way back to New Jersey. We have seen him arriving about 7:03, and right now it is 8:18. So a little over an hour here on the ground in Metro Atlanta for this process of turning himself in. He is one of 19 co-defendants indicted here in Fulton County. He's facing 13 charges, and we will see this process still for several others as they have that noon deadline tomorrow to voluntarily turn themselves in. Faith and Jeff?
It's been about 1 hour and 16 minutes since Mr. Trump landed here in Atlanta. Has anything surprised you from what you've seen tonight and heard?
I think some folks might be surprised at how quickly all of this unfolded, Jeff. We know that there was a bit of a delay with the former president making his way to the Atlanta airport, but it seems that he really made up time on that trip down here, and everything seems to run very smoothly in terms of his travel to and from the airport and the Fulton County Jail facility, and the process that it took for him to be booked and arrested at the Fulton County Rice Street facility seemed to take place fairly quickly, about 20 minutes or so over there, before returning back here to the airport and making some very brief remarks, but about what we expected, him claiming his innocence and saying that this is all politically motivated, which he has said each time that we have seen these indictments, this being the 4th one here in Metro Atlanta, but him again saying that these things should never have happened, that he has the right to challenge what he called a rigged and stolen election, and name dropping Stacey Abrams, who ran for governor in Georgia twice, as well as his former opponent Hillary Clinton as well, saying they both challenged elections and that their results were not an indictment that he is now facing.
So much for bringing that. We do want to bring to our audience, we heard the former president make remarks that he has doubled down on that this election was rigged. And we do want to confirm that there have been multiple recounts here in Georgia. The first recount was November 11th, 2020, the first of three, all confirming that Joe Biden did win the state of Georgia. There was no evidence of voter fraud. So we do want to make sure that our viewers are hearing the facts of the case here. But Jennifer, as we continue to look at the plane here, we know that it's going to take off any moment, headed back to New Jersey. We did have some new information confirming that former President Trump, his bond was $200,000. He did use a local bonding company, Foster Bonding Company. He dealt with a bondsman named Charles Shaw. It took about 20 minutes. It's paid. That bonding company is out of Lawrenceville. So typically he would put a 10% down, so $20,000 to post his bond and get out of there. Jennifer, I know you're not actually at the airport right now, or excuse me, not at the plane right now, but if you could just give a sense of the feeling of, him coming to the airport. This is the first time that we've seen a former president come to get arrested here in Fulton County.
It seems, Faith, for the most part, that it has been business as usual out here, aside from the former president making his way out here. The road around Signature Air looks to be back open. We see vehicles moving now. There was a slight delay right just before the former president touched down, and all through his time going to and from the jail and back here to the airport, where the road nearby was closed down and we saw vehicles having to turn around. But other than that, we understand that there was no disruption to the air process here out at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. We've seen flights taking off and landing here all afternoon and evening long, and it seems that other things have gone on as normal here, aside from the traffic that we saw as a result of the former president making his way to the Fulton County Jail. We now see these vehicles, that motorcade, departing from being near that airplane, and we expect that that plane will take off once the tarmac is cleared of all of those vehicles. And again, we have seen a reduced police presence since the return of the former president to this airfield, Signature Air, and again, the roadway outside of it has returned open.
Jennifer, I do have some new information just in. The sheriff confirming that a mugshot of the former president was taken. It has not yet been released. If you're on social media right now, you might see a mugshot floating around. That is a fake mugshot. So it has not been released yet, but we can confirm that it has been taken. Right now, we do not know when it will be made public, but that is a breaking news there, the first that we've seen here.
Yeah, Faith, and I think that's something that people have been watching. I do think a lot of folks are savvy online and have been fact-checking those images. A lot of folks saying that's not what the former president was wearing when he deplaned. We brought you that video when he was first landing here in Metro Atlanta, so we know that some of those images do not have the former president in the attire that he is dressed in today. So that's one easy way for you to check and verify whether or not something is actually correct. We've been sharing a lot of information through our Verify series to let folks know what they can look for and what type of information they can be looking for when they start to see some of these images post up online. But again, 11 Alive will be requesting, and we have requested that mugshot, and we will bring it to you. You know that we can be a trusted source for that mugshot once it is officially released by the Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
All right, so the headlines tonight of this, as far as if you were just joining us right now, that Mr. Trump surrendered here in Georgia around 7:30 tonight, and yes, a mugshot was taken, as we have heard. This was a day where he also shook up his legal team. Steve Sadow is now his legal representative, the celebrated defense attorney here in Atlanta. And those are really the big takeaways. We heard Mr. Trump a couple of minutes ago say that he stands guilty of nothing, that he didn't do anything else that anybody else hasn't done in American politics. So that's essentially where we stand tonight as far as, I think, the big three takeaways of what this day has brought.
Absolutely, and we can actually see it looks like that plane is rolling on out slowly. We can hear some engines starting to rev up here. as it starts to make its way down the jetway.
Yeah, we can see the folks on the ground that are starting to wave those lights.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Oh, I was just going to say, Faith, that we can see the grounds crew out here directing and guiding the plane as it will make its way out of this area for Signature Air out onto the runway to begin that journey back to New Jersey.
Well, former President Trump has gotten to experience Atlanta in a way that few visitors ever get to, and that is no Atlanta traffic at rush hour and no waiting at Hartsfield-Jackson, no security, no taxi time concerns, and right to the air. So it is the best of both worlds outside of that visit to the jail.
Dayfall when he landed, nightfall as he's leaving to make that hour or 2 hour flight back to New Jersey. And it's still a question to see if he will have to come back to Atlanta. For those of you who are joining us right now, we are seeing the former president's plane take off. So this was just his surrender. The Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis has proposed an arraignment date for the week of September 5th. We're still trying to figure out the logistics here to see if he will actually have to physically come in person to attend that arraignment, or if it will be a virtual thing. And if he does have to come in person, we might see this happen all over again in just a couple of weeks here.
I think if I were a betting man, and maybe Zach Merchant can disagree with this, but I would guess that he will not be doing that by proxy. I would guess that he will be here in physical attendance in Atlanta. Zach, do you agree with that?
You know, I think the best person to answer that might be BJ Bernstein. BJ, quickly, you want to give us an answer that you practiced in Metro?
And I'm gonna have to relay that, BJ. Just yes or no to what I just said. We don't have your mic set up right now.
Probably no. I mean,
You think that he could do it by Zoom?
they could.
They could.
It's probably going to be in person.
It's probably going to be in person. So yes, she does agree with me, Faith and Zach.
We'll definitely
That's a long way to go for that answer, but I'm glad we were able to get it for you.
And we will definitely bring in our legal analysts later on, but we want to just make sure that, I mean, look at we want to give you all the images of the plane leaving. He's making his way down the runway here, about to head back to New Jersey. And just to put into perspective the amount of time it took. He took off just before 5 o'clock, landed here around 7 o'clock. It's now 8:30. He's already been to the jail, booked, fingerprinted, mugshot taken, back to the airport, and now he's back in his plane where he's about to take off. So he's really been in Atlanta for about an hour and 30 minutes or so. So a very quick trip. He did make some remarks, and he could be back in Atlanta, like I said, the week of September 5th. That proposed arraignment date, and we're going to speak to our legal analyst later on to talk about some of the other perspectives here. But right now we want to get to Jonathan because we want to talk about something really important. We did confirm with the sheriff that there is a mugshot out there, but right now it hasn't been released. Jonathan, you have a little bit more information about something that people might be seeing online right now.
Yeah, we're working to verify this because, Faith, you know, Trump mugshot has been trending all day on Twitter. And right now this photo of President Trump, the former president rather, is circulating online claiming to be the official Fulton County mugshot. But is it real? So tonight we are verifying, and our sources are Reuters. We also did a Google reverse image search, and the video that we all saw that was taken just moments ago right here and seen on 11 Alive. Our video shows when the former president got off the plane here in Atlanta. Look, he was wearing a red tie, and the mugshot that you just saw had a red tie and blue stripes. So two different ties on that fake mugshot, showing a different tie. We went also into reverse Google search. We submitted the image of the former president, and it leads us to this very Reuters image. According to the website, this image is from more than 2 years ago, so it is not from tonight. So we can verify, know that the mugshot right here that has the red X over it is not the former president's mugshot. So we, of course, are going to continue to wait for the real mugshot to come out. We know some of them have been taking anywhere from several hours to the very next day to come out. But, of course, when the real mugshot of the former president is released, we, of course, will have it for you here and on our website. Back to you all.
All right, Jonathan Martin, thank you for the update to verify on the mugshot, The much talked about mugshot, of which we have not seen yet, we will soon see in the hours ahead, and it certainly will take social media by storm and will get a lot of attention, needless to say.
Absolutely. Well, we want to thank our audience on NBC right now. Those of you tuning in, we're going to take elsewhere. We're going to take a short break. But once again, for those tuning in at NBC, thank you so much for joining this live coverage. You can read lots more about what's going on at 11alive.com, and we will be continuing this. We're just getting started here, folks.
Yeah, with Metro, there's no contracts, no price hikes, no surprises. There's not a yada yada.
Wait, Metro has not the contract yada yada?
With this surprise yada yada. Price hike yada yada. Yada 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 yada.
Contract yada yada.
And this yada yada.
I don't know, kid. That one makes sense.
Nada yada yada means wireless without the gotcha. No contracts, no price hikes, no surprises. Only at Metro.
Lowe's knows that fall's shorter days call for bigger deals. Get the most out of your fall projects by getting the most out of our deals now. And with Lowe's Pay, it's never been easier to shop at Lowe's. Labor Day savings are here, in-store and online.
I got a good feeling about this, yeah, I'm with it. I got a good feeling about this, yeah, so let's get it. I'm feeling good vibes.
Looking for a smarter way to mop? Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop. An all-in-one cleaning tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. Our new cleaning pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips that absorb and lock dirt away. And it has a 360-degree swivel head that goes places a regular mop just can't. So you can clean your home faster than ever. Don't mop harder, mop smarter with the new Swiffer Power Mop.
How you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify.
And welcome back, everyone. It has been an eventful night in Atlanta history. We have seen a former American president here taken to a jail and arrested, posting bond, a mugshot taken. It is something we have never seen before, and hopefully we will not see again in the future of this country. But nonetheless, it is a night of mixed opinions, depending on where your political view may be, to the right or to the left. And we certainly have been hearing from so many people who have their own view of what has transpired tonight. I'm Jeff Hullinger, along with Faith Jesse, and we are glad to be with you tonight.
So we want to get things over to our Jonathan Martin to just give you a recap of what we've seen over the last couple of hours.
That's right, Faith. A lot has happened, and a lot has happened quickly today. This breaking news: former President Trump, as we all just saw here on air, is now on his plane heading back home to New Jersey. Now, he boarded his plane here in Atlanta just about 10 or 15 minutes ago after turning himself in at the Fulton County Jail. Of course, he surrendered on charges related to the Georgia election interference case that we've all been following. Now, look at this video. You can see his motorcade. This was about an hour ago, arriving at the Rice Street facility. Now, as you mentioned, Trump was fingerprinted there and did have his mugshot taken like any other defendant. We were wondering, would there be a mugshot? Yes, we've been told there is a mugshot that has been taken. We will see it being released presumably in the next day or so. It will perhaps be tomorrow. That's what we've seen with some of the other defendants. Now, also, security today was extremely tight all around the jail. It was under a hard lockdown around the time that the president was there. We did see him do something different from the other defendants, entering from the Jefferson Street side of the jail. The other defendants that we've seen come in this week have come in from the other location, the Rice Street side. Mr. Trump arrived here in the city just around 7 o'clock. You see him getting off his plane. He was in that black SUV. Did not make any comments at that time. Again, he made some comments when he left, just giving a thumbs up as he headed to the jail. So again, the former president on his plane heading back to New Jersey tonight, and we are awaiting the official mugshot that will come out from the sheriff's office perhaps tonight or tomorrow.
All right, Jonathan, thank you so much for that update.
11 Alive's Ron Jones now live from the Fulton County Jail, and this event has wrapped up. Ron, I guess the question for you is, are many of the demonstrators, supporters, and those opposed to Mr. Trump, have they left? Are they still there?
What a difference 20 minutes can make, right? I mean, when you were talking to me, you heard the commotion, people yelling back and forth, someone trying to calm them down. A lot of those folks have already left. I mean, it's really dark here. The only people that are left are the media types like myself and also like my colleague, Rebecca Lindstrom. I'm going to bring her in once again. And Rebecca, we talked about how quickly Trump was in and out. We talked about how quickly Giuliani was in and out, Mark Meadows and all the rest of them. However, there's one guy by the name of Harrison Floyd, and we can say that he does not have an attorney, doesn't have a lot of money, because he's still here at the Fulton County Jail. Explain that process.
And it really does tell you the difference between being able to pre-negotiate your bond, which is what we have seen in all the other cases. All the other alleged co-conspirators were able to contact the district attorney's office and make out the terms of their surrender before they came down here. And so instead, he's had to go through the traditional process, and that's what we've been talking about, you know, all throughout the day, is that for most of the people who are going to go through that booking process here at the jail, this is something that can take hours, even days, and that's because once you get here, you show the ID, you get fingerprinted, you have the mugshot taken, but then you have to wait to meet with a judge to find out what your bail is going to be.
Right.
And so we know that that's really the part of the process that he's waiting in right now, is to be scheduled to appear. Because of the nature of the case, he's going to have to appear before the Superior Court judge in this case. And once he's been able to get that scheduled, he'll be able to make his case on why he should get bond. He, of course, will. Everyone in this case has been able to get bond. It's ranged from, I believe, $10,000 to Mr. Trump, $200,000. So he'll be somewhere in between there, just based off the nature of the charges, whether they consider him to be a flight risk, and after that he'll be able to post that bail if he has the financial means in order to do so, and then he will be released. But again, he's probably going to be spending the night here at the jail, as opposed to everyone else who is in and out in, you know, about an hour. And as we were kind of marking with the stopwatch with the former president, that was about 16 minutes.
Yeah, 16 minutes, 30 seconds. So we have Mr. Floyd, Harrison Floyd, who is here right now, but there's also, 6 others who still have not come into the Fulton County Jail. They still have until noon tomorrow to make that happen.
That is true. And one of those, I mean, the most notable of those is still probably Jeffrey Clark. He has filed to have his portion of the case moved to federal court. And so he is still expected, though, to turn himself in. I mean, even while that decision is being made, he is still obligated to come and turn himself in and go through the exact same booking process. We know that there was an effort on behalf of Mark Meadows to try to stay the requirement to come in and to be booked until a decision was made on whether this would be handled in Fulton County or in federal court. The judge said, no, we're not going to stay that. You're going to go ahead and go through the process like everybody else. And so that means Jeffrey Clark has until noon tomorrow. And of course, the big question then is, well, what if these 6 people who haven't surrendered yet don't show up.
It's an arrest warrant. I mean, it's just like anyone else, right? So that means that if they don't show up at the scheduled time, which is noon tomorrow, that means that it turns into an arrest warrant, and that gives officers an opportunity with that arrest warrant to actually possibly track them down and then place them in jail, and which would be a little bit more difficult because now they're arrested, now they're behind bars, and trying to get bond, I would think it would be a little bit more difficult.
Well, and I will say, all of these 6 people do have consent bonds. They have pre-negotiated terms of their surrender. So they likely would not have gone through that process to then just not show up. So it is likely that they will all be here before noon tomorrow.
Okay. I just want to point this out. Thanks a lot, Rebecca. As you can see, Trump's plane is now taking off from Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. I'm looking at it just along with you back home. And he is now headed, I believe it's to New Jersey, right? Is that where he's heading, Megan, right now? He's headed to New Jersey. On his way to New Jersey. He was in and out so quickly here, folks, as we pointed out. He was booked in less than 17 minutes. He made that happen, in and out. We can still hear some sirens from local law enforcement here, but now he is on his way, guys, to his next destination.
All right, Ron, thank you so much for giving us that information. Next, we want to head back out to Savannah Levins and Nick Wooten over at the courthouse, where things are a little bit quieter than what we saw at the jail. Certainly not quieter last week, but we want to get back out to them right now. Savannah and Nick standing by. So what are you all seeing right now on your end?
Well, Faith, you spoke too soon, I think, with it being quieter. We just had about 7 police cars just pass by the Fulton County Courthouse here on Pryor Street. Still working to figure out what's going on there. We did see police out here with some bomb-sniffing dogs earlier, so we're making some calls to see kind of what's going on there. But let's talk trial, shall we, Nick? I'm joined by Nick Wooten, our investigative reporter. Let's go back to Kenneth Chesebro, right? He put in a motion saying that he wants a speedy trial. He's demanding a speedy trial, which was essentially kind of challenging DA Fani Willis to say, are you really prepared to try this magnitude of a case? And DA Willis really kind of called his bluff and said, okay, how about instead of this March trial date we were looking at, how's about October 23rd? And then today a judge signed that, confirming it. So Nick, you've been talking with the experts and our legal analysts. I mean, what's the likelihood that we're going to see all 19 defendants, as DA Willis wanted, in a courtroom in October?
So the big thing from the order from the judge earlier today was that this only applies to Kenneth Chesebro. He's the only defendant who's going to have that October 23rd trial. We know that she wanted to try them together, but we saw a motion from former President Trump earlier today that says he wants nothing to do with a speedy trial. He's going to sever or split. I think we're going to see a lot of the other defendants in this case do that as well. I don't think they're going to want to move as quick as Kenneth Chesebro. We've also got the whole issue. We've got all these appeals. Like we know that Mark Meadows and Jeffrey Clark want to move this case to federal court. Meadows has a hearing August 28th. There's a lot of questions and some legal theory, perhaps, that if one of these defendants gets moved to federal court, all of them will. So that there's a lot in the air. There's motions, jury selection. It's going to be a long time. So it's possible that not even Kenneth Chesebro will be in the courtroom in October.
Because he can waive that, right? So he essentially put in this motion for a speedy trial. They said, okay, how's about October 3rd? That is immensely quick for the charges that we're looking at. So he could still say, his attorneys could still say, all right, we're not quite that ready, right?
Yeah, this is just a soft date at this point. You know, Kenneth and his attorneys could at a later point say, hey, you know what, look, we're not ready. We're going to push this a little bit further down the road. I think we've seen in the other really complex RICO case in Georgia, the YSL Young Thug case, we still don't have a jury in that. So this could potentially be a lot longer than October. You know, it's theoretically possible we could see folks in the courthouse. I wouldn't bet the farm on it.
Yeah, so we're talking about let's talk about arraignments. I mean, those are supposed to happen within a few days of booking, right? And in that motion from the judge with the October 23rd trial date, Kenneth Chesebro's arraignment date was what, September 9th?
The date set for that was September 6th, so that would be Wednesday right after Labor Day. We know in the order originally trying to set this for March, that was the week that she wanted for arraignments. We know that Chesebro is now on this like speedy path, that it's expedited, but I don't see why all the other defendants couldn't be arraigned on that same week. Now the question is, will President Trump will be with all these other 19? Will they be separate? Will they be virtual? There's just a lot of questions in the air, and that's going to come down to Judge Scott McAfee, who's only been on the bench for about 6 months.
It's interesting. These are a lot of political games going on right now is kind of what we're hearing. And there could be defendants that want to also move their trial up, get in this kind of expedited lane that Cheeseborough appears to be in. So it could be that multiple defendants could be in the courtroom as early as October. But a lot still to be seen, guys. We'll keep you updated. For now, we're reporting live from the Fulton County Courthouse.
All right, guys, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We will continue our coverage tonight of former President Donald Trump's appearance in Atlanta at the Fulton County Jail right after this break.
False. 11 News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed.
A lot of news happening tonight, but you know what? It is still pretty hot out there, and we have a hot couple of days coming up. Let's head over to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, to take a look at what's going on with our forecast. Hey, Chris.
Yeah, things are calmer now than they were earlier when we were tracking some of those storms in northeast Georgia, and they were approaching the Atlanta area. They prompted some severe thunderstorm warnings. It was this disturbance here that came in from northeast Georgia, moved down through the Gainesville area, through the Jackson County area near Jefferson, came through Athens as well. And then in South Gwinnett County, we had another severe thunderstorm warning that developed there with those storms. And then everything fell apart as it was moving just to the south of I-20. Nothing over Atlanta right now, and nothing else really expected to move through during the overnight hours. So we should stay dry still for the overnight. We did get up to 96 degrees for a high temperature today. Right now, we're in the lower 90s at 91. Notice this cooler air, the yellow color you see here, 76 in Athens, 76 in Clayton, and 81 in Gainesville, 80 in Duluth. That's because that's the area that had that rain, and it cooled it down a little bit. Everybody else, though, is still staying pretty much on the warm side. There is an air quality alert in effect again for tomorrow due to the heat and stagnant air. It's going to be a code orange, a smog alert during the day tomorrow. So if you're in one of those groups that has issues with the buildup of ground level ozone, you'll want to take that into effect here tomorrow. We do have, now it just changed here, but we do have another heat advisory in effect for tomorrow. We'll show you that coming up in just a little while in our next half hour.
Live news at 11 p.m. is where you find out what what's happening now across Metro Atlanta,
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now.
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather,
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta,
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now.
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather,
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social...
All right, so what you are looking at right now is the very first mugshot of former President Donald Trump booked in the Fulton County Jail about 2 hours ago. That mugshot coming into our newsroom moments ago, circulating the web, circulating everywhere. People were wondering, would we get a mugshot? Ladies and gentlemen, there it is from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office.
All right, let's take it over to Zach Merchant right now and take a look at the legal aspect of some of which we have seen tonight, and certainly what so many people are thinking and talking about right now. Zach?
Jeff, you're right. I want to reintroduce our guests here, John Meixner, a former federal prosecutor, and BJ Bernstein, who has decades of experience trying cases here in Metro Atlanta. BJ, I want to start with you. You have tried cases against Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis. You have a personal relationship with her as well. We see the mugshot released just moments ago. In some ways, this is a major milestone in this years-long investigation that her office has been conducting. What do you think is going through her mind at this moment?
She's a person who's just not reflecting right now and just going forward. So she'll be ready for the next court date. They will be ready with everything going, and she will be in the courtroom. You know, there's some district attorneys, many in Georgia, who run the office and don't necessarily get in the courtroom. But I fully expect when it gets to the point of a jury trial that Fani Willis herself will be in there making that opening argument.
And John, I want to turn to you now. One of the points that so many folks have raised in highlighting this particular case, the Fulton County election case, is the fact that it's a state case, not a federal case. There is a scenario where if former President Trump wins the GOP primary, if he then wins the general election, which we should say fully caveat here, we're looking long downrange, but he is the leading contender, at least on the Republican side right now. There is an argument that he would have the power then to either pardon himself if he is convicted at the federal level, or put the brakes on any ongoing federal cases. There's some legal questions about the power to pardon yourself, but assuming he can do that, that power, would that extend to a state court case?
No, it wouldn't. So former President Trump would have no authority to pardon himself over a potential Georgia conviction. In fact, the pardon process in Georgia is much more challenging for defendants than in many other jurisdictions. The governor does not have that power. There's a commission. It's a very limited sort of power here in Georgia, and so that's one of the large threats to former President Trump in this particular case.
And BJ, this is a large case. Obviously, the focus is on former President Trump. He is by far and away the most high-profile, significant defendant really to ever come through a Fulton County courthouse, a Fulton County jail. But there are 18 other defendants named in this indictment as well. How much pressure is now on some of those other defendants to potentially start negotiating with the district attorney's office, potentially contemplating a plea agreement?
That's always possible, but I think if that were going to happen, there was already time to talk. They're going to get the discovery. There may be materials there that the other side doesn't know, and I can't imagine, based on what we've been seeing for the last few years of discussing this, that there's going to be a mad rush to go enter a plea against some in this particular case.
We've seen an indictment. We have now seen surrenders of many of the defendants, including just earlier tonight, former President Donald Trump booked and his mugshot taken at the Fulton County Jail. Faith, Jeff, milestone night.
All right, guys, thank you very much, and thank you for watching tonight. The news continues on prime time right here on the WATL. And Faith, it's an event. Certainly we have a lot to discuss, and we'll do so in the course of the next couple of hours, not only here, but also on 11 Alive.
And we are just getting started. This is now the second major event of a potential trial, arraignment, then potential trial. So we'll have a lot to talk about.
Solutions. Sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
and the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners. The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damage.
11 Alive News Primetime starts now.
And we have breaking news tonight. We have just received a copy of former President Donald Trump's mugshot. He was booked inside the Fulton County Jail tonight just a few hours ago. There are now 12 co-defendants who have been booked inside the Fulton County Jail. The remaining 7 have until noon tomorrow to turn themselves in. So we begin with breaking news. This is a live look, certainly, at all of those and the mugshots we saw. And now we're seeing this live look of Hartsfield-Jackson. Former President Donald Trump's plane took off within the last 30 minutes or so and is now making his way back toward New Jersey.
Absolutely, and we have special live team coverage of former President Trump's surrender to the Fulton County Jail. But we want to start with 11 Alive's Jennifer Bellamy. She is live at the airport, who had a front row seat to everything going on there. So, Jennifer, what do you see right now?
Well, right now, everything is slowly returning back to normal. Just over my shoulder, we are now seeing no more police presence. Just a few minutes ago, there were still some flashing lights out there. All of that has gone. The streets are back open. And as you mentioned, the former president has now left Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta Airport on his way back to New Jersey. It was a very quick, speedy trip down here as he prepared to travel to the Fulton County Jail to turn himself in. All maybe under 2 hours from the time that he landed down here, traveled to the jail, went through that booking process and returned back out here. Now, the former president did give some remarks, as we were expecting he may. Take a listen to what he had to say following being booked and arrested in Fulton County.
They're trying to interfere with an election. There's never been anything like it in our country before. This is their way of campaigning. This is one instance, but you have 3 other instances. It's election interference.
The former president also calling it a sad day for America, saying that this is something that never should have happened. He said that he had every right to challenge the election here in Georgia. So this is just the beginning of this process. The former president now back on his way back to New Jersey. But again, this is just the beginning of this process as we watch this indictment and arraignment and this entire legal situation prepared to unfold here in Fulton County. We also know that we are still waiting on several other co-defendants to turn themselves in. They have until noon tomorrow on Friday.
Like you said, Jennifer, we are just getting started here. Thank you so much. Well, the other hot spot concerning Trump's surrender was the Fulton County Rice Street.
There has been a lot of protests from people on both sides. 11 Alive's Ron Jones is at the jail. Ron, it has been a busy day into night. What's it look like on your end?
Tell you what, it was pretty dicey, I would say, maybe about an hour ago, and you heard some of that as I was speaking with you. You heard a confrontation. Some protesters are yelling back and forth. It got so a little scary here that I thought that they were going to go, that they're going to actually duke it out. However, it never got to that point. The sheriff's deputies never had to move in. But this side is all cleared out. It is very quiet. The only people left right now is the media. But this area was on lockdown because on the other side of the barriers, if you can see that, on the other side of the barriers were an army at the time, an army of sheriff's deputies to make sure that no one got close to where Mr. Trump was being booked at the time. And anyone who stepped beyond that barrier, they said that they were going to arrest them, whether there were protesters or the media. But it has been okay right now. No problems at all. Now, I've been told that my other colleague, Joe Ripley's on the other side of the jail where I'm standing right now, where he actually saw the motorcade come in and he saw a lot more security as well. Joe?
And it was a smooth process, Ron, that motorcade coming in and out very quickly, about 15 minutes. That's all it took for former President Donald Trump to make his way here inside the Fulton County Jail, get processed, have his fingerprints taken, a mugshot taken, which you saw there at the top of this newscast, and then he was well on his way back to the Atlanta airport. All of that made possible by security, joint efforts by local, state, and federal law enforcement, all the way from the Atlanta police level, Fulton County Sheriff's Sheriff's Office, Georgia State Patrol, and even Secret Service agents, which we saw plenty of surrounding the Fulton County Jail. Coordinated efforts by the FBI, GBI, making sure that any threats were quashed, and making sure that all intelligence gathering was going to make it safe. We saw a drone and a helicopter, many motorcycles paving the way for the former president as he made his way into the Fulton County Jail. We'll send things back to you as things are quieting down. Roads are reopening here outside the Fulton County Jail, but we understand that according to the Sheriff's Office, heightened security will remain in place through the end of the week as more of those defendants, at least 7 more, have until tomorrow at noon to turn themselves in.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Joe. So we have to think about that. I know that former President Donald Trump made his way through, but we have 7 other defendants that we have to look at as well. The other big story for us out here at the Fulton County Jail has been the protesters and also the residents that live nearby and how they were impacted. And my colleague, 11 Alive, Cody Alcorn, is live here as well. He's one of the boots on the ground for 11 Alive to give us that side of the story. Cody.
Yeah, Ron, Rice Street is back open, and typically around this time that we have been out here, it's when you will see a lot of the inmates who get released throughout the evening. They'll start walking down the sidewalk here because usually for a normal person, you have to go through that process. You don't get to set all of this up beforehand and be escorted out. So things are getting a little bit back to normal here. But if you can see here behind me, still a lot of journalists here. In fact, these are all the folks still here talking about what just transpired in the last couple of hours with the president, former president coming here. We've seen neighbors out and about as well. They've just been kind of coming out to watch journalists here. Many of them right now on national networks, so getting an eye on what happens behind the scenes. Other neighbors cracking open a beer, walking around. I've seen some with wine glasses, just kind of walking around, taking this all in as they live here. Typically not somewhere they likely come just to hang out here at the Rice Street Jail. As we all know, it is not a nice place inside. Here's some video from earlier tonight as well. This is just an up-close look at what you don't typically see behind the scenes of what it takes to be in front of the camera here. There's so many crews that make that possible. Very hot today, 93, 94 degrees out here. A lot of these folks been out all day long taking in the heat here. So glad everyone was safe tonight. Protesters-wise, you know what I heard from a lot of folks is for Trump to put this on his social media, for a lot of others to advertise this. There really weren't that many even supporters that showed up as well from what people thought would happen. And many who lined this street were very disappointed because, as you know, he did not come in this main entrance. He came in over the intake entrance over on Jefferson Street. So right now, just a lot of journalists wrapping up their coverage. And of course, we still have some more co-defendants that will be turning themselves in over the next 12 hours.
Yeah, there you go. And you know, this is something important to talk about too, Cody, because you made reference to the weather. It is very hot, and it was very hot out here. As a matter of fact, it got so hot that one of the protesters had to be taken away by ambulance over to Grady because they were suffering from a heat-related injury. Deputies surrounded that person. Protesters from both sides were fanning him. We were handing the sheriff's deputies ice to try to cool him down. He finally was able to get into the ambulance and went on to Grady as well. All right, thanks, Cody, for there. We're going to head over to Savannah Levins and Nick to talk about what's taking place at the courthouse. So, Savannah, I guess when it comes to the courthouse, we're hearing, I'm not sure if it's confirmed, that there was a security threat there, right?
Yeah, Ron, we're not sure about that. We saw the police out here with the bomb-sniffing dogs earlier, but it all appears to be calm now. But we do want to talk about next steps, right? Now that the former president has left Georgia, when will he be back, along with the 18 co-defendants? So this building right behind us right here, the Fulton County Courthouse, is where these bond negotiations have taken place. And Nick, you have been in that room like 24/7 for the past 2 weeks. Tell us about how this process works and what we're looking at for arraignments here.
Yeah, so part of the reason that President Trump and a lot of his other co-defendants made it in and out of the jail so quickly is because they reached consent bond orders, or signature bond orders in some cases, that allows them to sort of skip any sort of first appearance in front of typically what would be a magistrate judge. So the next time that you see former President Trump and a lot of his co-defendants, it's going to be right behind me in the courtroom of Judge Scott McAfee for their arraignment. We understand that this could potentially, there's a lot of questions about arraignment. Are they going to have to be here in person? Is it going to be virtual? Is everyone going to be together? Is President Trump going to be on his own? Is Giuliani going to be on his own? How is that going to play out? There's still a lot of questions. But The really interesting part of this is Harrison Floyd, who was booked earlier today, was the only defendant who did not have a bond agreement. So he's going to have a first appearance here in about 24, 48 hours. This is all subject to sort of change here. We think it's going to be at Superior Court. We're checking the dockets. We'll let you know when we have more information on that. He's really the interesting case here.
Yeah, and DA Willis has, said that she has this goal to try everyone together at the same time. I feel like today we have kind of watched that dream crumble a little bit. We saw one of the defendants, Kenneth Chesebro, say that he wants a speedy trial, right? And then Willis came back and said, how's October 25th? A judge signed off on that. So we could see at least Chesebro in the court for his arraignment as soon as October 25th. Doesn't necessarily mean all defendants, though. In fact, unlikely that all defendants will be in a courtroom for their arraignment, or their trial, I should say, on October 23rd. Trump and his team trying to split, right?
Yeah, I think you're going to see that. The former President Trump mentioned in his motion today that he wants to split or sever from this case. I think we're going to see a lot of other co-defendants do that. Willis didn't get everything that she wanted today. In her initial motion trying to set this trial, she wanted everyone for October 23rd. Judge ruled only Chesebro. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll stay on top of it for you guys.
All right, very good. We will take a break right now. We'll continue our coverage here on Prime Time. Stay with us.
Solutions, Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners. The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners. The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather.
Today we learned from police it may take 2 weeks to positively identify a child's body found at the East Point transfer station.
Yeah, the grim discovery comes 1 week after 2-year-old Josiah Mitchell was reported missing. And police believe there's a high probability that the body found is Josiah's.
11 Alive's Don White spoke one-on-one with East Point's police chief on the investigation and now the looming possibility of charges.
I spoke to Josiah Mitchell's grandmother on the phone today. She told me that the family wants their privacy, but they do believe the child's body found is that of the missing toddler. Josiah! A week-long desperate search weighed not only on the community, but on East Point Police.
It's emotional for the entire department because we were all hoping and praying that we would have found this child alive.
That hope diminishing yesterday when investigators found a child's body here at the East Point transfer station.
That's devastating for you.
East Point Police Chief Sean Buchanan says data from Josiah's father, Artavius North's cell phone, led them to the body.
By using technology, we can find out a person's location, where they've been, things of that nature. So it just basically going through the process of going everywhere he's been, trying to look for what he could have possibly done with the child. And that's how we discovered the child.
North initially reported his son was kidnapped during an armed robbery last Wednesday at the Aspenwood Apartments in DeKalb County. But police say cell phone data shows North was never in DeKalb County that night. A massive search for the boy followed.
We're still trying to positively identify the child. That is our #1 goal, and then find out the actual cause of death, and that's what's next.
Detectives who work this case are getting grief counseling as they wait to learn if the body found yesterday is in fact Josiah.
Most of us are parents, so to see a child that age have an unfortunate incident like this occur, it's emotional because it reminds us of our own families. So a lot of people had a lot of difficulties working this case. But one thing we have to do is bring this person to justice, and that's what kept us focused.
Chief Buchanan tells me he is going to meet with the district attorney tomorrow to make sure everything is in order for possible charges once the body is identified. Police say Josiah's father is their only person of interest. In East Point, Dawn White's 11 Alive News.
We were tracking some pretty strong showers and thunderstorms that moved through the area just east of us late afternoon and into early evening. They have all fallen apart now. We'll let you know when we'll see our next chance for rain and if we'll ever cool down.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
Well, after flirting with a few showers that came near Atlanta earlier, we are dry out there now and we're still warm, but we were tracking the showers that came through and some stronger thunderstorms that were just north and east of us. It was late afternoon into the early evening hours. We were watching these showers and storms come in from North Georgia. They pushed down to the south, and as they moved down to the south, we occasionally had a severe thunderstorm warning or two, where the main threats there were some small hail and also winds of 60 miles an hour. But you'll notice how everything, as it pushed down toward the south, finally fell apart after that one last severe thunderstorm warning that included parts of Rockdale County and South Gwinnett. Everything fell apart as it moved really just right across I-20. And so now we are dry. We're going to stay dry for the rest of the overnight hours, and tomorrow looks like a dry day too. We had some good showers that came through Athens a little bit earlier. This is a live look as we move the camera down there on the streets. You can see all the cars and the lights there on the downtown streets of Athens on a Thursday night as school is back in session. I'm sure it's probably pretty hopping there. Now, I want to show you what's happening right now in the tropics. Yesterday, we started telling you about a potential system that we will be watching that has the chance of getting a little more organized as it moves into the Gulf of Mexico. And now the National Hurricane Center is also highlighting that same area. It's coming off the coast of Honduras right now. It's going to be near the Yucatan Peninsula and then move into the Gulf of Mexico. And the Hurricane Center now is giving this a 70% chance or a high chance of developing either into a tropical depression or a tropical storm within the next 7 days. And as this moves to the north through the Caribbean and then eventually into the Gulf and a little closer to Florida, we do think it's going to become a little better organized. And here's Franklin right here. You know, yesterday it moved over the Dominican Republic. Now it's out over open water. That most likely is going to become a hurricane, but stay away from the eastern seaboard of the United States. Bermuda will have to keep an eye on that. We just went below 90 here at the top of the hour. It's 89 degrees now here in Atlanta. We have cooler temperatures to the east of us in the 70s. And that's because of that rain-cooled air that came through just a little bit earlier. And we'll see these temperatures in Atlanta in the 80s until about 11 and then falling into the 70s overnight. We'll be down into the mid-70s to start the day early tomorrow morning. We do have that code orange smog alert in effect again for tomorrow. It means that's unhealthy. The air quality is going to be unhealthy for sensitive groups. So if you have respiratory conditions enhanced by the buildup of ground level ozone, avoid any exertion, outdoor exertion tomorrow from the afternoon hours and into the early evening. There's a heat advisory in effect too. Northwest Georgia, Metro Atlanta. Over to the east of us, northeast Georgia not included in that. We do think that with temperatures up to 98 and then with the humidity, we could see the heat index values around 105 degrees. That's how it's going to feel. Your body's going to be working harder to cool itself down. So here's the 7-day outlook. Look at those temperatures. 98 here on Friday, 99 on Saturday, 94 Sunday as the rain chance is up to 20%, then a 40% chance for showers Monday and Tuesday. Back to the 80s though, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Next week's forecast very dependent on the track of that potential Gulf system.
Trackers. Weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing
We
in.
could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes.
Reports are circulating online about the Fulton County Jail where former President Trump and his 18 co-defendants were required to turn themselves in before noon on Friday.
Sarah Palacero is joining us now to see what those claims are and to verify whether they are true or not.
Yeah, guys, you know, this is the tweet in question saying the Fulton County Jail is at 3 times its capacity. It's infested with bed bugs and is holding 87% black people, with most who have not seen a day in court. Well, you know the drill. Let's verify.
Our sources are the Fulton County Government Jail Report, the Department of Justice, VERA, which analyzes trends in different prison systems across the nation, and Emory law professor Fred Smith. First, let's verify whether the Rice Street Jail is at 3 times its capacity. According to this report, the Rice Street Jail can house 2,254 inmates. As of Thursday afternoon, there are 2,618 inmates detained. So we can verify that while the jail is at overcapacity, it's not 3 times over. As of whether it's infested with bugs, the Department of Justice said it is investigating the conditions inside the prison after inmate LaShawn Thompson died while in custody.
Evidence emerged that the mental health unit where he died was infested with insects.
So we can verify that incident did happen at the jail, and the DOJ is looking into it. Finally, according to VERA, as of this week, 87% of the jail population is black and 8% are white. So we can verify that is true. As for whether most have not seen a day in court, Smith says that would need context.
Many people who are there have not yet been convicted of anything. And this really kind of spotlights that, both by the repercussions that these individuals are facing and the ones they're not.
Well, we will be verifying any claims on social media and any questions you may have. So if you'd like to get something verified, you can submit your question right now on our website, 11alive.com/verify.
All right, Paula, thank you so much. And if you see something online you want us to verify, send us an email. You can also text the word verify to the number you see right there on your screen. That's 404-885-7600. We have reporters standing by right now to verify claims. We'll be right back.
Alive News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
Alive storm trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive storm trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you
driving.
get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app.
We have breaking news tonight. We have just received a copy of former President Trump's mugshot. He was booked at the Atlanta Fulton County Jail tonight a few hours ago, and this is the picture that we have been able to gain in the last 30 minutes or so. There are now 12 co-defendants who have been booked at the Fulton County Jail. The remaining 7 have until noon tomorrow to turn themselves in. Now, we begin with breaking news. This is a live look at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, where President Trump, former President Trump, departed within the hour. And so it's a very quiet night. The weather has been fine here. Not so fine in New Jersey today, which was a bit of an issue as the former president left there around 4:30 this afternoon.
A late takeoff for him. And tonight we have special live team coverage of former President Trump's surrender to the Fulton County Jail. And we want to start off with 11 Alive's Jennifer Bellamy, who's been at the airport monitoring this situation. Jennifer, you've really had a front seat to everything going on there. Is it a lot more quiet now that it's 9:30 at night?
Yeah, it certainly is. Things really back to normal out here at the Atlanta airport. The police presence that we had been seeing here all evening, all afternoon, has now gone. Roads back open. No more flashing lights out here. We know the former president left from New Jersey around 5 o'clock or so, made it here around 7:03, and in short order was at the Fulton County Jail, and then maybe about 20 minutes or less there during that booking process, having that mugshot taken, the fingerprints taken, and then back on the road again with that motorcade escort back here to the airport, Signature Air, to fly back to New Jersey. But before he left, the former president did make some remarks following his booking and processing at the Fulton County Jail. Here's what he had to say.
They're trying to interfere with an election. There's never been anything like it in our country before. This is their way of campaigning. And this is one instance, but you have 3 other instances. It's election interference.
The former president calling this a sad day in America, saying that this never should have happened, and saying that he had every right to challenge the election here in Georgia. Faith and Jeff.
All right, Jennifer, thank you so much for bringing us that update. Well, the other hot spot concerning Trump's surrender was the Fulton County Jail over on Rice Street.
And there had been a lot of protests from those on both sides of the aisle. 11 Alive's Ron Jones at the jail. Ron, it's been very busy. You've had a lot of things to see today, and certainly it's unprecedented as far as Atlanta goes.
Right now, all I am hearing is an ice cream truck that just went by. I just want to let you know Rice Street is open in both directions. All the protesters are gone. Maybe a handful, 1 or 2 that I've seen kind of roaming around. Totally different contrast from what we saw a couple of hours ago. And this just coming into the newsroom that I want to let our viewers know about here. And this is from Sheriff Labatt. And he sent out a statement to everyone. He says he wants to thank the sworn and civilian staff for Fulton County's office, making sure that they are able to carry out what they did today with the former President Donald Trump. And also he was thanking their partners, all the mutual aid that they were receiving as well. This is what's really interesting. He says added security will remain at the Fulton County, and I'm assuming he means the Fulton County Jail or at the courthouse and other venues as well. He says officers will also will ensure a safe safe space for protesters. So they're saying that even if the protesters show up again, maybe for the other 7 that have yet to come through here, they have to be in here by noon tomorrow, he's going to make sure that there's a safe space for them. I witnessed that today. We were all merged together, the protesters and the media. It was kind of difficult to navigate through all of that, but he set up barriers, but he gave them the opportunity to protest. And so he's saying he's going to continue to give them that safe space as we continue. But once again, Jeff and Faith, right now, very quiet. The only people out here are the media types such as Ma. But no violence that we're expected to see or experience, and no protest as well.
All right, Ron, thank you. We'll talk to you in a while. Former President Trump was able to arrange to quickly be released from jail after working with the Lawrenceville bail bond company. Doug Richards is live there now, has an update on how this all worked tonight.
Yes, this is the Foster Bail Bond Company. It's a fixture on Highway 316 going through Lawrenceville. It's bright green and pink neon, very resplendent, particularly in the nighttime. And it is a well-connected bond company. The owner of the company told me that the attorneys for President Trump called him more than a week ago in order to start making arrangements not only for the bond for President Trump, but also for the bond for most of the co-defendants as well. We talked with Susan Barricos, who is the office manager, about some of the logistics.
So we are fine on the bond. They paid a certain percentage of the bond for us to post it, and those that payment was collected before in advance to him turning himself into the jail.
And I assume you did research and found that President Trump probably had enough money in his portfolio to pay you back.
Yes, that is correct.
So the deal is that the bonding company pays the entire $200,000 bond for President Trump, and then Trump pays the bonding company a small percentage of that. The bonding company takes the risk, but then gets all the $200,000 back once the president's case is adjudicated, plus the fee that the president paid for the bonding company to bail him out of the Fulton County Jail. And although this place is in Gwinnett County, it's right at the mouth of the Gwinnett County Jail, and these folks do work all across the metro area and with connected lawyers all over the state. Live in Gwinnett County, Doug Richards, 11 Alive News.
To see our full coverage explaining the charges the 19 defendants are facing and what happens next after they surrender at the jail, you can text coverage to 404-885-7600. Chris?
And we are keeping an eye on radar tonight. It was pretty active a little bit earlier where we had these storms that moved in, coming in from northeast Georgia, where they prompted severe thunderstorm warnings up in parts of Rabun County, Habersham County. That moved down to the south. They weakened a little bit, and then they started ramping up again as they pushed into parts of Gwinnett County. Also, we had some severe thunderstorm warnings in Hall County, Jackson County, parts of White County, southern parts of Gwinnett County a little bit earlier. But everything now, as it was pushing south of I-20, really just fell apart, and we don't expect any more showers or any more storms out there for tonight. Now, we're watching the tropics very closely because, as we told you yesterday, there's this little system here that now looks like it has a higher risk of developing as it's coming off the coast of Honduras. It's going to move through the Caribbean here, the northwestern Caribbean, and then into the Gulf of Mexico. Once it gets into the Gulf of Mexico, that's when we think that this has a better chance of developing into a tropical depression or a tropical storm. Hurricane Center giving us a 70% chance that it will develop into a tropical system. We're also watching Franklin over here out in the Atlantic. It already moved through the Dominican Republic. It's going to meander in the Atlantic for a while, but then potentially become a hurricane, but stay away from the United States. May come near Bermuda, though, into next week. Stay with us. We're tracking all of these systems and when we will finally see a rain chance and some slightly lower temperatures. More on that in just a few minutes.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. Well, coming up, a tiny solution for a big problem. How one city is giving more people a chance at home ownership.
We began.
Know what's happening now,
11 Alive is live on the scene.
where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you
driving.
get there on time. every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert...
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of drive.
Helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at
of the houses in College Park's tiny home community have now been sold, and residents are now saying due to the market, buying one of them over renting is saving thousands of dollars.
11 Alive's Teresa Bowles has an update on how the neighborhood is coming along, and she's giving us a look inside.
The developer says people have already moved into 20 of the 29 homes in South Park Cottages, and the ball is already rolling on the next location, Union City. Crews are putting the finishing touches on the final 9 tiny homes. 16 months after construction began, all 29 have been sold.
The money they spend is directly impacting this community. College Park will now get, and Fulton County will now get tax revenue from this community that didn't exist before.
Plus, developer Booker Washington says micro-communities are also keeping more money in the residents' pockets.
I'm saving about maybe $2,000. I'll be passing this down to my son.
Equity. With rent continuously on the rise across Metro Atlanta, Janice Williams chose to buy for the same size space.
I was considering getting an apartment because I'm downsizing from a 5-bedroom house on the south side, and it was just too much. My son moved out. He has a new baby, a new family he's building, and my mother is elderly. She couldn't go up and down the 16 flights of steps to her bedroom. It just makes more sense.
Williams has been in the neighborhood for 3 weeks. Washington says there are several other residents like her, singles, single parents, couples, and retirees.
The residents of South Park are diverse. They range from 40,000 upwards to millionaires that live here.
The average rent in Metro Atlanta is about $2,000 a month. Washington says the average mortgage here is $1,500, and he has his eyes set on the next project, Union Park.
Expanding in all urban metro area markets is important because every metro area market is affected by high real estate prices and squeezing out those in the lower incomes. So we are eyeing and targeting the center of Atlanta. We have a long waiting list and interest list of well over 3,000 of people that desire a micro home project.
In College Park, Teresa Bowles, 11 Alive News.
Well, tonight, Gwinnett County school officials say that they are putting some new safety measures in place after a football game last Friday that got out of control.
11 Alive's Erica Murphy checking out with district leaders to find out exactly what is now changing.
Gwinnett school leaders say that they want to stress that what happened last Friday at Discovery High School's football stadium was not a shooting. But today they say they are still investigating exactly what triggered that mass exodus from the school stadium. But they are 100% sure that some new security enhancements that they're putting in place will make a huge difference.
Whenever you have a large group of individuals, students, a mob begin running, it leads to the possibility of innocent people getting hurt, trampled, pushed over, and so forth.
Chief Lockhart says his team is looking at body cam footage, reviewing security cameras, and vetting tips from social media, all in an effort to find the people responsible for last week's chaos. Today, district leaders say they aren't taking any chances this week.
In order to get into the game, you have to be a student at Discovery High School and able to show a valid student ID. The visiting team, in order to get into the stadium, those fans have to show a valid student ID from that particular school.
Other changes include allowing only clear backpacks inside the stadium and requiring middle school students to be escorted by an adult 21 years or older. District leaders say more resource officers will be on site for games as well. Chief Lockhart says if the people responsible for the stampede are found, they could be in a lot of trouble.
If it's determined who actually initiated this, some of the perpetrators, yes, they could face criminal charges in regards to, inciting a riot, disorderly conduct.
Friday night's game will pit Discovery against Loganville. Reporting from Gwinnett County, Erica Murphy, 11 Alive News.
We had a little bit of rain come through parts of North Georgia a little bit earlier. We're going to be dry for now and heating up again before the next round of rain moves in, and even cooler air. And we're watching some interesting developments in the Gulf. More on that in just a few minutes.
And download the 11 Alive News app to use near me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge. Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood...
After tracking some showers and strong thunderstorms a little bit earlier, it's a lot quieter now. Everything that we had north and east of the city pushed down to the south and really fell apart. But this is how it looked earlier with the severe thunderstorms that were firing up here, coming out of North Carolina, moving into North Georgia, prompting severe thunderstorm warnings for Rabun County, Habersham County. As that moved to the south, some of these were severe thunderstorm warnings for parts of Hall County, White County, and Jackson County, and then again down into parts of southern Gwinnett County. Another severe thunderstorm warning happened there as those storms moved away, but then as those pushed down to the south, they fell apart, and now we don't have anything going on out there at this hour. Just a few minutes ago, we mentioned that potential tropical system that we're going to be watching as it moves into the Gulf of Mexico. We still have Franklin out here. Maximum sustained winds with Franklin 60 miles an hour. It's a tropical storm right now. It moved over the Dominican Republic yesterday. There's Turks and Caicos. They did have tropical storm warnings earlier, but now the storm is kind of pulling away here. It's going to meander in the Atlantic and most likely strengthen a little bit, becoming a hurricane, a Category 1 or Category 2 hurricane. Here's the Atlantic coastline. We don't think it's going to move into the United States, but it's going to go between us, and then Bermuda is right there, all right? So it will be flirting with Bermuda. In fact, Bermuda will be on the more active side, so they most likely will at least have some rain, maybe even some wind out of that. So we've been talking about Franklin. Remember, we had Gert, that was a short-lived storm, and then also Harold, that was in South Texas. So Idalia is the next name on the list that could be the system that develops into the Gulf, but we'll wait and see whether or not it gets that name. Now, high temperatures, it's going to be hot again for the next few days. Our average high for this time of year is 88. We're going to be at 98 tomorrow, 99 Saturday. That will be close to record high temperatures for both Friday and Saturday. 94 those Sunday, slightly cooler Monday and Tuesday. In fact, we're back to average on Tuesday, back to the 80s here as we see some slightly cooler air moving in, and the rain chances will be going up too. We've got really no rain chance Friday and Saturday, then Sunday a 20% chance for a shower. Monday and Tuesday we're up to a 40% chance for a shower. And again tomorrow we have that air quality alert in effect. It's code orange, meaning the air will be unhealthy for sensitive groups like those of you with some respiratory conditions. So you'll want to limit any outdoor exertion outside tomorrow. Also, a heat advisory in effect for tomorrow for most of our area except for northeast Georgia. Heat index values could be near 105 with the actual temperatures up to 98 Friday, 99 on Saturday. So a really hot weekend here, but mainly dry. Rain chance at only 20% on Sunday with temperatures back down to 94, 91 Monday with the 40% chance for showers Monday and Tuesday, and then partly cloudy Wednesday and Thursday, mainly dry, but temperatures back to the 80s. Here's a look at your weather wow moment for the day. This is from Denser Oscar in Midtown. Got a good view of the city skyline with some of that haze around with the smog alert in effect earlier today. Denser is one of our 11 Alive community storm trackers, and you can be a part of the group too on Facebook. Just search 11 Alive Storm Trackers. Ask to become a member, answer the membership questions, and you can join us.
As Denser Auger knows, it was a scorcher today, but even those who were camped outside the Fulton County Jail were able to find a way to bring people together through food.
A tornado.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. a mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify?
Throughout the day, hundreds of protesters have been lining up outside the Fulton County Jail on opposite sides of everything. The heat rising this 96-degree day with people yelling and screaming, hollering at each other across the streets.
We caught some of that live with Ron Jones.
Yep.
And in the middle of the heat surrounding this national story, 11 Alive's Caitlin Ross found one place where everyone was getting along.
The sound of the summer.
I love chocolate.
Sends everyone running.
Oh, absolutely. Who doesn't like ice cream?
There are no losers.
Banana fudge, strawberry shortcake.
With this sweet selection.
I mean, even if you are lactose intolerant, they still have like fruit pops, right?
Different flavors, making space for different political tastes.
She was really nice. She let me, she was like, you guys got here first, like you're in front of me in line.
The sweet reprieve.
It seems like everybody's getting along.
A pause on politics.
Ain't my business. I just came to handle business.
The cool treat, a break from the heat of the day.
Trump is a sociopath who tried to steal our democracy.
Hundreds of people rallying against each other.
I've been to all 5 of the indictments now, so just to say hello and, we love him and support him, and we would do anything for him, Trump or death.
Dripping with insults.
I came here to see the idiot parade.
Wiped away by one song.
Then we heard the ice cream truck, and I was like, well, there we go. Have to have it.
That unites us all.
It's nice to see a little bit of fresh air after what we've been witnessing all day long. So as a reminder, if you want to catch up on all of the stories we've done since the indictments came out last week, we'll send everything you need to know directly to you, to your phone that is. You can text the word coverage to 404-885-7600.
Hey, we are just getting started. If you thought we were done, you don't know 11 Alive, because we are going to be here all night long, but we will have news for you in the next 90 minutes. Of course, the next hour here on the ATL, then over on 11 Alive at 11 o'clock. So we have not yet begun to fight is a familiar refrain from American history. Certainly it is applicable to us in local television tonight. Our coverage.
11 Alive News at 11. Where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now.
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Alive storm trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing
We
in.
could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive storm trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now.
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been
11 Alive News Primetime starts now.
We have breaking news for you tonight. On this Thursday, we now have a copy of former President Trump's mugshot. He was booked at the Fulton County Jail tonight just a few hours ago. There are now 12 co-defendants who have been booked at the Fulton County Jail. The remaining 7 have until noon tomorrow to turn themselves in. We begin with all this breaking news, a live look at Hartsfield-Jackson. This is where President Trump, former President Trump, landed earlier tonight and then took off a couple of hours ago back for New Jersey. So that's where we stand right now on what has been a very busy day and a very busy night.
Absolutely, and we have special live team coverage of former President Trump's surrender to the Fulton County Jail. We're going to get straight to the airport where 11 Alive's Jennifer Bellamy is standing by. Jennifer, you saw everything that was going on right there. Can you paint a picture for us of what you saw earlier today and what you're seeing right now?
Well, Faith, I will tell you, everything is back to normal here. We no longer see that police presence, those flashing lights, the motorcade on standby. All of it has gone, and that is indeed the case, along with the president, the former president. He has also departed from here. But earlier, a different scene. We saw several law enforcement agencies. We saw K-9 units checking out the vehicles in this parking lot, all working to make sure that this was a safe trip to Atlanta for the president, the former president, to turn himself in to the Fulton County Jail for booking and processing. Everything happened very quickly. We know the former president left about 5 o'clock after that, just after 5 o'clock this evening, before arriving here in Metro Atlanta at the airport here in Atlanta about 7:03, 7:04. After deplaning, we saw the former president give a thumbs up on the way to the motorcade before traveling to the Fulton County Jail, where he was processed in just about 20 minutes or so, and then headed right back here to the airport to make his way back to New Jersey. Now, we did hear from the former president following that booking process in Fulton County. Here's a little bit of what he had to say.
They're trying to interfere with an election. There's never been anything like it in our country before. This is their way of campaigning. And this is one instance, but you have 3 other instances. It's election interference.
The former president saying this never should have happened, saying that he had every right to challenge the election here in Georgia, and also calling this a sad day in America. This situation just now beginning, as we still have some other co-defendants who have to turn themselves in by that noon Friday deadline tomorrow set by Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis. We'll, of course, continue to follow this and bring you all the latest information as soon as those individuals turn themselves in as well.
All right, Jennifer, thank you so much. And I do believe there are 7 people left that still have to turn themselves in by noon tomorrow. Well, the other hotspots concerning Trump's surrender was over at the Fulton County Jail on Rice Street.
And there has been a lot of protests from people on both sides. 11 Alive's Ron Jones at the jail for the very latest update on what has transpired on this remarkable day.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, I've been to a lot of protests, even like Occupy back in the day, where it was very violent. You didn't know exactly what was going to happen, very dicey. This wasn't like that. Even though we were meshed together with the protesters, which was unusual, I never experienced that before. We have the media and the protesters sharing the same space, a lot of contention between protesters, those who have opposing views concerning the former President Donald Trump. However, it was all contained on this side of the barrier. On the opposite side, you had an army of sheriff's deputies to make sure that they can maintain control, and if they saw anything out of the ordinary, they could quickly move in, which we did see a skirmish up the road on Rice Street. But Rice Street is open in both directions, very quiet, not a problem at all. But security was always a concern, and I'm sure it was a concern on the other side of the jail. And that's where we find my colleague over there, Joe Ripley, with more on what he actually saw. And Joe, so you actually saw the motorcade as it arrived, and President Trump had made his way into the Sallyport to be booked.
That's right, Ron. We are here on the Jefferson Street side of the Fulton County Jail, where, as you mentioned, security was at a high priority because the presidential motorcade made its way down Jefferson and turned right behind me into this entrance, this particular entrance of the Fulton County Jail, the non-public side of the jail. So he was flanked, former President Trump was, by several law enforcement. Obviously, you've got the Secret Service. They had foot patrols out here. We also saw a helicopter and a drone scanning the skies, and on the ground as well. We saw a number of local and state law enforcement as well, talking about APD, Georgia State Patrol, the Fulton County Sheriff's Office, Secret Service also shaking hands not too long ago with all of those men and women serving here on the streets, making that path clear for former President Trump's motorcade. The GBI and the FBI also worked in conjunction to secure any threats that may have unfolded here tonight. In all, about 15 minutes. That's all it took for former President Trump to be in and out of the Fulton County Jail, to have been processed, have his mugshot taken, and those fingerprints taken as well. We've heard all night long about those protests on the other side of the jail on Rice Street where Ron was. Well, we could see similar scenes maybe at the courthouse as former President Trump's arraignment, along with those 18 other defendants, is set for the week of September 5th. For now, we are still waiting here at the Fulton County Jail. 7 more defendants in this RICO case set to turn themselves in by that deadline from DA Fonnie Willis. Tomorrow at noon is when we expect them. As a result, security outside of the Fulton County Jail, we are told, will be heightened throughout the end of the week. Back to you, Ron.
Yeah, that's right, Joe. And that is really important to point out here, Joe, as well, because the sheriff did put out a statement earlier this evening saying that he is still going to provide security for if any more protesters show up here. Now, we do have boots on the ground right here at 11 Alive, as you just saw. But we're not just talking about protesters. We're not just talking about security, but we're also speaking with some of the residents in the area as well. My colleague, Cody Alcorn, has been out and about as well, speaking with some of those folks who were impacted by today's protests.
Yeah, Ron, a lot of people live around the Rice Street jail here, so their afternoon pretty impacted. A lot of them could not get down their own roads. Some of them upset about that. Then by the time that the former president was going to make his way here to Rice Street, they started lining up. But a lot of supporters, just a lot of people upset because he did not come in this entrance, which every other co-defendant has done so far. They brought him in the back way at the intake on Jefferson Street where Joe was. That's why a lot of folks got to see him on that side. But this place was lined up with folks who were pretty upset. They did not get to see the person they were supporting, and they've been out here all day long in 93, 94, 95 degree heat. Now, as far as what's happening here, pretty much only people that are left are journalists here. Some network shows ongoing right now. That's what you see. As far as the backdrop here, people are still waiting for those 7 co-defendants to turn themselves in, which will happen right in front of these tents, unlike the former president. But other than that, as Ron mentioned, it's been pretty tame out here. I think the only time you really saw any back and forth confrontation was a lot of these crews with the news organizations who were upset because the protesters were allowed to be so close to them. You don't typically see protesters getting to mingle around where the crews are. They kind of keep them separated, but in this case, all the sheriff did was when everybody on this side of the street needed to threaten to arrest you if you crossed the line. So all in all, it really was not that chaotic out here. Even people mentioning tonight they were surprised at the low number of people who showed up here, even though they put this out on social media, show up here and support the former president. So right now, though, things are back to normal as much as they can be. It's still being guarded here. The entrance to the jail as we do wait for those other 7 co-defendants. And mainly people you see now are just the ones wanting to come out and see what's happening out here. So things pretty quiet right now, though.
Yeah, it really is, Cody. And this is just my assumption, guys, Faith and Jeff, and that is this. The reason why they probably forced everyone here on Rice Street, that's the protesters and the media, I mean, it could have been a diversion just to make sure you keep everyone over here while they focus on getting the president and his guys and the gals to get over to that side of the jail. So you keep everyone over here. Tactically, that could have been a part of the process. Who knows? But anyway, we're going to continue to maintain out here, as you pointed out, Jeff, that we will be here as long as we need to be, and speaking with residents as well. Back to you guys.
You know, Ron, you're doing such a great job out there. We've decided to keep you there until 4 a.m. I hope that's okay.
Yeah, let me call Mrs. Jones and see how she feels about that. So.
All right, Ron, good job.
Sure.
All right, coming up, we are learning it could take weeks to identify a child's body in East Point yesterday, what we know about the investigation, and the possible connection to a missing 2-year-old boy. Stay with us. That's coming up next.
Moment, a tornado warning.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News.
Today, it may take 2 weeks to positively identify a child's body found at the East Point transfer station.
So the grim discovery comes 1 week after 2-year-old Josiah Mitchell was reported missing. And police believe there's a high probability the body found is Josiah's.
11 Alive's Don White spoke one-on-one with East Point's police chief on this investigation and the possible charges looming.
I spoke to Josiah Mitchell's grandmother on the phone today. She told me that the family wants their privacy, but they do believe the child's body found is that of the missing toddler. Josiah! A week-long desperate search weighed not only on the community, but on East Point police.
It's emotional for the entire department because we were all hoping and praying that we would found this child alive.
That hope diminishing yesterday when investigators found a child's body here at the East Point transfer station.
That's devastating for us.
East Point Police Chief Sean Buchanan says data from Josiah's father, Artavius North's cell phone, led them to the body.
By using technology, we can find out a person's location, where they've been, things of that nature. So it just basically going through the process of going everywhere he's been, trying to look for what he could have possibly done with the child. And that's how we discovered the child.
North initially reported his son was kidnapped during an armed robbery last Wednesday at the Aspenwood Apartments in DeKalb County. But police say cell phone data shows North was never in DeKalb County that night. A massive search for the boy followed.
We're still trying to positively identify the child. That is our #1 goal, and then find out the actual cause of death, and that's what's next.
Detectives who work this case are getting grief counseling as they wait to learn if the body found yesterday is in fact Josiah.
Most of us are parents, so to see a child that age have an unfortunate incident like this occur, it's emotional because it reminds us of our own families. So a lot of people had a lot of difficulties working this case. But one thing we have to do is bring this person to justice, and that's what kept us focused.
Chief Buchanan tells me he is going to meet with the district attorney tomorrow to make sure everything is in order for possible charges once the body is identified. Police say Josiah's father is their only person of interest. In East Point, Dawn White's 11 Alive News.
And now to some more local headlines we are following tonight. Newly released body cam video is revealing the moments police responded to a cookout restaurant after a man was shot while at the drive-thru. It all unfolded on Moreland Avenue on August 8th around 11:30 that night. And take a look at this video. You can actually see Atlanta police work to help that victim after he was shot. They tell us someone walked up to the victim's car while he was sitting in a drive-thru and then fired multiple shots before running off. The video also appears to show the moments police found the suspect and took him into custody. That victim taken to the hospital where at last check, he was stable.
Tonight, a 15-year-old is facing charges after police say they found a loaded gun in his book bag. This happened this morning at the Marietta High School after another student reported the gun when officials searched the teen's bag. They say they found a loaded Glock 19. The suspect arrested in the classroom. He is now looking at 2 felony charges, possession of a firearm on school property and possession of a firearm in commission of a crime. Nobody was hurt. No motive was provided. The city of Atlanta gathered together to honor the life and legacy of the late Councilman Jim Maddox today. A celebration of life ceremony was held at West Hunter Street Baptist Church hours ago. Mr. Maddox, who passed away last week, was Atlanta's longest serving city council member. He had been a force for years. He served 32 years, 8 terms in office as the representative of District 11. When you think about 11, you think, when you think about the city of Atlanta, you think about former Councilman Jim Maddox.
A lot quieter now compared to when we were tracking a few showers and storms that moved through a little earlier to the north and also to the east of us. Our next weather pattern is going to be very hot again, and then we'll finally get some relief moving into next week. We'll have more on that updated timeline.
Weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time. Every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays.
Well, it is a quieter night out there tonight. You know, we have mainly clear skies now. A lot of the clouds that we had earlier have moved out. But we were tracking those storms that rolled in earlier today from northeast Georgia. They pushed down through the Gainesville area, over Lake Lanier, over parts of White County, Jackson County, where we had some severe thunderstorm warnings. And then also an additional warning was down in the southern parts of Gwinnett County a little bit earlier as those storms moved away. And then as they crossed over I-20 and were nearing I-20, they pretty much fell apart. So it's just that disturbance here in northeast Georgia that moved close to the metro area but didn't bring us any rain inside the perimeter. Hartsfield-Jackson didn't pick up any rain out there at all. Here's a live look right now as things are a lot quieter. We're looking from our tower cam there at Northside Hospital at 285 and Georgia 400. Looking northward up 400, you can see the King and Queen building there. Here's the Northside Hospital sign right here where it is quiet and still rather warm out there right now. Okay, I want to take you to the tropics first because yesterday we were telling you about this system that the models were just beginning to pick up on that could be moving into the Gulf of Mexico. Well, now the Hurricane Center has been looking at this as well, and they now give this a 70% chance or a high chance of developing over the next 7 days. It's right now centered just off the coast of Honduras. It's going to move on up through the Caribbean and then into the Gulf of Mexico. And as it does that, we think it's going to get a little better organized. And the models are trending on this becoming a tropical depression or a tropical storm and maybe impacting Florida by the beginning or the middle of next week. Now, a lot can change. This is just really early projections that we're seeing here. So just know that we're kind of in a watch and wait phase as we see this develop to be able to determine really which track that's going to take. Now we also have Franklin that is north of the Dominican Republic. It moved through the Dominican Republic yesterday, continues to move really now to the north and east, and it's going to curve back, most likely becoming a hurricane and just kind of meander out in the Atlantic. Could become a Category 2, but we don't think it's going to be moving into the Atlantic coastline here, but it will be between our coast and Bermuda. So Bermuda needs to keep a close eye on that as it moves on through. So the next name on the list will be Adalia, and then after that Jose, and then Katia will be after that. So we'll wait and see which storm that develops next is going to get that next name. Right now it's still hot out there, 86 degrees at this hour, 83 in Marietta. Notice the 70s to the east of us. Those areas cooled off thanks to some of the rain that came through a little bit earlier. We're going to be generally in the mid 70s here tomorrow morning when you wake up getting ready ready to go out for work or go to school. A mild start to the day, and it's really going to be getting warm tomorrow. We're expecting high temperatures up to 98 degrees. We have an air quality alert in effect, code orange, meaning it's unhealthy for sensitive groups. And then we also have a heat advisory in effect for northwest Georgia, West Georgia, Atlanta, area south of us and east of us, just excluding northeast Georgia. It's going to be hot everywhere, but it's in these counties where you see it colored in the orange, where we can see the heat index values around 105. Now, we're expected to be dry tonight. It'll be dry tomorrow. It's just going to be really hot tomorrow with that high of 98. We'll continue with more hot air on Saturday. This model trying to kick up a couple of showers here, but I'm not going with a really good rain chance at all on Saturday. I think it'll be less than 20% with highs near 99. We do go back to a 20% chance for a shower Sunday. Temperatures down to 94. Lower 90s Monday with a 40% chance for showers. 40% chance again on Tuesday with highs near 88. Holding in the 80s as we most likely will dry out Wednesday and Thursday, but that all depends on the track of that potential Gulf system. Stay with us. We've got more to come right after the break.
The Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about...
Well, as of right now, there are 7 defendants that have yet to turn themselves in, and they have until noon tomorrow to do so.
So I think a lot of people have wondered what happens if they don't show up. Palacero is here to verify for us tonight.
Mentioned it, 12 of the defendants have surrendered already, but what happens if someone decides not to show up? We verify.
The clock is ticking for all defendants to turn themselves into the Fulton County Jail before the Friday noon deadline. But what happens to those who don't? Our sources are Fulton County District Attorney Fonnie Willis and legal resource website Justia Law. In an email from Willis to John Moran, who represents Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, she writes that she's not granting any extensions and that she will file warrants in the system at 12:30 p.m. on Friday. Therefore, if they don't turn themselves in voluntarily, they would be forcibly arrested by law enforcement. According to Justia Law, if a defendant does not surrender and they're outside of Georgia, they could be extradited from the state they're in. That would require prosecutors to ask Governor Brian Kemp to issue a demand for the defendant to be extradited. So we can verify that if a defendant does not surrender and show up at the Fulton County Jail by Friday's noon deadline, there will be a warrant issued for them to be arrested and possibly extradited if they're in a different state.
Now, something else to note, also very important, according to the Uniform Criminal Extradition Act, it is up to the governor in the state where the defendant is to have them extradited to Georgia. But the act states that while the governor has power to investigate the extradition request, they are forced to comply with it as long as it's valid. Guys?
All right, Paula, thank you so much. Now, if you see something online that you want us to verify, all you have to do is send an email. You can also text the word verify to the number right there on your screen. That number is 404-885-7600. We have reporters standing by right now to verify claims. We'll be right back.
Exposing injustice and finding solutions. Voices for Equality. Sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm.
We have breaking news tonight. We now have a copy of former President Trump's mugshot. He was booked inside the Fulton County Jail tonight a couple of hours ago. There's now 12 co-defendants who have been booked at the Fulton County Jail. The remaining 7 have until noon tomorrow to turn themselves in. And this is a live look at Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, where former President Trump's plane took off a few hours ago, and it has been a quiet weather night, a steamy, hot night, the way you would expect in August, and it has been a hot day and night, not only with the weather, but certainly with political feelings as well.
Absolutely. You said that well. You said that well.
Thank you.
So we have special live team coverage of former President Trump's surrender to the Fulton County Jail. And we want to get straight out to the airport, where 11 Alive's Jennifer Bellamy has been covering this from the very front row of everything going on, from when the plane touched down, motorcade out, motorcade in, plane out. Jennifer, what are you seeing there now?
You know, Faith and Jeff, all things considered, this has been a relatively quick and smooth process. If you didn't know what was going on, things would be as normal here at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. We are no longer seeing any police presence. Traffic is moving and flowing steadily, and airplanes have been taking off and landing here steadily, even throughout the former president's visit, without any interruption. We saw the former president land here in Atlanta, and we saw him move quickly through our city to Fulton County for that booking and processing at the Fulton County Jail. That process taking about 20 minutes before he returned back out here to Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson Airport to Signature Air, where he did take a few moments to make a few remarks. Here's what he had to say.
They're trying to interfere with an election. There's never been anything like it in our country before. This is their way of campaigning. And this is one instance, but you have 3 other instances. It's election interference.
The former president insisting that he did nothing wrong, saying he had every right to challenge the election here in Georgia and calling it a sad day in America. Faith, Jeff.
Thank you so much. And we actually have brand new information that former President Trump's plane has now touched back down in New York. Just got that information into the newsroom. Well, the other hotspot concerning Trump's surrender was the Fulton County Jail on Rice Street.
And there has been protests from people who agree with former President Trump and those who do not. 11 Alive's Ron Jones at the jail with a very busy day and night. And what he saw today was quite eventful, Ron.
Yeah, it really was. And, you know, Faith said that this is a hot spot. It truly was a hot spot. And I'm talking about weather-wise. So here we were pushing close to triple digits. Not quite sure if we got there, but it was very hot and steamy out here, and it made it very difficult for the protesters. Now, even though Sheriff Labatt sent out a statement maybe about a half an hour, 45 minutes ago, saying that if there are more protesters out here protesting, maybe the other 7 who are going to show up here at the Fulton County Jail, that he'll make sure that the protesters are safe. But the protesters have to make sure that they are safe and are hydrated, have electrolytes and all of that. We had witnessed one young man about 10 or 15 feet from where I'm standing right here collapse on the ground. And before you know it, sheriff's deputies were running over there trying to fan him, giving him some ice, giving him water, trying to cool him down. Before you know it, they had to call an ambulance. So Grady shows up and EMS shows up, and they end up carting this young man away. We also witnessed as some of these protesters, despite the fact that they were, you know, yelling back and forth at each other every now and then, but they were going around to all the media tents asking for water. So my advice to them, if they have to come out here again in the next few days or next week or so, just make sure that you are fully hydrated. Make sure that you have your electrolytes, because you know, if you're prepared to protest, you have to be prepared to make sure that you have the right hydration. But you can see right now, it's much quieter than it was a couple of hours ago. Rice Street is open and going in both directions. I'm starting to notice now, and you can probably see behind me, a couple of cars are going by. Media centers are starting to break down. There's some media, and there's a big old wasp or bat or something that just flew by my head. Anyway, the media trucks are beginning to break down here as well. So much quieter than it was a couple of hours ago. But once again, if you're coming out here to protest, be prepared to protest with hydration.
Well, there's nothing worse than being pursued by a bat at 10:35. So Ron, hang in there to see our coverage explaining the charges the 19 defendants are facing and what happens next after they surrender at the jail. You can text coverage to 404-885-7600. Today we learned from police it may take 2 weeks to positively identify a child's body found at the East Point transfer station.
Yeah, this grim discovery comes 1 week after 2-year-old Josiah Mitchell was reported missing. And police say that there is a high probability that this body found is 2-year-old Josiah.
11 Alive's Don White spoke one-on-one with the East Point police chief on the investigation and possible charges.
I spoke to Josiah Mitchell's grandmother on the phone today. She told me that the family wants their privacy, but they do believe the child's body found is that of the missing toddler. Josiah! A week-long desperate search weighed not only on the community, but on East Point police.
It's emotional for the entire department because we were all hoping and praying that we would found this child alive.
That hope diminishing yesterday when investigators found a child's body here at the East Point transfer station.
That's devastating for us.
East Point Police Chief Sean Buchanan says data from Josiah's father, Artavius North's cell phone, led them to the body.
By using technology, we can find out a person's location, where they've been, things of that nature. So it just basically going through the process of going everywhere he's been, trying to look for what he could have possibly done with the child. And that's how we discovered the child.
North initially reported his son was kidnapped during an armed robbery last Wednesday at the Aspenwood Apartments in DeKalb County. But police say cell phone data shows North was never in DeKalb County that night. A massive search for the boy followed.
We're still trying to positively identify the child. That is our #1 goal, and then find out the actual cause of death, and that's what's next.
Detectives who work this case are getting grief counseling as they wait to learn if the body found yesterday is in fact Josiah.
Most of us are parents, so to see a child that age have an unfortunate incident like this occur, it's emotional because it reminds us of our own families. So a lot of people had a lot of difficulties working this case. But one thing we have to do is bring this person to justice, and that's what kept us focused.
Chief Buchanan tells me he is going to meet with the district attorney tomorrow to make sure everything is in order for possible charges once the body is identified. Police say Josiah's father is their only person of interest. In East Point, Dawn White's 11 Alive News.
It is still pretty warm out there tonight. We're still in the mid-80s at this late night hour after getting up to 96 this afternoon. Tomorrow and Saturday are going to be even hotter. Now, we did have to deal with a few showers and storms that developed today. They moved in from northeast Georgia, pushed out really mainly on the east side where we had numerous severe thunderstorm warnings along with that line. The main threats were some winds of about 60 miles an hour. Some of the storms had some hail with it and even some pockets of some heavy rain and thunder and lightning. But that all fell apart as it was moving closer to Atlanta. Really fell apart before it got to I-20. Now we are dry, and we're going to stay dry for the rest of the nighttime hours. But I want you to be aware of the air quality alert that's in effect for tomorrow. It's a code orange, meaning our air quality will be unhealthy for sensitive groups. So if you have breathing problems, respiratory issues enhanced by the buildup of ground level ozone, you'll want to limit any outdoor exertion late tomorrow afternoon and into the evening. We also have a heat advisory in effect for your Friday. It does not include northeast Georgia, but it does include northwest, the metro area, south and west of us, and east of us as well. As we'll see heat index levels tomorrow around 105. That's how it's going to feel with those temperatures up to 98. Stay with us. We'll talk more about another really hot day on Saturday and then time out the relief. More on that in just a few minutes.
A tiny solution for a big problem. Coming up, how one city is giving more people a chance at home ownership.
Atlanta.
The storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you
driving.
get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11
All of the Park's tiny home community have now been sold. Residents are now saying Due to the market, buying one over renting is saving them a whole lot of money, thousands of dollars.
Oh yeah, Teresa Bowles has an update on how this neighborhood is coming along, and she's actually taking us inside.
The developer says people have already moved into 20 of the 29 homes in South Park Cottages, and the ball is already rolling on the next location, Union City. Crews are putting the finishing touches on the final 9 tiny homes. 16 months after construction began, all 29 have been sold.
The money they spend is directly impacting this community. College Park will now get, and Fulton County will now get tax revenue from this community that didn't exist before.
Plus, developer Booker Washington says micro-communities are also keeping more money in the residents' pockets.
I'm saving about maybe $2,000. I'll be passing this down to my son.
Equity. With rent continuously on the rise across Metro Atlanta, Janice Williams chose to buy for the same size space.
I was considering getting an apartment because I'm downsizing from a 5-bedroom house on the south side, and it was just too much. My son moved out. He has a new baby, a new family he's building, and my mother is elderly. She couldn't go up and down the 16 flights of steps to her bedroom. It just makes more sense.
Williams has been in the neighborhood for 3 weeks. Washington says there are several other residents like her, singles, single parents, couples, and retirees.
The residents of South Park are diverse. They range from 40,000 upwards to millionaires that live here.
The average rent in Metro Atlanta is about $2,000 a month. Washington says the average mortgage here is $1,500, and he has his eyes set on the next project, Union Park.
Expanding in all urban metro area markets is important because every metro area market is affected by high real estate prices and squeezing out those in the lower incomes. So we are eyeing and targeting the center of Atlanta. We have a long waiting list and interest list of well over 3,000 of people that desire a micro home project.
In College Park, Teresa Bowles, 11 Alive News.
Tonight, Gwinnett County school officials say they are putting some new safety measures in place after a football game last Friday got out of control. 11 Alive's Erica Murphy is checking with district leaders to find out exactly what is changing.
Gwinnett school leaders say that they want to stress that what happened last Friday at Discovery High School's football stadium was not a shooting. But today they say they are still investigating exactly what triggered that mass exodus from the school stadium. But they are 100% sure that some new security enhancements that they're putting in place will make a huge difference.
Whenever you have a large group of individuals, students, a mob begin running, it leads to the possibility of innocent people getting hurt, trampled, pushed over, and so forth.
Chief Lockhart says his team is looking at body cam footage, reviewing security cameras, and vetting tips from social media, all in an effort to find the people responsible for last week's chaos. Today, district leaders say they aren't taking any chances this week.
In order to get into the game, you have to be a student at Discovery High School and able to show a valid student ID. The visiting team, in order to get into the stadium, those fans have to show a valid student ID from that particular school.
Other changes include allowing only clear backpacks inside the stadium and requiring middle school students to be escorted by an adult 21 years or older. District leaders say more resource officers will be on site for games as well. Chief Lockhart says if the people responsible for the stampede are found, they could be in a lot of trouble.
And if it's determined who actually initiated this, some of the perpetrators, yes, they could face criminal charges in regards to, inciting a riot, disorderly conduct.
Friday night's game will pit Discovery against Loganville. Reporting from Gwinnett County, Erica Murphy, 11 Alive News.
We had a little bit of a thunderstorm activity, some of those severe earlier tonight, but now we're all dry. But we're going to see more hot air arriving over the next few days, and then our rain chances going up, and that could be enhanced by a potential tropical system in the Gulf. More on that coming up.
Is where you know what's happening now.
Live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert,
we've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use near me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all.
Well, it's a lot quieter out there right now as we see no rain around after we've been tracking those showers and storms that moved in from northeast Georgia earlier tonight, or earlier in the afternoon and into the evening hours. And then look at that, as it moved down toward I-20, everything pretty much fell apart. But as they were moving through, at times, some of those individual clusters of storms were classified as severe and prompted numerous severe thunderstorm warnings earlier. We're not really getting any reports of damage out of this from tonight. We did have some reports of 60-mile-an-hour winds, heavy rain, thunder, and lightning, and even some small hail, but nothing really, with any widespread damage or anything. It's quieter now, and it's going to remain quiet during the overnight hours, too. We're watching the tropics very closely. I mentioned last half hour, we're keeping an eye on this developing system here coming off of the coast of Honduras. It's going to move up through the Caribbean and then into the Gulf of Mexico. And as it does, it's going to get a little better organized. Not only are the weather conditions more conducive for this to develop, but also these water temperatures in the Gulf are really hot, and that's going to help fuel that. And so right now, the National Hurricane Center giving that a 70% chance of developing into a tropical depression or a tropical storm. The main impacts from this, as it moves up maybe closer to Florida, would be most likely Tuesday to Wednesday of next week. South Georgia could be impacted by it. It's really too early to know an exact track because the system is really just developing. So we'll be able to get a better handle on that over the next few days. Here's Franklin. That's north of the Dominican Republic now, drifting over toward the east, but then it's going to curve back to the north and west a little bit and then back to the north and east. We don't think it's going to impact the Atlantic coast at all. Temperatures are going to be the big story over the next couple of days. We're talking about a high of 98 degrees here on Friday, 99 on Saturday. The records are 99 and 100, so we'll be about a degree away from the record, so we'll watch that very closely for you. The white line shows the average high for this time of year, which is 88. We do think we'll be back to average on Tuesday, but until then, 94 Sunday, 91 Monday, and then back to the 80s on Tuesday. And some of that cooler air is going to be thanks to additional moisture and a rain chance that will move our way. Now, it's mild out there tonight. We have humid conditions. Tomorrow, mainly dry, drier air in place, but a little humid there with those temperatures in the upper 90s to make it feel like it's around 105 with that heat advisory in effect. Once we get into Sunday, a little more moisture, but only a 20% chance for a shower. But then look at all of the orange here that we have on Monday and also on Tuesday. Those are going to be not only a lot of humidity, but also some higher rain chances before some drier air filters in here on Wednesday and also on Thursday. So here's a look at how that impacts our rain chances. We're dry Friday and Saturday, really hot though in the upper 90s. On Sunday, 20% chance for a shower, then a 40% chance for showers Monday and Tuesday. And with that, those temperatures trend down. In fact, we'll be in the 80s, we're thinking Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of next week. But here's your future radar showing the dry conditions that we have in our area now. Remaining dry during the day tomorrow, dry also on Saturday, but really hot. 98 Friday, 99 on Saturday, 94 Sunday with a 20% chance for a shower. We'll hold on to a 40% chance for showers Monday and Tuesday. That helps those temperatures to come down into the 80s for Tuesday. And even though we're drying out Wednesday and Thursday, still looks like those temperatures will hang in the 80s. Take a look at your weather wow moment from Denser Oscar in Midtown. Beautiful view from earlier today of the downtown area, but you can see that haze in the sky with that smog alert that we had in effect. Denser is one of our 11 Alive community storm trackers. You can be a part of that group. Just search for it on Facebook. Search 11 Alive Storm Trackers. Find the group, ask to become a member, and answer the membership questions, and you can join us.
It was a scorcher today, but even those who were camped outside the Fulton County Jail were able to find a way to bring people together. Nothing like popsicles to make the magic happen.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions.
Protesters have been lining up outside the Fulton County Jail on opposite sides of each other. The heat rising on this heavy humidity and 96-degree day, with many yelling at each other from across the street.
Yeah, so in the middle of all that heat surrounding this national story, 11 Alive's Caitlin Ross found one place where everyone was getting along.
The sound of the summer.
I love chocolate.
Sends everyone running.
Oh, absolutely. Who doesn't like ice cream?
There are no losers
Banana fudge, strawberry shortcake.
with this sweet selection.
I mean, even if you are lactose intolerant, they still have like fruit pops, right?
Different flavors making space for different political tastes.
She was really nice. She let me, she was like, you guys got here first, like you're in front of me in line.
The sweet reprieve.
It seems like everybody's getting along.
A pause on politics.
Ain't my business. I just came to handle business.
The cool treat, a break from the heat of the day.
Trump is a sociopath who tried to steal our democracy.
Hundreds of people rallying against each other.
I've been to all 5 of the indictments now, so just to say hello and, we love him and support him, and we would do anything for him, Trump or death.
Dripping with insults.
I came here to see the idiot parade.
Wiped away by one song.
Then we heard the ice cream truck, and I was like, well, there we go. Have to have it.
That unites us all.
Well, as a reminder, if you want to catch up on all of the stories that we have done since these indictments came out last week, we will send everything you need to know directly to your phone. Just text coverage to 404-885-7600.
Well, that's it for us for now on Prime Time here on the Big 36, but our news continues over on 11 Alive. We are just getting started.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you
driving.
get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now.
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing.
Breaking news tonight at 11, a historic night in Atlanta as former President Donald Trump surrenders on charges and is booked tied to the 2020 election interference in Georgia.
What has taken place here is a travesty of justice. We did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong.
From his arrival to his booking to his release and departure, our team is on the ground tonight taking you through every step. Our live team coverage is straight ahead.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. starts now.
First tonight at 11, a historic night in Atlanta.
Former President Donald Trump surrendering in Atlanta just hours ago. And here is the former president's mugshot released tonight by the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. We're going to bring it up in just a second. There it is. This is the first time in U.S. history a former president has a mugshot following their time in the Oval Office.
And right now we are less than 13 hours away from the deadline for the remaining 7 defendants to turn themselves into custody. They have until noon tomorrow. There are a total of 19 defendants, as you know, including the former president. These are all of the mugshots for the 12 who have already been processed tonight.
And we have live team coverage for you tonight, including 11 Alive's Ron Jones live tonight from the Fulton County Jail. But first, we want to get things over to 11 Alive's own Jennifer Bellamy live right now from Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, where the former president just spoke in the last few hours. Jennifer?
Faith, we know things are back to normal out here at Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. We also know the former president, Donald Trump, has now landed back in New Jersey. A relatively short trip here to Atlanta for something that will have major and long-lasting implications. We know that this is the 4th indictment that the former president is now facing, the first mugshot that he's taken, and this is all taking place within just the last hour in 15 minutes or so. The former president landed here just after 7 o'clock before heading out to the Fulton County Jail, where he was processed, booked, and all of that. In about 20 minutes or so, heading right back out here to the airport. Everything seemingly going very smoothly, very quickly and orderly. And then the former president made some remarks before he left.
What has taken place here is a travesty of justice. We did nothing wrong. I did nothing wrong. And everybody knows it. I've never had such support.
The former president saying he had every right to challenge the election here in Georgia and calling it a sad day in America. Now, as I mentioned, it seemed that everything ran according to plan very smoothly, but there was a bit of some chaos outside of the Fulton County Jail. That's where we found Ron Jones tonight. Ron?
Yeah, that's right, Jennifer. So it's quiet right now, but I tell you, a couple hours ago, very intense sometimes. You had people on both sides of the aisle, those who support the former president, those who are against the former president. It got so intense sometimes, folks, that we thought that they were going to duke it out. And of course, calmer heads prevailed, and that did not happen. Part of that is because there's so much security along Wright Street. It's open right now, but you had sheriff's deputies on the other side of the barrier to make sure that things did not get out of hand. And because we had such tight security, which is good news, there were no arrests. Even though we saw a skirmish right up the street, not too far from where I'm standing, about a dozen deputies ran up there along with some protesters. Nothing came from that. No one was arrested. Now, my colleague, Rebecca Lindstrom, she was out here on the ground, boots on the ground as well, and she has more on not just the protests, but the procedures for those who are going to be making their way through the Fulton County Jail. Rebecca?
Ron, the former president said nothing to the media or his supporters while he was here at the jail. We do know that he went in through another exit, or entrance and exit, so he didn't even come past us here on Rice Street, even though there had been supporters waiting here throughout the day in this heat. They did put this street on lockdown for security, but it was likely a decision that was made by the Secret Service to try to use that more direct, more secure route to get to the entrance of the jail. Now, Mr. Trump arrived shortly after 7 o'clock, and as we've discussed, he was only here for about 17 minutes. I actually tracked him on my phone to see when he went into the jail and when he exited. And like all but one of the defendants in this case, he had a pre-negotiated bond. Now, Trump's co-defendants mostly spent about an hour, so it was clear that in this historic moment, the focus was on efficiency. We know that the former president was fingerprinted. We know that he had his mugshot taken, that mugshot now seen around the world. My colleague, Doug Richards, though, talked with the manager of Foster Bail Bonds in Lawrenceville, the company that Mr. Trump also used to post his $200,000 bond.
So we are fine on the bond. They paid a certain percentage of the bond for us to post it, and that payment was collected before in advance to him turning himself into the jail.
And I assume you did research and found that President Trump probably had enough money in his portfolio to pay you back.
Yes, that is correct.
There are still 7 co-conspirators that are named in the indictment that have not surrendered. They have pre-negotiated the terms, however, so we do expect that they will show up before noon tomorrow, the deadline. As the sheriff likes to remind us, the jail is open 24 hours a day. Now, the security that we saw here today is exactly the same type of security that we are going to be expecting when Mr. Trump returns for his arraignment. And for that part of the story, we return back to Jennifer Bellamy.
Yes, Rebecca, we have been saying all evening long that this is just the beginning. There is much more ahead in this process for Mr. Trump and these co-defendants. We turn now to Savannah Levins and Nick Wooten for what's next in this process.
So now that former President Trump has left the state of Georgia,
let's talk about when he'll be back. Let's talk next steps and arraignments. This building right behind us, Nick, the Fulton County Courthouse. This is where the attorneys for those defendants have been negotiating bond deals. You've been speaking with a lot of those attorneys. What have you heard from them? When's the next time we're going to see these defendants in a courtroom?
Yeah, so the next time that you see former President Trump and his co-defendants in Fulton County, it's going to be in the building right behind me in Judge Scott McAfee's courtroom. Now, arraignment timeline is still a little bit fuzzy for a lot of these folks. We know that Willis wants it that right after Labor Day, that week of September 5th. Kenneth Cheesebros is set for September 6th. There was a motion earlier today and a ruling from the judge because he wants a speedy trial. He wants this to move quickly. So McAfee's going to have to make a decision on all of these other defendants, including Harrison Floyd, who did not have a bond when he surrendered to the jail earlier today.
And let's talk about Kenneth Cheesebro, because that kind of messed up a lot of the timeline we were looking at. Initially, Fani Willis was talking about a March date for the trial itself. Kenneth Cheesebro filing that motion for a speedy trial. DA Willis coming back with an October 23rd trial start date. So that could still happen potentially, not likely for all 19 defendants. And Cheesebro could still waive that and say they need more time, but will be interesting to see what happens. And what happened with Trump and his team today?
Yeah, so that's what we're looking at now. Former President Trump filed a motion. He clearly does not want a speedy trial. He's going to file a motion to sever. And I think you'll also see other defendants in this case try to split. So this dream that Willis has of trying all 19 together might not happen.
A lot still to be seen. We'll keep you updated. For now, sending it back to you.
So tonight, former President Donald Trump has left Atlanta after being booked and released from the Fulton County Jail. Within the last 45 minutes, as we mentioned, Trump Force One has touched down back at the Newark Airport in New Jersey. The former president has posted a $200,000 bond. He will still have to follow special bond conditions, and we still wait to see when Mr. Trump, along with those 18 other co-defendants, will return here to Atlanta for their arraignments. We know that it has been a chaotic past 6 hours or so, a lot to try and keep up with. So we have got you covered right now on our website, 11alive.com, with a complete breakdown of everything that we have seen transpire and take place today.
We were tracking severe thunderstorms earlier from northeast Georgia just to the east of the city. Stay with us. We'll let you know if any more of these are expected to develop and if we'll break any record highs tomorrow and Saturday.
Plus, we learned it could take weeks to identify a child's body found in East Point yesterday, what we know about the investigation, and the possible connection to missing 2-year-old Josiah Mitchell. That's coming up next.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now
where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
how you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
Heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead.
This severe weather is intensifying.
By knowing what's coming overhead. And we're Atlanta's traffic expert.
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
Helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
Today we learned from police it may take 2 weeks to positively identify a child's body found at the East Point transfer station.
Yeah, this grim discovery comes 1 week after 2-year-old Josiah Mitchell was reported missing. And police believe there's a high probability the body found is Josiah's.
11 Alive's Don White spoke one-on-one with East Point Police Chief on the investigation and now the possibility of charges that are looming.
I spoke to Josiah Mitchell's grandmother on the phone today. She told me that the family wants their privacy, but they do believe the child's body found is that of the missing toddler. Josiah! A week-long desperate search weighed not only on the community, but on East Point Police.
It's emotional for the entire department because we were all hoping and praying that we would found this child alive.
That hope diminishing yesterday when investigators found a child's body here at the East Point transfer station.
That's devastating for you.
East Point Police Chief Sean Buchanan says data from Josiah's father, Artavius North's cell phone, led them to the body.
By using technology, we can find out a person's location, where they've been, things of that nature. So it just basically going through the process of going everywhere he's been, trying to look for what he could have possibly done with the child. And that's how we discovered the child.
North initially reported his son was kidnapped during an armed robbery last Wednesday at the Aspenwood Apartments in DeKalb County. But police say cell phone data shows North was never in DeKalb County that night. A massive search for the boy followed.
We're still trying to positively identify the child. That is our #1 goal, and then find out the actual cause of death, and that's what's next.
Detectives who work this case are getting grief counseling as they wait to learn if the body found yesterday is in fact Josiah.
Most of us are parents, so to see a child that age have an unfortunate incident like this occur, it's emotional because it reminds us of our own families. So a lot of people had a lot of difficulties working this case. But one thing we have to do is bring this person to justice, and that's what kept us focused.
Chief Buchanan tells me he is going to meet with the district attorney tomorrow to make sure everything is in order for possible charges once the body is identified. Police say Josiah's father is their only person of interest. In East Point, Dawn White's 11 Alive News.
Well, newly released body cam videos revealing the moments police responded to a cookout restaurant after a man was shot while at the drive-thru. And it all unfolded on Moreland Avenue on August 8th around 11:30 at night. And you can take a look at this video. You can actually see Atlanta police work to help a victim after he was shot. They tell us someone walked up to the victim's car while he was sitting in the drive-thru, fired multiple shots before running off. That video also appears to show the moments police found the suspect and then took him into custody. That victim taken to the hospital where at last check, he was stable.
Tonight, a 15-year-old is facing charges after police say they found a loaded gun inside of his book bag. This happened this morning at Marietta High School after another student reported the gun when officials searched the teen's bag. They say they found a loaded Glock 19. That suspect was arrested in the classroom. He is now facing 2 felony charges, possession of a firearm on school property and possession of a firearm in commission of a crime. Nobody was hurt. No motive has been provided. The city of Atlanta gathered together to honor the life and legacy and times of the late Councilman Jim Maddox today. A celebration of life ceremony was held at West Hunter Street Baptist just hours ago. Mr. Maddox, who passed away last week, was Atlanta's longest serving city council member. He served the city 32 years and 8 terms in office as the representative for District 11. He meant so much to so many in the development of this city. This monumental news story today was done under the backdrop of high heat and humidity. We bring in our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. Chris, not much relief as we now head into the weekend.
Yeah, no, it's actually going to get hotter. You know, we get 96 today for a high temperature. Tomorrow's going to be 98, and then Saturday's going to be 99 degrees, and the humidity levels are still going to be high. Now, today, we did have some areas that got some relief in the form of rain. The problem is some of that rain was really heavy, and it prompted some severe thunderstorm warnings earlier. Those storms developed in northwest Georgia. They pushed down toward the south, and as they did trigger some of those severe thunderstorm warnings, and then it all fell apart as it moved across I-20, and now we are dry, and we're going to stay dry for the overnight hours. Now, this is something we're watching as we go through the end of the week and the weekend. Remember yesterday I told you about this little system that the models were beginning to hint at development? Well, now the National Hurricane Center is highlighting this area with a high risk of developing into a tropical depression or a tropical storm. Right now it's just off the coast of Honduras. It's going to move through the Caribbean and into the Gulf of Mexico. Hurricane Center giving us a 70% chance of developing. At this point, we can't be specific about where it's going to go or when. It all depends on how it develops and the track that it takes. Right now, though, maybe the west coast of Florida. Once we get into Tuesday, maybe of Wednesday next week, there could be some impacts in South Georgia too. But again, that is just the long-term outlook. We'll be able to pinpoint that a little bit more once that system develops more too. Mild overnight. We're going to be in the mid-70s here to start in the morning. So when you're headed out, be prepared for the mild air. We're up to 86 by 11, and we're going to be topping off tomorrow at 98 degrees. And with all that heat, we're going to have another air quality alert in effect. It's another code orange, meaning it'll be unhealthy for sensitive groups. If you have respiratory conditions enhanced by that buildup of ground level ozone, you'll want to avoid outdoor exertion late afternoon into early evening. Also a heat advisory in effect. Northwest Georgia, metro Atlanta to the east of us. Northeast Georgia is not included in that advisory. It's still going to be hot there, but in these areas that are shaded in orange, that's where we're going to see heat index levels that are going to be near 105 degrees. So definitely take it easy tomorrow and Saturday. Now we're going to be dry. We will see plenty of sunshine, dry conditions here, a few clouds mixing in here and there. We're not concerned about a rain chance for tomorrow. It's mainly going to be the heat and humidity, the highs of 98, 99 degrees here on Saturday, then 94 on Sunday. So trending down a little bit on Sunday with a 20% chance for a shower. Then we'll have temperatures that'll move into the 80s with the rain chance a little higher for Monday and Tuesday. Drier Wednesday and Thursday, depending on the track of that Gulf system, but then temperatures holding in the 80s next week.
Chris, thank you so much. Still ahead, our coverage continues following the historic arrest of former President Donald Trump right here in Atlanta. Tonight, many questions surrounding the Fulton County Jail are circulating online. So after the break, we bring you just the facts.
His fault.
11 at 11 p.m., where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this morning.
Is where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Live News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing in.
We could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan it.
And right now, the Fulton County Jail, obviously in the spotlight, and different reports are making the rounds online about the inside conditions.
Yeah, Paolo Sura is joining us right now to break down the claims that we are seeing and to verify whether they're true or not.
Yeah, that's right, guys. So many reports, and we've got one of those. So this is the tweet in question saying the Fulton County Jail is at 3 times its capacity. It's infested with bugs, and it's holding 87% black people, with most who have not seen a day in court. So you know the drill. Let's verify.
Our sources are the Fulton County Government Jail Report, the Department of Justice, VERA, which analyzes trends in different prison systems across the nation, and Emory law professor Fred Smith. First, let's verify whether the Rice Street Jail is at 3 times its capacity. According to this report, the Rice Street Jail can house 2,254 inmates. As of Thursday afternoon, there are 2,618 inmates detained. So we can verify that while the jail is at overcapacity, it's not 3 times over. As of whether it's infested with bugs, the Department of Justice said it is investigating the conditions inside the prison after inmate LaShawn Thompson died while in custody.
Evidence emerged that the mental health unit where he died was infested with insects.
So we can verify that incident did happen at the jail, and the DOJ is looking into it. Finally, according to VERA, as of this week, 87% of the jail population is black and 8% are white. So we can verify that is true. As for whether most have not seen a day in court, Smith says that would need context.
Many people who are there have not yet been convicted of anything. And this really kind of spotlights that, both by the repercussions that these individuals are facing and the ones they're not.
Now, we have been verifying claims all day and will continue to do so on social media, as well as any questions you may have. So if you want something verified, you can submit your question on our website, 11alive.com/verify.
All right, Paula, thank you so much. And as always, if you see or hear something you want us to verify, you can send us an email at verify@11alive.com. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Overhead.
heavy storms rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Alive News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Alive News app to use Near Me.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. is where you find out what's happening now across Metro Atlanta.
We begin tonight with breaking news out of Cobb County, where a neighborhood is now...
Where you stay a step ahead of severe weather.
Our storm risk has now been upgraded to a...
And the only place where you can verify fact versus fiction.
11 Alive can verify that claim is false.
11 Alive News at 11 p.m. Where you end the day ready to take on tomorrow.
Weather can't run from the 11 Alive Thunder Truck. A mobile weather center with the power and speed to chase down the strongest storms and bring you on-the-ground conditions. The 11 Alive Thunder Truck, sponsored by Landmark Dodge.
Fighting social inequality is on all of us. That's why 11 Alive is committed to sharing diverse perspectives, exposing injustice, and finding solutions. Voices for Equality, sponsored by Georgia Power and our other partners.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you see weather happening now across Metro Atlanta.
These severe storms are now closing
We
in.
could be talking about damaging winds, hail, and
How you can plan ahead by knowing what's coming overhead.
heavy storms are rolling in.
Expect pop-up thunderstorms and rain all day long.
And how you'll be weather ready wherever you are.
We expect at any moment a tornado warning could be issued.
The 11 Alive Storm Trackers. It's how you'll be prepared and stay safe. 11 Alive Morning News.
We began with breaking news this
is
morning.
where you know what's happening now.
11 Alive is live on the scene.
Where you can confidently plan ahead
This severe weather is intensifying.
by knowing what's coming overhead. And where Atlanta's traffic expert
We've seen delays almost 30 minutes worth of
helps you get there on time, every time. 11 Alive Morning News is where you start the day prepared. Watch weekdays 5 to 7 a.m.
If you see breaking news or severe weather near you, snap it and share it using Near Me on the 11 Live News app. Want to verify if something's true or false? Record your question and send it. Download the 11 Live News app.
Tonight, hundreds of protesters, both against former President Trump and in support of him, showed up at the Fulton County Jail on Rice Street. It was quite the change from this normally quiet neighborhood. People who live near the jail had a front row seat to history just by walking out their front door.
Yeah, they live in a vibrant residential neighborhood right next to the Fulton County Jail, and residents spoke with our John Shearer.
Take a walk just down the street from all of this outside the Fulton County Jail. Walk just down Rice Street, a half a block. It is a walk into another world.
It's a great, quiet, in-town neighborhood.
The Howell Station neighborhood has been here in Northwest Atlanta long before the jail was here. The jail built directly next door to Howell Station in the 1980s, and the jail is a world away from residents Grant Knox and Brian Smith and their at-home business making and selling cornhole boards.
A very walkable, safe neighborhood, and enjoy each other's company.
The jail is a world away from all that Arthur Toll and the Neighborhood Association are doing to help Howell Station and its 1,000 residents thrive. Redevelopment flourishing.
It's kind of exploded because we've got the Beltline is just right over here, and then West Side Park is just to the other side of that, and that's attracted a lot of development. The development of West Midtown is moving this direction, really provides a lot of incentive and value to the neighborhood.
This home on the market for more than $500,000. Residents saying how much they appreciate the sheriff helping keep watch during what are historic numbers of visitors just down their street. John Mays, seeing it all from his front porch, taking it all in stride.
Obviously today is one of those probably historical days that may never happen again, and people obviously feel real strongly about the situation one way or another.
All of this a world away from this oasis of calm called Howell Station.
We're looking forward to things going back to normal.
In Northwest Atlanta, John Shearer, 11 Alive News.
Another hot day here tomorrow. We're going to see temperatures starting off in the mid-70s. We get up to around 96 at 3, 98 at 4 and 5 in the afternoon. That'll be just 1 degree away from a